minimum wage will provide the kind of competition that we've suggested. If you've got folks working at $7.25 an hour, and then there's an option in their community locally to work at 15, then that will pressure the employer to raise the wage. We find this to be a desirable feature. It's really not a narrow proposal just for eliminating unemployment. It's a policy that is situated within a broader vision of what the public sector must do, how to rethink the role of the public sector, the role of the supports that we provide. And they take multiple forms. A job is just one piece.
I refer often to Martin Luther King in the context of the civil rights movement. He said, "I have no time for the tranquilizing drug of gradualism and incrementalism."
MMT! Taking money from our children and borrowing from China. People are dying.
Is the program so critical it's worth borrowing money from China to pay for it? And if not, I'll get rid of it.
Stop lying! I want the truth!
Now let's see if we can avoid the apocalypse altogether. Here's another episode of Macro and Cheese with your host, Steve Grumbine.
Hello, folks. This is Steve with Macro and Cheese. This week, we're bringing you the full audio track of our book club on Pavlina Tcherneva's The Case for a Job Guarantee. This is a long one, but a good one. And like the other book club episode we released, we think it's good to have it in the archives. Pavlina's work on the job guarantee is absolutely core MMT. The first session featured Fadhel Kaboub as the guest speaker. We covered the introduction, Chapter 1, a public option for good jobs, and Chapter 2, a steep price for a broken status quo. Then, Pavlina Tcherneva herself joined us for the second session. She answered questions on Chapter 3, the job guarantee, a new social contract and macroeconomic model, and Chapter 4, but how will you pay for it? Week 3, Ben Wilson led the discussion on Chapter 5, what, where, and how jobs design and implementation. In Week 4, we had a strong finish with Rohan Grey talking about Chapter 6, the job guarantee, the Green New Deal, and beyond. And with that, we bring you Real Progressive's Book Club.
Welcome to Series 2 of RP Book Club, The Case for a Job Guarantee by Pavlina Tcherneva. My name is Ramona Masacci. I'm an artist, not an economist. But since discovering MMT, I wanted to share it with everyone. I've been working with Real Progressives to put together this book club. If you missed Series 1 on the Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton, you can find the videos at realprogressives.org. Look for RP Book Club in the media menu. Tonight's Q&A covers Chapter 1, a public option for good jobs, and Chapter 2, a steep price for a broken status quo, and the intro. Our guest, Fadhel Kaboub, is here to answer our questions. Welcome, Fadhel. Thanks for being here. Would you please tell us about yourself and tell everyone how to find you on social media?
Hi, Ramona. Hi, everybody. Thanks for hosting this book club and this event. And thank you for having me. My name is Fadhel Kaboub. I teach economics at Denison University in Ohio, and I run the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. And you can find us on social media everywhere you look, pretty much on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on.
So we have a question from Cheryl. I'm not in the DC loop. I'm wondering how many of our congresspeople have heard of federal jobs guarantee in your estimate? And are they being educated by our Real Progressive allies on what federal jobs guarantee is all about, to your knowledge?
Very good question. Well, I don't have an exact head count in terms of how many are actually educated and have been informed about the job guarantee, but I can tell you that um, many of the presidential candidates who ran for office in the last election cycle had the job guarantee on their platform. Now, that doesn't mean they know exactly what it means. The reason many of them had it is because it's the most popular jobs program in the US. Survey after survey, polling number after polling number, the job guarantee is the most popular across the country, every single state. So they had to have it because it's a popular thing. That being said, there's a job guarantee resolution that was introduced by Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley a few months ago that is being discussed by some, and for sure many have been reading about it and learning more about it. All the Congress people and senators who have faced candidates in the last election cycle, the progressive candidates, and there were dozens and dozens of them who had the Green New Deal and the job guarantee on their platform. I guarantee you they've been informed and they've been forced to engage with the progressive ideas, including the job guarantee. So there's no exact number. There are some, many of the progressive activists, many are part of the Real Progressives and the MMT community, have been calling and informing and questioning their own representatives in the last few years, and certainly informing them about the job guarantee as an automatic stabilizer, as a necessary feature of bringing about a progressive agenda. So the numbers are rising.
Beautiful. Raul has a question.
Hi, Ramona. Nice to be back again. Hi, Fidel. I have my question, as stated. I'll just read it. Critics of FJ, the federal job guarantee, sounds better, especially those from the eco-socialist left, claim that it would promote consumerism and overconsumption in a period of climate disruption. How would you counter such assertions?
Very good question. Well, you can design a job guarantee program that promotes consumerism, or you can design a job guarantee program that's green and sustainable and enhances our fight against climate change. And if you look at all the core MMT job guarantee advocates, you will not find a single person disagreeing with the idea that the federal job guarantee must be green and just by design. But sure, yeah, absolutely, we can design a Keynesian type job guarantee that just promotes more economic growth the traditional way, more fossil fuel consumption, and more consumerism. I don't think the job guarantee can be seen as a silver bullet that's going to solve all of our problems. It's a core component that has an automatic stabilizing feature that we can tweak and design specifically to be green and sustainable, to help us, build for a just transition without necessarily promoting consumerism. So we can't solve all the problems with a job guarantee, but we can certainly design it as green, just, and sustainable. But we must have all the other multi-pronged solutions also in motion to address consumerism and the climate crisis and so on.
Say John Lennon is right and there are no borders. Can you imagine a currency without borders, and what does that mean with MMT?
Very good question. I like John Lennon, and I like his dreams, but I see what you mean with the question. Currencies without borders. Very difficult to conceptualize a well-functioning global system where you have a single currency that works for every part of the world. We have a hard time managing it for one country at a time, let alone for look at what's happening in the Eurozone, let alone if you want to spread that somewhere else. The key with any monetary system is you have to have an authority that actually manages the monetary system and manages the monetary system for the public purpose, for the purpose of creating full employment, price stability, equity, for spending in the most neglected areas of the economy and so on. So if we, at some point in the future, manage to create some sort of world government that has the transparency and the capabilities of actually looking after the most neglected parts of the world, sure, we can design one. It's just realistically, I don't see it happening in my lifetime. The best we can do in the meantime is make sure that every jurisdiction does its best to serve its people. In terms of international currency, there are actually proposals, MMT proposals, post-Keynesian proposals that actually emerged out of Keynes's own work in the 1940s to create an international clearing union that will be kind of a central bank for central banks, a lender of last resort at the international level, which could be something like a reformed IMF today, using its SDR or special drawing rights system to actually act as a lender of last resort for especially developing countries, so they don't have to pursue austerity policies and throw their people under the bus essentially in order to balance budgets and in order to stabilize their exchange rates. There are proposals at that level, but I wouldn't call it an international currency. This will be a unit of account that will be shared or used between central banks at the international level, but not for the public.
Thank you, Fadhel. Christina has a question. What is your take on the details surrounding Biden's The American Jobs Plan? Is it effective or is it not enough?
Very good question. So, as written, as presented to us, the jobs plan that President Biden has proposed does help. I mean, it's like when you've neglected your house, the physical structure of your house for 30, 40 years, you kind of have to fix everything at once. You have to fix the roof, you have to fix the foundation, you have to fix the windows, you have to fix put new insulation, fix the floors. This is kind of where we are today. We've neglected the infrastructure of the US economy. We've neglected people also in communities across the country for decades. And now we kind of have to work on all of these things at the same time. The good news is that we've waking up to the reality and we're actually willing to do the spending and create the jobs and actually invest in these areas: broadband infrastructure, repairing bridges and roads and highways, and addressing, to some extent, the climate emergency that we're dealing with. All of that is great. It will create a lot of jobs and it will help address some of the structural problems that we've had and the neglect that we've had for a long time. But it lacks the automatic stabilizer feature that something like a job guarantee would introduce. In other words, as soon as we start phasing out some of that spending on infrastructure, on housing, on broadband, and all of that, you will see a typical business cycle or economic cycle. As soon as the government pulls out of the spending cycle, it's going to leave room for the private sector supposedly to pick it up from there. And the private sector may pick it up for a while, but the private sector will eventually also slow down because the private sector is profit seeking. The private sector will have debts to pay, especially if this growth cycle on the private sector side is financed through expansion of credit. So the private sector, and you can't blame the private sector for trying to balance its books. And at some point, the private sector will slow down the hiring. And when the private sector slows down the hiring, you see an expansion of unemployment. So we don't have a job guarantee in that proposal that will be that automatic stabilizer that guarantees this consistent level of employment for everybody, no matter what the level of activity is in the private sector. So in short, it's progress, it's good, but not good enough. And this is why we're having these conversations to recognize that we can't just keep going kind of two steps forward and one step back, or one step forward and two steps back. And who knows how much of this spending will actually take place? Who knows what the next administration will do and what the next Congress will do to hinder all the progress that we have on paper, at least for now. We'll see how the votes will work out and how much of this will actually materialize.
I have a question, Fadhel. Is it possible to create like some sort of a learning convention for people in Congress and then invite them all to learn about the jobs guarantee? Is there a way to contact maybe like three of them and then have the three of them invite all of their, everybody that they communicate with in Congress and kind of make it spread in that way with the people that have already been elected?
I think it's possible. When people ask me this question, I always say, name the time and place. I'll be there. I think we should organize around the job guarantee resolution, again, around the Green New Deal resolution, all of these efforts to shift the conversation and to educate the public. Many people have seen this thing go viral this morning with Congressman Yarmouth from Kentucky, and his impeccable back and forth Q&A, essentially explaining MMT as well as any of the professional MMT economists have done, and answering all the questions. That particular representative a few years ago was not informed, was not speaking this language, was worrying about the deficit, was trying to balance the budget, was trying to find a way to pay for infrastructure. All it took is reading Stephanie Kelton's book, which he cited frequently today. He said, you may not agree with all the details, but it makes perfect sense. And he spoke so eloquently about how we're going to pay for large infrastructure spending without causing inflation, without bankrupting the country, without all of these worries about the debt and the interest rates and everything. He answered all the questions in less than 10 minutes or something like that. So I think that's what it takes. Each one teach one. Start with a few representatives, and I think we'll get to a tipping point where the few representatives who have been resisting these ideas, many of them, by the way, have accepted the ideas behind closed doors, not publicly, but have been hesitant to come forward and speak the way that Congressman Yarmouth spoke today. I think at some tipping point, all of those who have been quiet in the past will come out and learn how to speak this common sense.
Cole has a question. On the last Macro and Cheese podcast, Bill Black mentioned federal block grants to fund experimental versions of federal jobs guarantee. Can you expound on how these grants work, how they're written, introduced, etc., and if they have been used for other programs?
Very good question. Actually, I'm told that Bill Black is with us. So I'll pass this question and I'll let him answer it in a few minutes when he's going to be brought to the main stage. So very good question.
Brad has a question. The poor conditions, lack of standards, and minimally trained staff in the nursing home industry was brought home to countless Americans in the pandemic. Could the federal jobs guarantee essentially force these companies to change their business model into one of two options: leave it or move into a premium model? This would over time essentially force the nursing home industry to be socialized.
Very good question. So I'll start by saying it's the nursing home industry is certainly not my expertise yet. In terms of personal experience. But I'll say two things. First, you probably noticed in reading the first couple of chapters, the reference to unemployment as a virus. Let me remind you that Pavlina wrote this book pre-pandemic. So now I think most people understand how a virus spreads, unfortunately, because we lived through this pandemic. But to answer your question more directly, the federal government it's not just spending and taxing. The federal government also regulates and sets standards, for competition, and sets standards for prices. And I think all of these things reflect the fact that the healthcare industry, the pharmaceutical industry, all of these industries that have this abusive price-setting behavior and abusive kind of market share, and no competition and low standards, all of that should be addressed by the 535 people we elect. A government of the people, by the people, for the people, not a government for the corporations, by the corporations, and for the super PACs. So the job guarantee can be a component of this, meaning that the public sector can create agencies with higher standards, with higher pay, with higher expectations, and let the private sector compete at that level. And if the private sector can't compete profitably at that level, then it means that this is a universal public service that the government should provide. So it becomes a mainline government service, just like infrastructure, just like education, just like basic health, preventative healthcare, and so on. So all of this sort of forces us to rethink the role of the federal government as a whole, not just from the employment perspective. And I've always said this, that the federal government, especially in the US, can and should provide universal public services that could include elderly care, healthcare, education, infrastructure, childcare, you name it, followed by a job guarantee to guarantee that people can find employment if they are ready, willing, and able to work at decent wages and benefits, followed by a third layer, which is a generous income support for people who can't work or shouldn't work for health reasons, and so on. So that's how I see it in a holistic way. But I emphasize the importance of the federal government in terms of its regulatory capabilities to set standards, not just in terms of paying for things and creating jobs in a particular industry.
Thank you, Fadhel. Dateland has a question.
I was just wondering, why don't they, this seems so rudimentary. Why isn't it taught in high school in civics or whatever where they're supposed to learn this stuff?
Very good question. I agree. This should be taught in introductory classes. But let me tell you, it's not even taught in introductory economics classes at the university level, let alone high school or middle school. It's not even taught in grad schools. But we've been working on changing this. In the last 20 years, the MMT job guarantee community has been working overtime to get this on the prime time discussion and the public discourse. And it's a struggle because you're working against an entire system, educational system, ideological system, media system that's designed to ignore and ridicule alternative ideas, progressive ideas. And as the saying goes, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And I think we're in between the fighting and winning stage in this. I'm with you, but to understand what the real obstacles are, the textbook publication industry. High school teachers are not PhD economists. They go through an 8-hour training cycle every now and then, and they're provided with the textbooks, with the lesson plans, with the in class assignments and things like that, all prepackaged and ready to be delivered. And this is not a criticism of teachers. I mean, they're overworked and overloaded, and that's the system we have. We provide them with materials and resources. And guess who dominates the provisioning of those materials? It's the Koch brother funded think tanks and institutes. So we're way behind in terms of our organizational capabilities and the progressive movement in the MMT community. We're outnumbered, understaffed, underfunded when it comes to tackling all of these different layers. On the media front, who gets to comment on CNN, on Fox, on all the major news networks, even on NPR? Very few economists get invited simply because they have an expertise in that area. That's not how it works in the media world today. You get placed on a news show or on a TV network by a PR firm, professional PR firm, which means you have to have them on retainer, which means you have to have a wealthy uncle or some foundation that pays thousands of dollars per month to make sure that they have an entire set of economists and commentators and talking heads ready to spin the narrative that they want them to spin. So it's very hard to penetrate the media platforms. It's very hard to penetrate the mass textbook publishing networks and think tanks and all that. And that's where we are. So the success of the MMT community, the success of the job guarantee community in the last few years has been truly organic through the struggles and hard work of activists and organizers like Real Progressives and others who have dedicated hundreds and thousands of hours of their own time and their families' time to, number one, learn this stuff, empower themselves with the ideas, with the knowledge, and then get out there and on social media and in the streets and in organizing communities to get the message out. And that's how we got dozens of candidates in the last election cycle to truly embrace a progressive agenda with a coherent MMT framework, a job guarantee, and a Green New Deal platform, Medicare for All platform. And they were able to answer all the questions. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to structure it? Who are you going to tax for what reason? And how are you going to restructure the entire system? I think that's a huge amount of success given the very limited resources and how outnumbered we are. So if we have those additional resources and human capabilities to actually staff more of those workshops for high school teachers and publish those textbooks and lesson plans and so on, we will have an impact that is much, much bigger than this. So we're just at the beginning of this transformation. So this is yet again another opportunity to invite more people to join this effort and contribute in any way you can with your time, with your expertise, with your presence in your own community, with your engagement. And we've seen this, that it's way more effective to do this with the committed activists and organizers present on the ground in their own communities than with the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Koch brothers money that is being poured on the other side. And now we've exposed how we've exposed the weaknesses of their arguments. And we've educated hundreds and thousands and possibly millions of people that a better world is actually within reach, that it's not impossible. There is no alternative. The Tina narrative, there is no alternative. We've exposed that it's a myth.
Fadhel, I have another question. I've been considering, I moved to a new community, and I've been considering coming into this community now that COVID is over and I can actually meet people in this area that I'm in, teaching members of my community about MMT and federal jobs guarantee. And so I'm not an economist, I'm not a teacher, but I love knowledge and I love learning and I love sharing. So how would I go about teaching this in my community?
Very good question. So I would start with the resources that we have online for sure, with the Real Progressives, the podcasts, the blog posts, the short interviews, the frequently asked questions from Pavlina's book, from Pavlina's website, the deficit myth resources. I would start where your community is, and I think it varies from person to person, different people have different segues and entry points that will make them tick, so to speak. Some people are very passionate about healthcare. So I would start the conversation about, the healthcare system. And inevitably, it will lead to the cost. Inevitably, it will lead to who's going to pay for it. Inevitably, it will lead, and one thing leads to another. So as long as they're interested in a particular issue, make that your entry point. If the climate crisis is the thing that makes them tick, there's definitely an entryway for an MMT conversation about the climate crisis. If it's social justice, if it's racial equity, if it's reparations, there's always a particular segue. So I wouldn't have kind of a blanket introduction to the whole MMT thing. That could work with a larger audience and something like that. But in small, more intimate groups, it's about meeting people where they are, listening to what makes them anxious, what really worries them, and that becomes the hook for their engagement. And if you give them the tools to really empower their activism and their engagement with a more coherent narrative, I think they'll take it and run with it and join you in this effort. And as many people have said before, MMT is this thing is once you learn it, you can't unlearn it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You just have to get them at the right spot in terms of their interest, whether it's climate or health or jobs or whatever it is.
Thank you, Fadhel. Ralph has a question.
Yes. Is there much of an effort or any effort to educate the capitalists on the fact that the federal job guarantee is to their benefit? Because the functional alternative to that would be a government requirement that they basically employ anyone that walks in their door at a living wage. And I'm quite sure they really wouldn't want that as an alternative. Not that they're necessarily going to get that or have that applied to them overnight, but it would be a selling point for why they should support this as opposed to, going on with the unemployment thing and the fact that, well, that gives us cheap labor. Well, yeah, but it gives you other problems potentially.
Well, just to be clear, there isn't the argument that the government would mandate that anybody in the private sector would have to hire people as part of a job guarantee. It's actually absolutely, completely external to the private sector. The idea here is that the private sector will hire people based on the needs of the private sector, which is motivated by profit-seeking, instincts. But that system leaves millions of people unemployed, not employed by the private sector, not employed by the mainline government sector or the nonprofit sector. And that's where the job guarantee comes in to complement what the private sector is not able or willing to do and what the mainline government sector is currently not doing. That being said, we don't discriminate in terms of who gets to have access to information or learning materials about the job guarantee. We certainly promote it in all circles, including business people who join the MMT community and including individuals that you may consider, wealthy or capitalist class or whatever the label you want to use. And my experience is that the people who take the time to really engage and learn the nuances of the job guarantee program and especially the parts that Pavlina covered in the first few pages of her book, that the high cost of unemployment is a cost to all of us as a society. It's not just a cost to the communities. So when you think about the healthcare costs, right? If we don't spend if we don't invest in early childhood education and preventative health care, including prenatal care and early childhood care, we pay for it many times over in terms of illnesses that individuals will have for the rest of their lives, which means the cost of health will be much higher for everybody, including the employer. Under the current system, the employer pays part of the healthcare cost. So as a capitalist, you want to address that. You'd rather have a national program that addresses the root causes of those problems. The cost of unemployment, many studies in the US and beyond show that every time we have high unemployment, we have increases in crime, increases in domestic violence, child abuse, substance use, and so on. All of these, add a massive amount of economic and social and emotional pain for all of us in society, not just the individuals and communities. So the capitalists per se should be able to recognize that. Number two, from a capitalist employer perspective, would you rather have a system in which the individuals that you're going to hire come from two pools: a pool of employable people who have skills, who have maybe transitioned from one job to the next, and a pool of unemployed, long-term unemployed, and technically labeled often in the private sector as unemployable, right? Or would you rather have a system in which you have a pool of people who are currently working and retaining their skills and developing professional skills and productivity and so on, plus a pool of people who are also employable and currently working in a federal job guarantee program, developing new skills, developing soft skills and technical skills and work experience that you can actually verify? They come to you with a recommendation letter from their supervisor. Which one of those systems would you rather choose employees from? You want employees who will be ready to kind of hit the ground running on day one on the job, with the professional skills, with the level of productivity and health and performance that you expect. As an employer, I'd rather have a pool of federal job guarantee workers to choose from, as opposed to two pools: one of people who are already taken in the private sector somewhere else that I have to compete for, and a pool of people who have been unemployed potentially for a long time, with deteriorating skills and neglect in terms of investment in education and technical training and so on. So from a capitalist perspective, that's the advantage of a job guarantee. And you've probably heard Nick Hanauer publicly say this many times on his podcast and other public events, that he strongly endorses the federal job guarantee for a variety of reasons: because of the uh, living wage, because of it addresses unemployment, because it boosts productivity, all the reasons that are discussed in Pavlina's book. So you'll hear people from the capitalist class, so to speak, who completely understand the importance of a federal job guarantee.
Fadhel, I just want to point out that Bill Black is here, and I believe June Carbone is with him.
Wonderful.
If people were at the last book club, they were our guests for one of the chapters. June specializes in the family and spoke about just these things, about the effects of unemployment on the family. By the way, Bill and Fadhel were our guests on Macro and Cheese. So if you're not familiar with that podcast, please go to realprogressives.org, go to the media menu, and look for the Macro and Cheese podcast. Hi, Bill and June. Welcome.
Hello. Well, thanks for having us. This has been great.
Wonderful.
Cole has a question. On the last Macro and Cheese podcast, Bill Black mentioned federal block grants to fund experimental versions of federal job guarantee. Can you expound on how these grants work, how they're written, introduced, etc., and if they have been used for other programs?
Sure. It was in a different context where the question was, what can we do now before we can get things like MMT adopted or JGs adopted? And the first point I was making was the hard stuff is, what do you do with the real abuses, right? So you have a program and you put a job guarantee program and you put someone in, and that person is a healthcare worker type, typically for someone who's very old and needs assistance. and this person sexually abuses the client. Our opponents are going to be looking for these types of things, and they're just going to blizzard with alleged horror stories. So one of the things that we almost never emphasize is that while we want a job guarantee program, we actually have to be able to fire people, right? There are things that should get you fired. There will also be entities, to the extent we use nonprofits and such, which most of us think would be a very good idea, where the entity is abusive, right? It'll engage in wage theft. It will inflate the number of people. It will treat people badly. It will discriminate against them. So we're also going to need a way of dealing with those kinds of things. And if you watched today's Supreme Court ruling, we dodged a bullet with some very specific findings by the Supreme Court, but it's likely that there's going to be majority that's going to increasingly say, if you have some religious view, you can discriminate against at least some classes of people. So we may even have to allow that, because the Supreme Court may mandate and say that it's literally unconstitutional not to be able to do that. My point is, none of this takes away the fact that the jobs guarantee, I think to many of us in the MMT community, is actually sort of the single most brilliant policy initiative. But there's going to be all this hard stuff along the way. So since we don't have a job guarantee program now, and since we got, for the first time, an administration willing to spend significant amounts of money, let's start with grants now that allow places that want to do it, right? So these would be in today's environment, the more blue states, to actually start experimenting with providing jobs in green areas, for example. And let's start working out the kinks. They're going to be mechanical kinks. How do we get the systems up so that we find the people, get them quickly into the jobs, right? But then there are going to be these nasty things that I talked about as well. Occasionally, you're going to need to fire folks. Occasionally, you need to bounce nonprofits out of the program entirely. Maybe you won't be allowed to bounce them out because they're discriminating on religious grounds, depending on how the case law develops. So let's start working out those problem areas, because we all know there's going to be a concentrated PR effort to destroy job guarantees forever by claiming a bunch of scandals. And people that are my age may recall the incredible hit job that was done on the IRS by Republican members of Congress, what turned out to be a whole bunch of made up stories about abuse. And to their shame, no surprise to many of us, Bill Clinton threw his own federal agency under the bus, and the IRS has never recovered. That provided the institutional change that brought in these various alleged ombudsman types that are actually pro the kleptocrat, and that changed IRS policies so that we barely audit the incredibly wealthy when they don't pay their taxes. So these hit jobs are a real risk. Let's start figuring out how to minimize that risk. That's the context of what I was saying.
Thank you, Bill. Anonymous wrote, how do we get progressives to stop reflexively defending their friends and favorite politicians and fight for truth on this versus dividing movements by cliques and affinity groups? The left is its own worst enemy because so many feel alliance to their friends and not the truth.
Very good question. So Anonymous is not Anonymous, the organization, right? It's the it's somebody who's anonymous here. Bill or June, would you like to take this one?
I can't, because in a bizarre small world thing, UMKC chose that moment to call me with some canned, recording. And so I actually didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Well, I'm laughing because in the academy, we all have our own fiefdoms. And one of my formative experiences is in 1996. One of my friends, Joan Williams, then a professor at American University, now at Hastings Law School, put together what she called a critical networks conference, as in critical race theory, and allied fields, to rally against Newt Gingrich. Right. And at this meeting of law professors, someone from the audience who was a white law professor from a not terribly prestigious school, got up and almost fumblingly and apologetically said, basically, what about the working class? And somebody on the, from a much more prestigious school literally shouted her down. You mean the white working class? And no, we're not going there, because basically to incorporate a class perspective would mean some of the people who have seats at the table, I have to share them. It was the most astounding thing for what was designed to be a creation of a coalition of the left. So, I think the academy is as bad as anyone else because we fight for our little spaces. And I can't tell you, when I moved out to the West Coast from the East Coast, I went to a meeting of the Bay Area group of, it was a feminist coalition. And I spent the whole time thinking that they don't think I belong here. And I kept thinking about why. I write about feminism. I teach feminism. My students think I'm a feminist. And I realized I don't put the word IST after my name. And therefore I wasn't a card-carrying member. I think the left is terrible about that. But, as opposed to a big tent. But I think the Democratic Party is not very effective, in part because it's a big tent. It does not enforce, it doesn't enforce anything the way Republicans do. So I'm torn.
So one of the things that we've certainly liked over the years with the broader MMT community is that it cut across all kinds of different things. Fadhel, you were referring to that earlier, the number of people from perspectives you might think would be opposed, who actually are quite strong supporters of it. And I'd also just mention the paradox. There are two groups that believe in the reserve army of the unemployed: unreconstructed Marxists and plutocrats. But the JG and this book that we're discussing does cut across and make the point. And again, family folks, scholar folks like June have made the point, but it's the lived lives of many people that we're talking to. This is just nuts. This is pure waste, right? An economist should hate waste, right? We're taught to hate waste. And this is an area in which we do great harm to the economy and great harm to people and great harm to the environment. The trifecta of screwing up. And so it would be really good to reverse that. And that's what the JG can do in all three of those areas simultaneously, move it in a constructive direction instead. So I never go around, bashing people because they have money in this regard, as long as they're not thieves. Now, there is a significant overlap. And those folks, I do bash.
Well,
not everybody.
I'll just add on the job guarantee thing here. The political spectrum is really interesting here because, and this is part of the American culture that people tell you, go get a job, right? Don't expect handouts. And what we're saying here is that, yeah, for people who do actually want jobs, there are no jobs in the private sector. So we have to have a job guarantee as this automatic stabilizer. So where the pushback usually comes in against the federal job guarantee is how are you going to pay for it, which Pavlina discusses in the next few chapters, and the MMT community answers that. And, will it change the nature of American society? Will it change capitalism into some sort of socialistic system? And those are really the pressure points that we can untangle in the next few months and the next few years to get the rest of the political spectrum on board with the job guarantee. Because every time I have this conversation with people who are really, really conservative, they say, yeah, of course we want people to have jobs. And they should have government jobs to build bridges and fix roads and conserve the environment. I mean, conservatives really like, especially in the Midwest, they really like their environment. So they want it conserved too. But then they say, how are we going to pay for it? The debt, the deficit, China, that whole thing that Congressman Yarmouth today, slam dunk explained. And then will this create a new culture of dependence on the government? Will this end the American way of life and all that? Which we all know it's really the shallowest of criticisms of the job guarantee, but it's a real thing that must be addressed. And this is really sort of a cultural transformation that we need to persist in this space and engage with people who want to support a job guarantee, but feel like this is a dangerous, slippery slope that will somehow take away your freedom and take away your American way of life. And I think we're close. We're slowly engaging in these conversations in a meaningful way. We just have to have more policymakers actually, because they have the big megaphones and they have the policy tools in their hands. So they need to, follow kind of their instincts and engage in these conversations. And I think this is the perfect opportunity. This whole national discussion about infrastructure and climate change and all of these transformative programs that we're trying to put in place, you have to address those aspects.
Well, and can I add to that? I gave a talk to the William F. Buckley group at Yale about the family. And I came in and I did a variety of studies about the change in the family over time. And the conclusion of sociologists that basically, who had a 50-year retrospective on the Moynihan Report, this is a diverse group of sociologists who said, basically the consensus view is whenever a society fails to provide a meaningful status for working class men, the family, with bad results for women and children, suffer. And this group, which was prepared to hate me, I might add, said, I had an elderly man say to me afterwards, I agreed with everything you said until you got to the end. And at the end, I talked about things like a job guarantee. And that sounded socialist. But Brad Wilcox, who is a sociologist who writes for the Wall Street Journal, very conservative, and Ross Dotot, who, the New York Times columnist, have both said multiple times that they view that as the core of the problem with the family, the lack of meaningful roles that confer status on men, and that has to come from employment. And I would add, I don't focus just on men. I think when you look at family stability today, we argue it comes from two people with incomes who are capable of trading off. But you don't have that endure unless you have a measure of trust. And if at any given moment that family unit is in danger of one person losing a job and becoming a burden on the other to the detriment of the children, the family cannot endure. And these conservative folks have really shifted for this notion, the David Brooks types, for this idea of rebuilding the fabric of society. I think if the job guarantee can be linked to that, embedded in the community, providing a meaningful role for both partners in a family, that's very powerful. and fits into conservative as well as liberal ideology.
One of the startling research findings, I think probably not so startling, but sounds certainly that, is that unemployed men in relationships do less work
In the house.
than fully employed ones who come, home tired, type of thing. And I think, Fadhel, in a variant of what you're saying, that the most threatening aspect of the job guarantee is to the right, is that empirically it can blow up the claim of laziness. That in fact there are enormous numbers of people who do want to work and find that they cannot do so. And as you and Pavlina emphasize, if you can't work, if you're unemployed, it isn't a little reduction in your future prospects. It's a huge reduction in your future prospects. And therefore, it's a huge reduction in the prospects of your entire family group.
Exactly.
Or even your ability to form a family group, right?
So, and to emphasize your point earlier, Bill, the experience that our colleagues had in Argentina in the early 2000s with their kind of job guarantee initiative, which Pavlina and Matt Forstater and others in the MMT community were part of. The surveys of the participants in the program were essentially confirming everything we've been discussing here. When they asked the participants, what are the things that you actually like about the program? And it was open-ended questions. So people listed, I'm learning new skills, I'm serving my community, my kids are being taken care of. And then fourth, fifth, maybe sixth down the list, and I get paid too. So it wasn't just a check. And that empowering environment that the job guarantee created allowed the communities to actually choose and design the program in ways that serves their own communities and build capacity within the most neglected areas of the economy of society. And once they've addressed kind of the immediate needs in terms of jobs and skills and childcare and food and all of that, the next thing on their list was health. We don't have a health clinic in this community. Well, wait a minute, we can't create a health clinic. We don't have the skills. We're not doctors. We're not nurses. So they started organizing to demand that the Ministry of Health actually delivers and builds health clinics in these most neglected areas. And now you have 2 million people organizing, demanding their right as citizens to have access to healthcare. That's a threat to all political parties, the entire establishment, which is eventually why the entire political establishment, left, center, and right, ended the job guarantee program in Argentina and replaced it with a basic welfare check, which was number 5 or 6 on the list. People didn't want the check. They wanted all the other things plus the check. They wanted to work and serve and build their communities. The other thing that, to emphasize your point also, June, was our colleagues in Argentina in the beginning of the program reported that, because this was a head of household program, so only one person per household, they limited so it was a truncated version of a job guarantee. It wasn't really a full job guarantee. So families had to choose who's going to be the person taking the head of household position. And in some cases, there were families that actually split up to take the 2 jobs that were offered by the job guarantee, either split up by declaring that they were separated or literally divorced so that they get the 2 jobs. But the majority of participants in the program ended up being women, with the men kind of fending for jobs in the private sector, hoping for better pay and things like that. So all the dynamic that you're describing, we've seen it before, and we expect it to be the case in a job guarantee program. If we implemented kind of the full platform with all the benefits, we'll see those benefits persist. And then finally, Bill, on experimenting with the job guarantee, I'm completely with you. There will be kinks that need to be sorted out and so on. I also can't help but remind all of us that the 1930s Great Depression New Deal program was organized by pen and paper, and it worked pretty well for the majority of the projects. So with the logistical capabilities, with the regulatory framework, with the standards that we have, what we need to think about, not just the funding of those programs, but actually restoring the regulatory supervising and role of federal and state agencies in managing the system. And I think your example of what happened to the IRS is a case in point. If we neglect the regulatory capabilities and then allow the abuse to happen and say, well, nobody was looking, and look at the abuse. So we have to spend on the actual programs, on the training, but also restore the regulatory and supervisory capabilities of state and federal agencies to avoid all of this potential abuse. And I agree completely with you that the other side is just waiting for one case of neglect to become the face of the opposition, and the message will be kill the whole thing.
And I think it's important to emphasize that these are not parallel. So, for example, take the charter school movement, and I will say Bill and I helped found the charter school. We're not totally on one side of this debate, but the best empirical work indicates 20% of charter schools are outright frauds. 20% are by former teachers who are really dedicated, and the other 60% are business types trying to make a buck. You never hear about that 20% that are outright frauds. It's not a public scandal. I went to a different conference this week that was on homeschooling, indicating that something like 30% of the parents who are homeschooling in some jurisdictions were being investigated by the school district at the time they withdrew their children from public school. You never hear about that. But you do have a machine that's out there to publicize things that go wrong with democratic efforts. And it's because, like unions, they would see this as a point of organization for party loyalty opposed to them. And so that, I think, is the single most difficult nut to crack, is that having this succeed would be extraordinarily threatening to the balance of power in precisely the way you suggest.
And I want to pick up on what you said about the management approach in the New Deal. Both of us study, management changes over time, the way they express the theory. And the fun thing is that the New Deal sounds exactly like the modern management literature. Do not be afraid to fail. Try. If it doesn't work, try something else, but keep going. That failure is in a particular program, in a particular application, is no reason to give up on the idea if it's a sensible idea. And we do have to keep that aspect, I think you're quite right, alive as well. Any system is going to have some scandals. You shouldn't give up because there are some scandals. You just have to be able to show that you respond to them in a way that you would consider prudent, because otherwise it becomes very much like modern day, right? Police officers, they abuse somebody in this jurisdiction, they get in trouble, they cause civil suits, they move. And they do it again and again and again and again. Doctors do this the same way. Lawyers who are abusive do the same way. There is a danger in any job guarantee system of the same thing happening. You just move to the next public job and you continue your abuse system. So, yeah, pen and paper can work, but to follow people, computers are useful too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the way you were describing Argentina, Fadhel, it sounds like from our modern society where everybody is in their own home, taking care of their own children, separated from, the community and their neighbors and everyone now, is on their tablet or their phone. It sounds like it brings the village back to society where everybody is chipping in, and there's more of a community where all the weight isn't falling on the head of the household or anybody else in the household. And so I like this. Um, Suzanne has a question.
If someone is fired for abuse, will they be prevented from obtaining another job through the federal job guarantee? And then also I had a question about something else that you were just saying. Oh my gosh, I don't remember what it is now. I was just typing it as you called me. Well, I'll think of it later and add it to the list if it comes back again. But how would I know abuse. Also, they're kind of tied together. Our abusive policing system, how would the federal jobs guarantee affect that? Would that improve in any way? So I guess my question overall is about abuse. Somebody that's not a police officer, somebody that's abusing an elderly person in a nursing home, would they be able to get a job, another job through the federal job guarantee program? And then how would the abuse, how would the federal job guarantee program affect abuse within our policing system?
Bill or June, do you want to take this one?
So that's really the point. I mean, you're asking the right question. That tends not to be covered in books of proponents of the job guarantee. And that's really my point. We're going to have to develop policies. And there is no perfect policy. Of course, you don't want someone to make one mistake and they can never recover. But a number of things, people are serially abusive. I mean, look at all the cases in athletics that have become public, right? And these will be more vulnerable, much more vulnerable people in many cases. So, you can't have a system where you get infinite bites. You can't just transfer the problem, so the Catholic Church with abusive priests, and you didn't fix anything. You just moved the priest to a different region.
Although let me emphasize what works. So first, with abusive priests, having spent 20 years at a Jesuit university where there were a number of talks on this, one of the things is that in the old days, the Catholic Church had a policy of never allowing priests to be alone with members of the public. You always had two priests. And that fell by the wayside as you got into the modern era, partly because you had fewer priests and partly because of a community orientation. But you need jobs. I mean, I think if a job guarantee is going to work, you need people who have failed repeatedly, who do not have job skills, who don't show up in time, who have a variety of issues. And so, again, if you're talking about people who are abusive, I think supervision is critical, and that, it requires more supervision. The second thing is there are very good programs dealing with recidivism. And I went to a talk on this and was really quite stunned that the most effective programs in dealing with prison inmates who are being released have halfway houses in which the prisoners now on probation take minimum wage jobs at places like McDonald's. And what makes the program work is that there's weekly drug testing because substance abuse is a major issue undermining performance. Now, with ex-prison inmates, if they fail, they're sent back to jail. But the members of the audience asked, find people willing to hire prison inmates? And the answer is, if we can guarantee they will show up and work a 40-hour week, we have lots of employers paying minimum wage who are happy to hire them. It is the regularity of the performance, structure, consequences, drug testing, those things matter. I'm not sure how you build that into a job guarantee, but that's what works.
Also, the net effects are critical to keep in mind. So one of the things that is likely to produce opioid abuse is being unemployed, right? Or only periodically employed. And maybe it, sounds like a cliche, but I assure you it isn't. With my criminology hat, it isn't. You have people who are abusing opioids, you will get a ton of small theft, right? That part is honest to God true. So you want to prevent those kind of things? Preventing unemployment is one of the absolute best ways of reducing all kinds of abusive behavior, right? So net, the job guarantee is just a program that sings, right? And you might even think of it as an a cappella group that has blends and has, wonderful melodies and harmonies. And by the way, June was teaching at Santa Clara University for roughly 20 years, which is a Jesuit institution, and had the best job title ever. She was the university professor for a couple of years for the common good. So doesn't get much better than that. It's very
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll just add to answer the question about will the job guarantee fire people and what happens in that system. I agree with you, Bill. We don't have in the literature specific language and detail that spells out policies. So there's room there for designing, for working out those kinks. But I'll tell you from my experience engaging in kind of public education on the job guarantee and the Green New Deal in the last few years in Appalachia, and listening to people who would be job guarantee employees, and this is what I learned from them. They say this sounds great, but you're giving me a guaranteed job with a living wage, but you're also setting me up to fail because I have mental health condition. I can't show up for those 40 hours a week consistently. So I'm going to be, you're setting me up to fail. I have no transportation. I can't show up consistently at, 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock. I have, all kinds of mental health issues, addiction, substance abuse, all kinds of issues that, if you just give me the job and tell me to show up for those 40 hours a week, I guarantee you at some point I'm going to fail. And then what are you going to do with me? You're going to fire me. And then I'm going to have that stain on my resume, a job guarantee that fired you from your job. No other, you see what I mean? So that's why in the last few years, I've been thinking even more intensely about the importance of this platform of multi-pronged policies that need to be introduced at once, in addition to the job guarantee or as part of the job guarantee, which is what we have in the Green New Deal platform, which includes mental health care, which includes childcare, transportation, all of these investments that need to be put in place at once so that we're not actually leaving people behind, so that we're not setting up people to fail. So as part of that mechanism, if somebody is part of the job guarantee program and they were part of an abusive, they were fired for abuse or something, they're not fired and then placed somewhere else or fired permanently from the program, never to be employed again, but they're placed in that network of services that will do the rehabilitation if needed. In some cases, there is a supervisory framework in which they can go back to a different kind of employment where they're always being supervised, or they're working with a mentor on a permanent basis for a certain number of months or years, or joining another training program, educational program. But the key is not to give up on people and throw them out. The key is to work with people as much as possible to truly transition into independent employment in the job guarantee program, and eventually, why not in the private sector? In some extreme cases, and I think there will be minor numbers, you may identify that this individual should not be working with people. should be maybe sitting at a desk with the supervisor sitting behind them or something like that. But it doesn't mean we give up on people in terms of guaranteeing employment. And I think if we have a system like this in place for a number of years, those numbers will get smaller and smaller and smaller, because we develop an ecosystem for society as a whole where all of that neglect and abuse that happens with unemployment, because unemployment is an abusive system that creates all of these negative consequences. Once we institute a program like this for a number of years, we'll minimize those situations, and we transition to a really much more sophisticated way of managing society and minimizing all these risks. So I agree. Running these experiments will help us fine tune and develop these policies. But I think we can also scale this up with the capabilities that we would have under a Green New Deal program. And then finally, just to emphasize also your point about the propaganda that will come from these, scandals, potential scandals. In India, when they introduced their rural job guarantee program more than a decade ago, one of the first things that came out on YouTube when YouTube was still new is these videos of corruption cases that have been filmed and reported and went viral and wanted to kill the program. Millions of people in India benefit from that program. But what kept the program alive was the fact that when the job guarantee program was introduced, it was introduced along with a very aggressive transparency and reporting, participatory democracy type of rules that actually allowed the participants themselves to check on who's being employed and who's getting paid and what the supervisors were doing. So the transparency allowed individuals actually to detect the cases of abuse, film them and report them. And as a result, when they went viral, people said, well, that's exactly why we had these rules, so that we know who's abusing the system. You can't expect the program to employ millions of people without a single case of somebody trying to cheat the system. Well, there we go. We caught them. So now we can keep going. So it's very important to have these built-in mechanisms to allow the program to be resilient to these external attacks that will want to throw the baby with the bathwater, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree. That's precisely why you need to experiment, and it's not going to be one policy that fits everything everywhere at all times either. So you're going to have to find that balance. I agree. That was the net effect that I was talking about. The job guarantee will make things much better. I also strongly agree about the need for the support networks. And indeed, I think that's one of our limitations in explaining the JG, is underemphasizing that setting you up to fail point. Now, the good news about the JG is that the constraint often is people. And so the JG can provide people who can provide emergency childcare, can provide transportation and such. But then the second thing is, it is going to make the programs seem more expensive. They'll actually be cheaper if they work, right? So the support networks such that you work, that's a more effective, cheaper for society program. But it doesn't seem like that to accountants, the way you do things. So we want to sell it honestly, right? In precisely the way that you've just described, is we're going to design a system to succeed, where regular human beings with our weaknesses in a broad range of variation that we come in as human beings, that overwhelmingly people can succeed in this system. And that will also, again, the real fear of the right is that if this is ever introduced, it will be so popular, it'll be unkillable within 3 years.
Let me jump in on something real quick. Bill, you said something very important, having nothing to do with the job guarantee, having everything to do with auditing and having the apparatus to do all that auditing and oversight and investigations into fraud on control fraud side, the area that we typically talk about together. However, within this space, we don't have social workers funded properly. We don't have the convict reintegration programs fully funded. We don't have mental health fully funded. We don't have a lot of things fully funded that before you ever even think about a job guarantee, you're walking in there. So when you hear the folks that are talking about, how do we create regulations? How do we create these things? It's one thing to write a law, but to not have the apparatus and the support structure in there to provide the full services Fadhel was talking about, it's extremely important. And I think we are very much a piecemeal society, sadly, and that we don't oftentimes think in systems and where all these things connect and all the handoffs. And from my vantage point, it's important to make the case that the federal government can afford to hire anyone it needs to hire beyond the job guarantee. I'm talking about in professional level roles to fill every one of these regulatory jobs, to fill every one of these support jobs. And that job guarantee suddenly starts shrinking because we've just massively hired people to support the public purpose. And I think Warren makes this point very well, that don't make the job guarantee be something that it's not. We can afford to hire professional care workers, people that work with the autistic, people that work with any number of things. There's no reason that we can't flood and fill full employment up in many ways through public spending for these higher level jobs that the private sector is simply not filling. So I think the danger here for me is when you hear guys like Cory Booker talking about doing a job guarantee pilot and things like that are not really, you're not going to be able to prove that anything. How could you prove a job guarantee pilot unless it was a specific use case on management or something like that? Because it's an automatic stabilizer paid for by the federal government. So you would need to have all these externalities as part of your pilot to make it a valid test case, unless you truly narrow down what you're trying to test in any one of these scenarios that we talked about. So for me, when I hear someone talk about, what if they're abusive? What if they get fired and stuff like that? I think that person has gone too far through the system and into a job guarantee when there should have been support services leading up to entering into the job guarantee, even that I don't think we really understand. We're still getting a hold of this idea that the federal government has no cash constraints. It creates money every single time it spends. So I'd be interested in a follow-up discussion on the external program support that it would take beyond the Green New Deal. I'm talking about just regular, everyday functioning society, public purpose functioning society that are not being currently funded or funded poorly to show the weakness of government. Can you talk a little bit about this fake, the government is incapable of doing anything, and so we underfund it, and maybe help people see the broader picture before the job guarantee?
Sure. Let me simply endorse the general point that all the key MMT scholars and non-scholars who've led this movement for decades, every time I've seen them do it, they emphasize the complementarity of the JG and MMT. And Warren is quite correct that it is that complementarity that allows you to get the full benefits out of the system and removes many of the seeming choke points. Second thing is, I want to emphasize, I am not bringing up the abuse as this needs to be our primary focus, or even a very substantial focus. I'm bringing it up for two reasons. One, because they will use it against us to try to destroy. But the second is there is a group of predators. And it isn't just because they were unemployed or their parents were unemployed, and they seek vulnerable people. You can see this, and we owe responsibility to the vulnerable people not to allow that to continue and to allow them to go from one church to another, the equivalent of one church to another, and keep repeating the abuse. Whether or not anybody used it as political propaganda against our programs, we owe a duty to people that cannot protect themselves. But that's a thing. That's, the bigger points are exactly what you two and Pavlina and, the folks for decades have been emphasizing. So I keep the eye on the prize, but I'm also a criminologist. And so I say this should also be a component of what we do, and that there's no obvious right answer as to a number of these things. So you are going to need to experiment, and you're going to need to have different strokes for different folks and different settings and such. And we need a program that allows that it isn't a single rule from Washington that covers everything because we're scared to death of any scandal. And our answer is paper.
Your biggest point that you brought up to me that I still hang on to, and I have expanded it beyond the scope by which you presented it, but I'm focused constantly on the lack of auditing, the lack of enforcement in financial regulation, and the ability to make a mockery of these big laws that are out there that people are violating left, right, and center. We simply don't have the support apparatus to prosecute and really go after. We don't have the will for it because it's been severely underfunded and it's been undermined at every level.
We're taught not to believe in it as economists.
Exactly. But in this particular case, though, as we go into the job guarantee and such, I'm challenging others to think beyond just the program, but to think about the idea that we, in fact, have to build that support apparatus. In other words, you're not just taking some guy out of max security prison that's just been released saying, here, go get a job, dude. Although the law will have them for vagrancy and for not having employment, they'll be thrown right back in jail because that's typically a part of their release agreement is to be employed and so forth. So I guess my point is that we underfund a lot of very important things and then blame the victim when they don't succeed. And I just want to make sure that we as progressives fighting tooth and nail for this policy realize that the job guarantee is not in and of itself the only thing that goes into this, that we've got to start getting bold, brave, and beautiful and not being terrified of hiring people at the government level to do these jobs. That's really all I'm saying, is that we need to start funding the support apparatuses as well.
In place after place, hopelessness is the real foe. And we have programs that can succeed in the proverbial real world. And that's precisely why they're desperate to prevent implementation. Not because they fear that it'll lead to whatever horrible, because they fear it will succeed brilliantly. And we cannot be people that allow the search for the perfect to become the enemy of the good in this regard. There's going to be, in jargon, type 1 and type 2 error. Get over it. We're humans. We're fallible. But this is an area where we have really good ideas that really can transform people's lives. And it's happening at a time, given the global climate disruption, where it's actually become imperative that we succeed and that we radically change how we approach things in a quick process. And so we need transformative ideas. And these are two, MMT and job guarantee, really transformative ideas.
Absolutely. I'll just add to what Steve was saying earlier is, and what Warren has said for many years, fully funding those universal public services should not be considered a job guarantee. It should be mainline government services and employment. And what we've done in this country in the last 30 or 40 years is to starve the beast and then say the beast is weak and can't deliver any of these services. And what we're talking about here is first fully funding those services, support services, IRS services, you name it, state and federal level. But in addition to that, introducing the automatic stabilizer. And I think, Steve, when I hear you say that, I understand. I'm also sometimes kind of allergic to these job guarantee experiments because I know where they're coming from and what they're going to miss. They're going to miss the automatic stabilizer feature. They're going to miss the macroeconomics of it. But what you could get from these experiments is what Bill was talking about, as in working out the kinks and highlighting the need for these other services to be fully funded and so on. But you have to have the political leadership that introduces these experiments to be fully cognizant of all of these dimensions. And what I haven't seen in a Cory Bush proposal is being fully cognizant of these dimensions, just jumping on the bandwagon of a public opinion polling that says the job guarantee is popular. So all of a sudden it's on his platform and he wants to experiment with the job guarantee. That's why I'm hesitant to say that the Cory Booker job guarantee proposal is the thing that I want to support fully, because it's not really engaging in these questions that we're having right here, and this conversation that we're having right here.
If you went into any conventional economic program, you would be taught helplessness, that the government cannot succeed. And then you would come out of that program, if you were like 99% of them, and you would create a self-fulfilling prophecy of failure by the way you approached any governmental program. That's why this, again, subverts. This is why they're so threatened. This is why you hear, oh, that's nonsense, instead of, well, here are 3 reasons why I disagree substantively with you.
Good call. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Tom has a question. I've heard worries that the rogue or hostile Fox nonprofits will use the process to organize AR-15 vigilant clubs or pro-life activist clubs or white history activist clubs, etc. How will we protect against that? And I think that you have answered that question, that we need provisions to watch over everything that is going on. I don't know if anybody wants to add more to that. Christopher, is Christopher here? Or should I ask?
Some of that will happen. Groups, strategic behavior is common. If there's money available, people will seek it for all kinds of purposes.
But we do also have money available now through federal grant systems, and we have processes whereby nonprofits apply for federal grants and state grants, and we have checks and balances and so on. So we're not going to completely reinvent the wheel and reinvent the system. We're just going to crank up the volume in terms of how much money will be available, but we'll decide, as a democratic society, what those priorities are. It will be environmental issues, it will be education, the care economy, after school programs, all of those things. And we put guidelines that say you can't form a militia. You can't, storm the Capitol if we have to.
Again,
and you always have, the federal government can always reject applications. You're not going to automatically fund all the applications.
Of course not. But, and again, You don't let the search for the perfect become the enemy of the good. But it's a true thing. So the far right, for 20 plus years, has deliberately sought to heavily influence police, to recruit them, to change them. It's not just in the United States. The Germans had to take their equivalent of SEAL Team 6 and largely disband it because they were mostly pro-Nazi, type of thing. So these are real things. You don't panic about it, but yes, you have to have systems that look for abuses.
As far as how the job guarantee is structured, would each community be able to decide what kind of jobs that they want? Like, would it go by county or would it go by state?
So this comes in the next, I think, couple of chapters in Pavlina's book. So maybe it will be discussed in more detail next week or the week after with Pavlina or Rohan. But I'll just say that there's different models in the literature, and there isn't a single standard that this is how exactly the job guarantee will be structured. And I think ultimately, when we have an actual job guarantee, it will be a combination of some of the funding for job guarantee will be going to state institutions, municipal institutions, nonprofit institutions, or federally created agencies for particular priorities, such as infrastructure or climate, or after school programs, or whatever, however we decide to structure this. So it will be a combination of these things. There's an advantage and a disadvantage in going kind of to an extreme decentralization of the decision-making process, because then you get into the militia extreme examples of a local county officials who want to use this money for a particular thing and call it a job guarantee. So there are ways to avoid that by keeping some of the control and oversight also in federal jurisdiction. So not all handed to local authorities to decide as they wish, but having a streamlined process whereby you can actually, deliver resources to local communities under certain guidelines and checks and balances and reporting and auditing. As I said, we do give federal grants to nonprofit organizations, community organizations, and they get audited by the IRS, and they have to report the results. So everything we're talking about is sort of in place right now. We just have to tweak it and fine tune it and fully fund it for the public purpose, for the common good.
And recall that the job guarantee is something that could be adopted in many nations, and that some nations are federal nations and some nations are not federal nations. So there's not, again, going to be one, Quran or Bible or Torah. They're going to be different approaches that folks take. And in general, that's probably good. In general, that allows us to try different things and see what works better.
Thank you, Bill.
Don't get paralyzed by the fact that there are going to be failures. There will be entire significant programs that fail in scandal. That doesn't mean you fix it, but it also means you don't say, oh my God, we can't allow anything to go wrong, so we're going to have the following 2 bazillion rules and sign-offs and triple sign-offs and such that you never get anything done.
Dozens and dozens of organizations fail every month in the private sector.
And it's called what? Creative destruction there.
Right. And not all of it is fraud. I mean, things fail. Organizations sometimes don't deliver what they expected to deliver.
Or even if they do, somebody else does it much better.
Right.
And puts them out of business.
Christopher has a question.
Okay, thank you, Ramona. This might be sort of concerning more of like a far future scenario that we all probably will not live to see, but I'm still interested in the mechanics of this idea, because I've had a few discussions with some other folks on the left, let's just call them that, about a future, sort of utopian social order that would be considered a moneyless society. And it's always been something that I've struggled to reconcile with the MMT sort of framework. So I'm curious. So my question is, what are the logistical limitations to provisioning a society, or perhaps the world, without using money altogether? Is there an alternative system that could be used to ensure that the needs of all are met, as well as our wants, without using money / credit / currency as a public utility for collective social provisioning? And just curious what you would say, Dr. Kaboub, or Dr. Black, the limits of this concept are through the MMT lens.
I think if we understand the concept of money from an MMT perspective, the short answer will be it's impossible. Why? Because you should think of money as a scorekeeping mechanism that we have in society. So can we still have a basketball game without the scorekeeping mechanism? Well, it wouldn't really work, right? It wouldn't be the basketball game we know. Can we have a society without contracts, written or unwritten? So in that sense, to remove the monetary system from the society that we live in would be impossible. And if you look at the early literature on the origins of money, the chartalist origins of money, and I think Randy Ray says it all the time. He says probably writing was invented to keep track of transactions, and that kind of removing the monetary system in the sense of removing the social relations, because we talk about money as a social institution, would be impossible to picture in my world. So I think I hear where the motivation is coming from, is getting rid of the profit-seeking motive, maybe getting rid of the how the monetary system is used to abuse and corrupt relationships in society. I get that, but I don't think you can strip this system out of the social relations that the monetary system creates. That doesn't mean we should keep the system abusive and keep the neglect in society. And what the MMT community has been saying for decades now is that we can use the monetary system to deliver for the common good, for the public purpose, and to give up the neglect that we're observing in our society today. So I'll just leave it at that.
I have a question I'd like to ask. This is from Curtis. He had asked about if any of your students have come up with new ideas about the job guarantee or new insights about MMT. And if so, what? I think they would be really interesting to hear.
I would say, students are really creative in kind of taking the literature, their understanding of, everything we've been discussing, and kind of saying it in their own words and communicating it in a way that make sense to their peers, a particular age group, a particular political part of the spectrum. So those are the things that I really enjoyed hearing from my students. And in some cases, I end up, using that approach in my own kind of delivery of this message. For example, many people in the MMT community will recognize the story that Bill Mitchell and Warren Mosler and others have said, kind of the metaphor about the job guarantee and the 99 bones and 95 bones and 100 dogs and the park and all that. One of my students, when she heard that, she said, well, this is kind of not the right metaphor. It's kind of nasty to say this about unemployed people, compare them to dogs chasing bones and things like that. She said, let's change this to an Easter egg hunt with 100 kids looking for 95 eggs, and kind of change the metaphor. And every time I used that in audiences, it was a pretty common sense idea that we never take those 5 kids and kind of put them in timeout or send them to a boot camp to train them on how to find those eggs and so on. So it's those little communication tools that I really enjoyed hearing from students who kind of absorb the literature and the major concepts and reintroduce them in their own way.
Well, of course, this book is the product of students. Some of the professors best known for work on MMT and job guarantees. So you're observing it directly.
Yeah, same here.
So Rebecca has a question.
This question has been floating around in my head a little bit, and it's more about more of a legal standpoint, I guess. Let me see if I can phrase this right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, the federal government doesn't have right to work across the board. As far as I know, it's state by state. Like I live in Texas, it's a quote unquote right to work state, which is a euphemism for them being able to hire and fire you at will, for no good reason at all. So how would the federal job guarantee deal with state-based labor laws like that? I mean, could they supersede those laws, or would they have to, I guess, negotiate their way through it?
It's different, it's not an override. It's a different program. The conventional economists I can't get across how much they love at will employment, right? They want employers to be able to fire workers for absolutely no defensible reason, and claim that job flexibility is one of the keys to success, because then employers aren't taking as big a risk when they hire people. And so, that's the magic from the perspective. So we can't take that on politically. That's like in the teeth of places like Texas, that's a political employer relationship where they view it as their great competitive advantage, and they view Texas as a big winner in recent decades because of that. So yes, you could override that through a federal law, but there's no likely political circumstances in the next 20 to 30 years that would produce that ability. But what the job guarantee does is remove a lot of that coercive power of the employer, right? So the employer is saying, I'm going to not only put you, but your entire family, maybe your extended family, in a position of economic disaster for all the reasons we've gone through about the terrible harms of unemployment. And so my leverage vis-a-vis you as an employer is extraordinary. The job guarantee will reduce that leverage very considerably. And by the way, in my career, through weird parts of statute, the head of my agency, who desperately wanted to fire me at the insistence of the 5 U.S. senators known as the Keating Five and the Speaker of the House, Jim Wright, all of whom were baying for my blood, couldn't, because of this weird statutory thing that in the particular setting I was, they could only fire me for cause, and there would be a public hearing. And it would have come out all of this, abuse of political power to fire someone for doing their job. Economists never think of the positive aspects of that kind of protection, except when it comes to themselves. And there it's called tenure.
I'm going to read this question. In healthcare, we don't even know how many new health professionals we need to hire in order to meet the patient's needs that are currently going unmet. We run shortages at all levels. It's my opinion we'll need to perform a nationwide community needs assessment in order to estimate how many new positions we need to fill and where they'll be needed. Can you tell us how legislation for federal jobs guarantee should be written? What would it look like to fund such an assessment? It's a good question.
Very good question. I think I always go back to the broader network of services that need to be put in place, and again to caution not to label everything under the job guarantee framework. That being said, the job guarantee could be one of the platforms that actually helps us transition into a better healthcare delivery system and addressing the neglect that we have on this front. The example that I'd like to use on this particular issue, the military trains medics in a very, very short amount of time, relatively short amount of time. They don't go to medical school for 7 years or anything like that. There's different levels from a few weeks to a year and a half worth of training, but they get trained really well to the point where they actually save lives on the ground and with very few resources in a battlefield type of condition. I think we can do much better than that in peacetime in the homeland, doing preventative care and doing a lot of the basic services, sort of triage of health conditions and basic healthcare delivery in every community, without it being run by the military, without it being run in a wartime type of environment. And use that as a platform for a national basic healthcare delivery system in every community, at least in terms of basic and preventative healthcare. That in and of itself will save us hundreds of billions of dollars over time in terms of conditions that will not develop into much more serious health conditions, much more, in some cases, fatal conditions and expensive conditions to treat later in life.
This is an example, though, of a place, an area you might want to experiment, right? So you might actually, since the armed forces do such an effective job of training, and this is in battlefield conditions, and this is trauma, right? This is extreme blood loss, typically. That, in addition to preventative care, trauma, intervention in the golden hour, so super quick response, is incredibly critical to saving lives. So I got no problem saying, if the Department of Defense does a great job of training people, train them. Be happy to have skilled people that know how to deal with trauma and who also do preventative stuff, right? But some people might really object to the armed forces having a role in it. To me, I'm on this, I'm just, in my view, pragmatic, but maybe other people would consider me unprincipled. I can see reasonable debates about such things.
Sure, and even if we don't want the military to do the training, we're talking about using the framework, the method, and the basic experience that the military has, and transferring that to the Department of Health, transferring that to other agencies that will take it and adapt it and perfect it for their purposes. But I agree with you. I did one of the COVID testing that we did on campus was actually logistically set up and organized by the military here in Ohio, and it was run to perfection. I mean, the logistical setup and the in and out within minutes, and it was well done. So there's some of that we can use in other contexts and during the pandemic, for example.
Thank you so much, Fadhel and Bill and June and Steve for being here and for answering all of our questions. We learned a lot. We really appreciate it. And thank you everybody for joining us.
My pleasure. And thank you for joining us, Bill and June also. It was fun.
Welcome, everyone, to Series 2 of our Book Club, The Case for a Job Guarantee by Pavlina Tcherneva. Tonight's Q&A covers Chapter 3, The Job Guarantee, A New Social Contract, and Macroeconomics, and Chapter 4, But How Will You Pay for It? I am honored to introduce Dr. Pavlina Tcherneva. She is an associate professor of economics at Bard College and a research scholar at the Levy Economics Institute. She specializes in modern monetary theory and public policy. Welcome, Pavlina. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Ramona. Thank you, Real Progressives. It's good to be with you again. And thanks for organizing this book club.
Raul has a question you may ask.
Good evening, Ramona, and good evening, Dr. Tcherneva. It's a great book. I bought it last year, and I'm looking forward to the sequel, if you have one ready. My question is, would the implementation of a federal job guarantee render minimum wage legislation redundant? If not, why is a national minimum wage still required? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Raul. Appreciate the question. As you know, we have argued that the job guarantee will help establish a labor standard. And I'm happy to talk more broadly about what that might involve. But the minimum wage is one key component of that standard. And the basic premise here is that no person who's working should earn below what constitutes some minimum dignified level of income. Now, we know that the minimum wage fails many people today. We have a minimum wage, but it's not enough. It's a poverty wage. And so if you imagine a situation where tomorrow the government puts in place a public option for jobs, a job guarantee, then that becomes a default. It becomes a standard for wages. Would that invalidate the minimum wage legislation? I think that they best work together, that the job is easier done with a minimum wage and with an employment options. In other words, the minimum wage will provide the kind of competition that we've suggested, right? If you've got folks working at $7.25 an hour, and then there's an option in their community locally to work at 15, then that will pressure the employer to raise the wage. We find this to be a desirable feature. But as you know, the political economy of these policies can be complicated. So effective way of moving forward is, in fact, to do it in tandem, to raise the minimum wage and put in place an employment option at that wage, which then really doesn't have to have this kind of, if you will, antagonistic relationship between private jobs and the public sector job. The private sector jobs simply have to raise the wage. And we see this happening often. Minimum wage ordinances local legislation, state legislation, raising the wage. Firms have no trouble doing this. They do it all the time. They do it overnight when necessary. So I think that support for the program and a firming up of the labor standard will be more effective doing both.
Thank you, Pavlina. Rob has a question.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Tcherneva. I have a question. Would a federal job guarantee include those who can only work part-time or have to take an extended leave of absence from their job due to medical reasons? If so, would they be eligible to collect Social Security payments in the times that they're unable to work?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for this question. So the way I think about the program is in the following ways. It's really not a narrow proposal just for eliminating unemployment. It's a policy that is situated within a broader safety net, a broader vision of what the public sector must do, needs to do, how to rethink the role of the public sector, the role of the kind of supports that we provide. And they take multiple forms. A job is just one piece. So the chapter that you listen to, chapter 3, is about a new social contract. And that chapter basically suggests that we have to think about the many different ways in which people experience economic insecurity. And it's not only the absence of jobs. So you can have retirement insecurity. So Social Security is absolutely part of the welfare safety net. Unemployment insurance is part of the safety net. This is not a program that replaces the current supports that exist out there. It's an additional program. So my argument in the book is that we really don't have a crucial piece. We have a way of thinking about other dimensions of economic insecurity. We don't do a terribly good job on all aspects, but we say, okay, young people need education. And so the public sector provides education. The elderly or people who have reached, the end of their working lives, they need income security in retirement. We provide that. We are slogging through this conversation about what it means to have health security, right? Healthcare security. We still haven't arrived to the answer. Even in the middle of pandemic, we are not providing guaranteed healthcare. But, when it comes to COVID, it kind of is nationalized care, right? So we are in this very slow conversation of rethinking of what, the safety net should be. But somehow jobs are always the afterthought, the last solution. And we don't have the direct solution for employment. I'm digressing a little bit from your original question, but if you look at how today we talk about jobs, we do everything in the name of jobs. An infrastructure plan, a family plan, the CARES Act, everything is done in the name of jobs. Even some of the language around the Green New Deal uses the notion of jobs as being sort of, a primary objective. But unless we're explicit that those are provided directly, it will be wishful thinking that jobs will be provided for all. So some people may need to have part-time employment. That was part of your question. And what we are trying to do with the job guarantee is provide an option, a public option that helps those who need to work. And, I'll give you an example. In my own community, we were doing an assessment of what are the social deprivations with some of my students this semester. And in my community, we have single parents. For them, that is going to be a major obstacle. Childcare is going to be a major obstacle to employment. So a job guarantee with a part-time option, mother-friendly, father-friendly, parent-friendly option, right? Flexible hours would be a component of the job guarantee. So the short answer is full-time, part-time option, and no, the job guarantee doesn't replace the safety net.
Curtis has a question. If local communities and organizations are the stewards of the job guarantee, how do we ensure equality amongst our communities, fully understanding our communities are far from equal with each other now?
Well, I'm not sure I understand fully what equality among community is. So when we talk about designing the job guarantee, we talk about specific local needs, locally created jobs, specific, not just social needs, but the people who might avail themselves and take those employment opportunities. So our communities are not equal in the sense that we don't experience economic problems in the same way. There is a diversity of economic deprivations. So I'll give you this example. I'll carry it with the example that that I used a moment ago. My students compared two communities in New York and tried to create green jobs proposals for them, this past semester. One community is one that had very high asthma rates. Children with, health problems, asthma rates that dwarf the national averages. Another community had people with mental health problems. So when we think about job creation, we need to know what we're dealing with. We need to know what kind of social needs we're trying to address. We also looked at demographics, right? The demographics. So in one community, there were a lot of young people of color that experienced unemployment. In another community, it was mostly, white women, again, single or, single parents. There were different demographics. Why do we need to know that? What we need to know that is not to stigmatize folks and say, oh, well, there are just a lot of delinquent youth and that's why this community doesn't, have enough jobs. But we need to figure out what are their obstacles to employment. So for young people, it could be GED, high school education. So when we think about job creation, we need to know who they are. What are their other aspects of life that they need to deal with so that they can take advantage of these employment opportunities? If another community, as I said, childcare is a major obstacle, then that's what we need to be thinking about. So I think equality of opportunity for me is provided by a guaranteed option that is available to anyone and everyone, wherever they may be. When we talk about obstacles to employment, the largest obstacle to employment is the absence of a job, right? That's the largest obstacle to employment. And so just providing that guarantee that when you go to the unemployment office, if you look for employment, you can walk out with an option that is local, that is accessible, that you can take advantage of.
Dateland has a question. If we get federal job guarantee legislation passed, will those employed by federal job guarantee have 401ks or some type of retirement plan?
The proposal doesn't include 401k. The proposal includes Social Security, and it includes for the job guarantee to provide healthcare, Social Security, and childcare. I think you have a point to say that Social Security is not adequate, right? That, for a lot of people, that's not enough. And many employers provide additional insurance. The federal government does the same. People who work for the federal government, there are like a couple of retirement plans that they have access to beyond Social Security. So that could be an option. That could be one way in which we can really strengthen our retirement system through the employment program. I mean, we have Social Security, but even that program doesn't work terribly well. I mean, it worked as well as you could expect. It's actually extraordinarily successful. But there are 4% of working people who do not earn enough or have work experience long enough to actually qualify for Social Security. So it's 4%, but we need to do better, right? We need to get. So I think that there are multiple ways in which we can strengthen the income security component of the safety net.
Tommy has a question.
I was just wondering, what do you think about the job guarantee, including and funding citizen science programs like Skywarn, Storm Spot-Airs, or COCORISE, which is a community collaborative rain, hail, and snow network we're volunteers right now. that measure precipitation, and it goes to help, the National Weather Service and groups like that, with the weather forecast. I was just wondering, like, maybe the job guarantee might be able to partner with nonprofits like that to pay people to create good science observations or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. That is part and parcel of the proposal. So the basic vision of the job guarantee is that we have kind of underserved certain areas of social public life, right? And there are countless activities that are important, valuable to the community that are not there, or as you just said, are done on volunteer basis. We have programs where we get children to plant some trees, right? And it's a sort of, volunteer project. And planting trees really shouldn't be a volunteer project. Right? That is critically essential. I think just recognizing the kind of climate problems that we're faced with, there is just so much work that we need to do. So, trees are, the lungs of the city, if you will. They are absolutely important, critical urban infrastructure, rural infrastructure, and on it goes. And so in that sense, yes, these are perfect examples because they tend to be things that don't have profit return, right? The weather is not a customer for us, right? The weather doesn't pay, a price of your weather service, and we can't monetize it. But we have to do it because it's part of our livelihoods. And you do it with your communities and on volunteer basis. And so one of the proposals that I had written up before the book came out, and I also discussed a little bit in the book, is that, the job guarantee is public service employment, but how is it delivered? And one of the most effective ways in which it can be delivered to the community is, in fact, connect to stakeholders and people who are already there and doing important work. And they have the know-how, they have a good awareness and understanding of the specific problems. And we simply mobilize them to do more and do better. And, you hear these stories, I'm sure you can share similar stories of how, when you do it on volunteer basis, you just, some people are really overworked in the sense that they can't quite meet the mission of the project. An example would be, enrichment programs and after school activities in a urban community in a poor neighborhood that desperately needs them, but doesn't have enough because we are counting on programs being done on volunteer basis. And my proposition is we need permanent infrastructure. We need permanent infrastructure. We need partners from all walks of life, the nonprofit, the cities, municipalities, all aspects of civil society that can participate in the delivery of the projects and the creating of job opportunities. I think there is something to be said about having a public sector infrastructure that is local on the ground, that are public, if you will, institutions that are art centers, right? Environmental, groups that are, permanent and can provide employment, following, basic sort of procurement standards, federal standards. But my feeling is that if we really want this to happen on a large scale in every corner, in every community, you've got to use all the help that you can get. And the nonprofits are extremely important because they're there. They're trying to fill that gap that the public sector has left open, and the private sector has no mission to fill.
No, it's not profitable. Mark has a question.
Hi, Pavlina. How are you?
Hi. She's doing well.
Thank you so much for being here. It's been a concern that I run into all the time. And in fact, we had some people talk about this last week, but there's a concern about people in the job guarantee not being able to be fired. And in fact, I get it so much that my standard answer is to make it number 26 and link to your FAQ page. You had such an elegant answer to that, tying in with the jobs that are fit to the person. And I don't want to take this wind out of your sails, so go ahead and tell people about your thoughts on firing and the job guarantee program.
Yeah, this is, the problem is with the word guarantee. So I'm gonna make a little digression in a moment about why that should not scare us. But the basic point is the job guarantee job is a job like any other. Like somehow people think that this is some other program that's the current predominant framework of thinking about dealing with unemployment is a charity model, right? That this is a handout. And so because that's the conventional paradigm, when people see a job program for the unemployed that is provided with a guarantee, a standby, they're also thinking, well, it's just no strings attached. But the job is a job, right? It's just, you just look at any basic organization, its functionality. Like we don't provide income for no work or for being, ineffective, not showing up for work. So of course, if you don't show up, you don't get paid, right? If you don't do the work and you don't perform, you don't get paid. And this is again like this false understanding that somehow people will go into the job guarantee, they'll kick their feet, and they're just going to be collecting a paycheck. They'll do some minimum necessary, requirement for the job. I think this is just ideology. It's just not how it works. I mean, we have done this before. We have created countless public service employment projects, and if you just follow the example that I just gave, like, are we really saying that people who are checking the weather and rainfall are, if you make this a formal job, they're just not going to do it? Of course not. They will be doing it because that's a useful, valuable. It has, work is so much more than just the paycheck. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people who can't quite envision what a job guarantee would look like are imagining. Somebody going in and not, caring about the works that they are going to be doing. And we don't see that evidence of that anywhere. Right? We have lots of jobs programs for young people, for people with real trouble, former inmates, like people want jobs. They really want to do well and to do good work. So I think that has always been a very strong ideological argument. But the point is, if somebody doesn't show up or they're disruptive, they get fired. Now, in that number 26 question answer that I provide, I think I also was raising the question, well, why is a person not successful on the job? Right? Maybe we should be thinking about that. If somebody is having trouble keeping up basic hours, working hours, what is it? You know what happens in the private workplace. If you don't perform according to specific criteria, you are out. If you're on Amazon and you take a 16-minute break, not a 15-minute break, you're out, right? You can't go to the bathroom. That's not what a job guarantee is, right? That doesn't punish people because they don't perform like, a cog in a little conveyor belt or in a little, machine. The job guarantee is public service. We serve the public, and that includes the people who are working. And so if a person is having trouble being successful in the job, we want to know why. So it could be young people who are having trouble, at school, they may be transportation issues. They may be childcare. Yes, they may be substance abuse issues, right? These are legitimate things. We want to understand what that is and the care economy, that vision of providing employment and providing service says, well, we connect people with the kinds of support they need to be successful in what they want to do. They've clearly shown up at the door, and they're asking for an opportunity. And so I just really like to think in these broader terms. And my experience tells me that those questions tend to come, I think, from folks who are not quite able to see the difference between the public option from conventional work, right? That we need to make this intellectual leap to be able to truly envision a different workplace, a different way of doing things, right? So that's one. But let me just take a little digression about the guarantee part. I run against this very often. What is, the job? How could you be guaranteeing a job? There are no guarantees, right? That's, the government should be guaranteeing anything. And the government guarantees everything. Like, that's one thing most people don't understand. The government guarantees so many things of our economic life. Like, just think of basic contracts, right? If you think, Amazon or, DARPA or these mega NASA projects are going to be undertaken if the government didn't guarantee that the funding will be there. If the government said, well, we'll give you a little bit of money, but maybe some of it is not going to come forth, right? Or the project can go bust and then we won't pay the rest of the bills. That doesn't happen. Yeah, we know that projects go bust all the time. Right? We know that. But procurement is a guarantee. Every government contract is a guarantee. Okay. Actually, you can think of public guarantees in 3 different ways. One is in this sense, that you have guaranteed finance. And that obviously connects to the next chapter, right? The understanding of the public purpose, the sovereign currency system. We guarantee finance, we guarantee contracts, but we also guarantee certain services. Not terribly well, but there are public parks, right? If you want recreation and you're able to access it, it's guaranteed. We have not closed the doors and said, you got to pay a ticket and this has to be done for profit. And, we have to maintain the park so that there is a ticket. But what I'm saying is that there are many natural trails and parks, and they are, public spaces we enjoy because in a sense they are guaranteed, right? And they're not provided in sufficient number, but that is part of the public function, isn't it? And so we don't quite think about that very much. Libraries. Do you want to go and get a book? That's kind of guaranteed, right? You can always find a library. And libraries now are not just a place for books. They are also an incredibly important resource for, people who are looking for work, for the homeless. We understand they are a crucial institution. That's guaranteed. Education is guaranteed, right? So these are what we call public options, okay? Then you also have other guarantees, and those are price guarantees, right? So I talk a little bit about that, I think, in this chapter, but those are guarantees for, the price of gold, right? So it's really the price of the currency in terms of gold, but when you flip it around, it's actually the price of gold, right? A gold standard regime is a price guarantee for a piece of shiny metal, right? It has a price that the government guarantees. And so the buying and selling of gold and currency is securing that price. We guaranteed the price of commodities. I mean, you guys are so well versed in all of this. You've listened to these so many times, but you know the example of commodity buffer stocks, the buying and selling of the commodity so that we can set the price. Now, if you look a little bit how prices are set today for agricultural commodities, we still have some buffer stock features, and we have and other models, but it's a subsidy. Government, again, guarantees. So guarantees are everywhere. But somehow, when we talk about labor, that becomes kind of a radical idea. And I think the question that I raised in that book is, which is the most important price? Like, can you tell me which we think is the most important price in the economy we need to guarantee? We guarantee the price of money. That's interest rates. We guarantee, you know exactly what the interest rate is going to be, right? The benchmark interest rate is set. It's a price. It's set by government. It's guaranteed. There's no mystery. When the government raises the price of money, we know what it is. But it's guaranteed. And somehow we don't guarantee the price of labor. We think we do that by the minimum wage, but as we well know, that is not a price guarantee. If you don't find the job, you can't enjoy the price guarantee. So you have to have both a price guarantee and an employment policy. You got to have somebody buying and selling bonds so you can fix the price. You can guarantee the price of the bond, right? You need to have somebody on standby buying and selling the commodity so you can guarantee that price. So we do it all the time. Gold, right? Other commodities, but not for labor. Is there a better price than the wage work? Is there a more important, socially important price that we need to guarantee? And I want to acknowledge it's not all labor is paid labor, right? We also have a lot of unpaid labor. So we have to think very seriously about how we guarantee the support for labor and the minimum support for labor, whether it's paid or not paid. But in the market for paid work, that's a commodity, right? Labor it's a fictitious commodity. It's a fake commodity, as Carl Polanyi talks about it. But when we have a system which buys and sells labor, we don't have a guarantee. I think that is really, apart from the economic arguments why that's not necessary, I think it's a bankrupt model. Have not economists done better? We should be able to have better models and ideas in economics that don't rely on natural rate of unemployment or low wages for market efficiency. I mean, that just is on so many levels, right? Bankrupt. I'm going to stop here.
So true. Nicholas has a question.
Hello, Pavlina. It's an honor to ask this question to you. A lot of your work has actually inspired a lot of my passion for the job guarantee. So I'd like to thank you for that beforehand. But before, I think I already have a probably somewhat of an answer to this, but this is something I want to see your perspective from. One thing that I often get asked is, how do you find meaningful jobs to do with the job guarantee program? I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, I mean, meaning is such a subjective thing, right? Nick, thank you so much for this question and for asking it. It's very much a subjective thing. We can't legislate meaning, right? I don't think that I can possibly propose a policy that will say, well, this is going to be guaranteed meaningful job. But what we know is that it works the other way. That if you guarantee a job, that in and of itself provides meaning, because we just survey people. We know how they respond, how strongly they relate their overall well-being, their purpose of life with what they do. And, this is not a false ideology of advocating for, paid work, slave wage society. It's not that. That is part of the human condition. We work. That's what we do. Whether we're in capitalist society, pre-capitalist, whatever society, we work. We support each other. We produce so that we do well, our children do well, our communities do well. That's work. And so what has become problematic is that in the modern world, work has been commodified in this very artificial way, but this is where we're at. Work has been commodified and has been commodified under very difficult conditions in some sense. So the people who work in the low wage jobs tend to have the least amount of self-determination in the workplace, right? For them, the employment opportunity is very important, right? But it's not the kind of empowerment or that they feel through the job. And yet what happens? They organize, right? McDonald's workers organize. They organize against sexual harassment. They believe that the workplace is a good place to be and it should be better, right? Yeah, there are people, middle-class folks who work some jobs that they don't feel meaning and purpose, and they're just doing it because they know they need to bring home the paycheck and they don't believe in what they're doing. And that's again about how we self-determine. What is our capacity to influence our workplace? How do we democratize the workplace. So that's a different conversation, right? Because it's also about the work in the private sector. In the public sector, you see the principles are somewhat different because we are not chasing you for specific narrow definition of productivity, right? We are not saying, well, why did you plant, only 6 trees when you should have planted 7, right? Like people, like that's not the criteria. What we do is we, hopefully, right? That's the aspiration that because it's public service, we think about it in this engineering sense. Like, what is the problem to solve? Well, our community has lead pipes. So, when can we check all of them, right? Like, how long would it take? How many people would it take? And then we check the box. Did we fulfill the mission? Would that be meaningful work? I think yes, right? To be part of a project where you go and make sure that there are, folks who are not drinking from lead pipes, I think that's meaningful. Are you afraid for your job because you checked only 5 pipes and not 6? I mean, of course, you can always have a poorly run program. You can always have somebody with a board, coming and monitor. Of course, that can happen. But I think our general experience is such that people are engaged in socially useful projects. I think that the meaning of work has been robbed by the model of, private profit-driven employment. I think that has been the issue, right? The bullshit job argument of David Graeber. I think that is predominantly an argument about private sector work that invents work for the sake of, not for the sake of a public purpose, but for the sake of. So again, as I said, we want to recognize, any program can be run very poorly, but the philosophy behind the project is different. So, I think that it's a long answer, but I hope that helped.
I have a question. So if we have a public sector of jobs, right? God willing, we have a public sector of jobs and people are finding meaning in those jobs. They're able to help their communities. They're able to advance their communities. And so people start leaving the private sector to go to the public sector. What kind of shift does that create and how do we manage that?
Yeah, it's a multi-layered question. So, I don't see there's anything wrong with that, right? If people want to do more community work, that is a people-driven paradigm shift. I don't want to produce sneakers, I want to plant trees. Does that presuppose somewhat different market mechanism? Potentially. I don't foresee in the near future, some mass exodus from private sector employment into the public sector, right? I don't foresee it. But could the public option do that? For some, yes, I think that can happen. I think that this is very much a question about the structure of the economy and how that is evolving. I don't have a good answer except to say that the private sector itself is evolving, right? It itself is engaged in production that is changing, right? We have, technological production. We have, technology affords us new ways of living our lives, right? New ways of living, new ways of enjoying it potentially, right? It creates new needs, right? New things we want. And so there is a certain kind of logic, internal logic to that dynamism and private sector job creation. And maybe some of it is not great, not the one we want to encourage, right? If a lot of it is based on waste, then we definitely don't want that logic to carry forward. So there needs to be other work and there needs to be other policies to address that. The waste, the mass production, the absence of sufficient recycling, right? That waste of and the environmental destruction, that presupposes different structure of private sector activity. So I don't think that's the job of the job guarantee. I think that the job guarantee can very much facilitate the green transition, which is why it was a piece, very important piece in the green strategy. And that's the last chapter. You can read that later. So, and I talk about how it's, there are three different meanings of the job guarantee in the climate package. But the job guarantee is almost, if you will, small relative to the scale of the problems that we are facing, but has so much potential, the seeds of so much transformation that can occur in the economy and the labor market.
Pavlina, I've heard of several things that surprised me. You always talk about all the ways that we can care for each other and the planet, that the limit is basically our imagination. And recently, a few months ago, Fadhel Kaboub said something about, our main job during the pandemic was to stay healthy. The idea being that even that can be a job guarantee job, staying home and taking care of your family. And the other thing that it makes me think of is something Steve Grumbine always talks about, which is the job guarantee as a democracy enhancer. That because it's locally administered, your community gets together and decides, what jobs do we need? It could be town halls or however, it would encourage people to participate. It's an exciting idea to participate. So I would like you to address those questions, like the range of jobs that we aren't thinking about yet and how we determine them.
Yeah, these are really, really great questions. So maybe I'll start with the democracy enhancer question. That, look, we are, in many ways, I feel this is a bit of a Western conversation that we are alienated from each other. We're separated. We live in our communities, but we're still apart. Like, if you look at different contexts and different cultural contexts, people live very close together. And there is like communal relationship that our commodified life has, we don't have that, right? So when you think about participatory democracy, I immediately think about, the largest job guarantee in the world, India, right? Where, the local village forum, like, councils getting together in a big open space and they hash it out. And they're like, okay, we have a job guarantee. The government provides money for rural employment. What do we do? What does the community need? They make the decisions together. They just distribute the jobs. The Department and it's a rural employment guarantee. The Department of Agriculture cannot tell them you can't do this project, right? They can't actually, go against the will of the community. So participatory models have been there on and on and on. The one I talk about in my research is Argentina. That's the one that I observed. Again, you just give people an opportunity and they build the connections, they build the network, they build the groups. We know this through our volunteer life, right? So now imagine this on a larger scale when we actually have a public policy that does that. There is another way in which this is a democracy enhancer. It's a democracy in the private working place. So it's not just in the community with the jobs that we can create, but also in the private working place. Like imagine what would be the job of a union if you don't have to face the threat of unemployment. I think that structures fundamentally the way the economy works and the way you negotiate, right? That we have an economy at full employment, tight labor markets for a number of macroeconomic conditions, right? But reasons, but the job guarantee is one of them. And the job of the union, I think, is better. The job of the person who, wants to ask for the next promotion is better. The job of the person who, can resist, somebody who steals their wages. That it changes. I don't want to oversell it. You need to do a lot more to do democracy in the workplace. but it does change certain things in fundamental ways. And then the care economy, I mean, that is, I think that this is basically it's not just a framework, but it comes from an understanding of what work is in principle, right? The work in principle as a human condition is a work that we do for others, right? We don't do entirely for ourselves. Right? There's no such thing that you do something entirely for yourself, right? You do for your family, for the community. So it's really how people see themselves, right? And that it's an understanding that, I actually can't do so well without others, right? I can't pave a road. I need to go from here to here. I cannot pave a road. I depend on people to come and pick up my trash, right? I depend on somebody to monitor the medication that I'm taking, right? To check the quality. I depend. So, I mean, this is ideology, it's a part of, it's not just ideology, but it's a way of understanding the world. So then once you understand it that way, then work becomes not an end in itself. It becomes the vehicle through which we care for each other. And so then we say, well, which part of our daily life are difficult, challenging? Where do we see greatest obstacles? So, what do people need? They need a roof over their heads, right? The basics. So, the food, accessible food, safety. And so we seem to fail on the very basic premise, like basic care fundamentals. We have shiny phones. We have fantastic toys for our children, right? Some of us, others who don't have income don't, but typically, right, we have lots of, phenomenal technology on our fingertips, but we don't have the basics. And so when we rethink what life is, human life is, and how we can reorganize it, then we understand that the things that matter are in fact the things that don't always generate commercial return, or do not exist because of the commercial return, right? They in and of themselves are not, there because somebody can make a profit. It just so happens that somebody can make a profit because they're absolutely essential, right? Right? And we have structured the economy to exploit that human condition, right? So anyway, this is a big picture view, but from the point of view of a job guarantee, it just says that if there is a broken sidewalk or there are not enough handicap accessible roads, we just do them, and that improves everyone's life. So I use this example all the time. Walk down the street in your neighborhood and tell me what drives you nuts, what bothers you, which trash, which broken. The abandoned building, you look at it and you say, well, why doesn't somebody clean that up? We have not decided to care about those things.
Thank you, Pavlina. Marcelo has a question. Would it make sense to make household jobs, parenting, taking care of old, sick family member, be made eligible for federal job guarantee? I hear some people saying it may risk institutionalizing patriarchal social roles and put women at a disadvantage?
Yeah, thank you, Marcelo. I will say that the job guarantee is paid wage work. That I wouldn't say that a stay-at-home parent is a job guarantee job. Okay. And I want to say that for me, it's extremely important that we have policies that support caregivers. And I use in my book examples of what those policies are. There are policies for caregivers. Okay. The government pays. I just wouldn't do it as part of the job guarantee, which is still something, this is still wage work, right? It's, it's kind of market work, but, public sector market work. So the line is blurred there. But for example, in the US, we have a program for veterans, caregivers of veterans, that they do basically get paid to live and to support their disabled veterans. A similar policy could be provided for a caregiver. I strongly believe in this. There are universal child support policies, cash grants for children around the world. I think that's important. When I was growing up, my mother used to get a check because she had 2 children. Okay, it helped, and I think that is universal childcare. Would be one way of doing that. I think we have to recognize that our safety net must support people who are able to engage in paid labor market work and unpaid work. We have to comprehensively support them. But at the same time, I also worry about the gender implications of this. Who takes the job? Who stays at home? When we do parental leaves, we talk about parental leaves, but they're not equal. Maternal leave is longer, paternal leave is shorter, right? That already institutionalizes certain gender norms. It comes from gender norms, but it reproduces them. Why don't we have equivalencies? Why can't fathers take the same kind of parental leave as mothers? And thus, at least have allowed the conversation in the household to change so that one partner can say, hey, you have 3 months too, right? So in that sense, I think we need to think very carefully about what we are providing money for and how we are providing it, so that we can also provide a way in which gender norms can come apart. But I think the job is one way in which the gender norms can come apart, because many women stay and take care of children for absence of lack of jobs, and they are the buffer of the family. So when you have a job guarantee, that already levels the playing field in certain ways, especially if you have parent-friendly jobs, where, the caregiver who has stayed at home now can say, well, you know what, I can do part-time and I can go and work. Now it's not even an option, right? When you have mass unemployment, you say, well, I just decided to stay at home. Well, that's not really a voluntary decision when there's shortage of jobs. So gender norms are structured because we do not provide enough employment for everyone and enough well-paid employment for everyone. So we want to remove this. I mean, we also know that women bringing home a paycheck, changes some of the calculus within the power dynamics within the home. And so if families, I'm not saying everybody needs to be working, man or woman, that everybody has to be in the paid market. But if that's the conversation within the household, it can be done on somewhat more leveled terms if you have the guaranteed option. So, we have many ways in which gender norms play out in the labor markets. Again, I don't want to oversell it, but it's a floor. It's a very basic kind of opportunity that was missing before that can provide some empowerment for women.
Thank you, Pavlina. One of our attendees is asking, a new social contract should include the entire concept of redefining work and provide a counter to the capital. How do we message this when so many have been brainwashed into the UBI concept and not realizing the hell of gigifying our entire economy? The precarity is a way of disciplining labor. So how can we message this?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, the first thing is, I think, that we just have to resist this narrative of the loss of jobs. I think that it's fundamentally UBI is very much predicated on an acceptance, on a surrender that precarity is going to be with us. And I don't see a good reason why we need to accept this. And especially when I hear it from progressives, it just blows my mind. So imagine, industrial revolution, right? The immiseration, the mass unemployment. And then people say, well, the machine is here, right? The steam engine is here. There's nothing we could do, right? This is it. That's not what people said back then. They fought, right? They fought labor laws. They fought with, blood and bloodshed and with all of the, all of the violence that came, but they also fought subsequently, right? I mean, I'm not an expert on labor law, but when you look at labor law, it has been moving forward one step at a time, providing protections, reducing working hours, establishing a minimum wage, controlling child labor, right? Eliminating child labor, and on and on and on. Fast forward, we now talk about, the Disability Act and discrimination, equal pay. I mean, we go one step at a time, thinking about the many other ways in which we can improve our working lives. But somehow, the UBI philosophy is that there's nothing you can do. It's a technological Armageddon, and precarity is with us, and capitalism sucks, and there's nothing we can do. And, it's a policy of surrender, in my view, in that respect. Now, when we look at the major strides in employment relations, again, I think the New Deal is a really good watershed moment, because while we had labor laws in the 1800s, as labor was being commodified, right? The Great Depression was quite radical for the time. And we made major improvements. Since then, we haven't done such major improvements. And in some ways, we have kind of fought back against unions, so we have regressed, right, in certain aspects. So where's the next big commitment to working people? Because they're not going to go away. Whatever you hear in terms of the rhetoric of the robots marching in, working people are not going away. And we need to be very actively thinking about what it means to be working. So I think for me, the conversation is about reshaping the future of work is not, dealing with the robot. It's reshaping, dealing with management. That's the future of work. Dealing with management and dealing with unemployment. And so the job guarantee as a new social contract is, yes, it's employment for the unemployed, but it also is a new way of democratically organizing work, prioritizing social needs, not, prioritizing the environment, the things that are neglected on the long term. And it also says something very concrete. It says we will not have a system where whoever's working will not have basic benefits and protections. That's our gold standard, and that's the one we're going to be defending. So I think one way to just resist this is just simply say no, like don't accept the premise of the analysis. The other argument I think that I hear from UBI is that, we are just perpetuating an ideology of wage slave labor, right? I think you've referred that. And, to me, that is also so devoid of historical context that we change, this is, we come from a place and we go to a place. We came from a place that didn't have wage labor. Okay. Is this the sort of ideal that we're looking for? The feudal society of landed peasantry? Is this what we're talking about? Like, where's the model of non-wage labor that we're aspiring to? Like, what are we looking to? Right? I don't know. I don't have an answer. But we are here. We are in a society of wage labor. And I should recognize that in the developing world, it's not as formalized as here, right? There are huge informal sectors in the developing world, right? They don't have the kind of rapid commodification that we saw in the industrial era. And then the rapid welfare state that we saw in the 30s, right? A lot of countries, poor countries that still have, agriculture, familial production, they have commodity work. But the scholarship from South Africa emphasizes the importance of wage work to formalize these informal relationships, and that in the informal sector. So they actually are saying we need to be thinking about formal ways of working and supporting work. They're not saying forget about wage work and let's just give basic income, right? So it's very interesting, like what people's understanding of going forward is. Like for me, my understanding of going forward is changing the terms on which we provide paid employment, the way we support people in their work through employment and through the broader safety net. But then, of course, that presupposes a different, production model. If you tip the economy that produces for social need and environmental need, that's a different also paradigm, right? So, but it's a step in that direction, right? I don't see in any shape and form how people who could be provided universal basic income somehow are going to get from here to there. Like that, I don't see. I hope that was clear.
Very clear. And how does the job guarantee work with the Green New Deal?
Well, I mean, it really depends. If you read the language of the Green New Deal resolution, there are multiple uses of the job guarantee. And the first one is the guaranteed union employment, right? That if we're going to be building solar panels, wind turbines, whatever, like the work is going to be union work. And it will be commensurate with, people's skill, experience, and past wages that they may have lost, right, from fossil fuel production. So it's that kind of guarantee that the transition is going to be as equitable as possible in the labor market. The second guarantee is actually an income guarantee, early retirement for especially people in the fossil fuel industry, mining. But should they need employment, they will be provided employment with commensurate wages, similar wages. And the final is the public option, the one that I've been talking about and the one that I've been writing about, that the basic standard, the basic job, that no one will get a job that is not minimum 15 plus these benefits that are listed in the Green New Deal resolution. It's the floor. And it's a comprehensive strategy, right? It's not just one program. I think that's the way to go. I think that that's absolutely correct, that a Green New Deal is an all hands on deck industrial policy. It requires every and any level of skill, expertise, wage, resources, know-how, etc. It does require big public investment. Perhaps it requires a significant socialization of investment, meaning that the public sector does and perhaps even owns the investment, right? But the public job option, the job guarantee is somewhat different. It really deals with the most vulnerable. It says, if it's going to be an inclusive society, we will not allow anyone to go without an basic employment opportunity. So that would be the way I would think about it.
Ralph has a question.
The federally funded, locally implemented model, I think, is probably the right one here. The problem is that we've got that going in a number of different areas currently, Medicaid being one of them, and support for basically children with disabilities is, learning disabilities, and that is another. And it tends to have a lot of local nature associated with it. And that tends to be biased by people that believe government should be doing these things, and other people that believe that, if you can't monetize it, commercially, it's not really important. How would you address that? And one other thing I would appreciate your enlightening me on is you made the comment that you don't see unemployment insurance going away. And I don't understand that, because I would think the job guarantee would fully eliminate the need, for unemployment insurance. I'm not talking about welfare, or SSDI or something like that, but, unemployment, insurance as it currently exists.
All right. Let me start with the second one. So I don't see it as as a replacement. I really would not want to see a job guarantee either as a replacement of unemployment insurance or as a condition of unemployment insurance. So I just want to be very clear about that. And the reason is the following. There may be circumstances where people cannot take employment immediately after they have left one employment opportunity. And perhaps the temporary income support is the appropriate solution. If we're really, talking about choice, I think that we need to have both, because otherwise it's not really a choice. You absolutely have to take the job guarantee. You must. There's no other way. And I think in that sense, it's not truly voluntary. I think that the unemployment, the jobs program will reduce the need for those programs. I would prefer to see a change in anti-poverty programs that is natural, right? From the way that, we have redesigned or improved the public welfare safety net. So if people are in poverty because their employment doesn't give them above poverty income, let the job guarantee raise the floor for all, and then, invalidate, the need for these programs. Like, it just naturally, that will happen. And so if a person doesn't want unemployment insurance, but knows and understands that there is an employment opportunity, they go to the unemployment office, right? So that's my proposal, that we just transform the unemployment offices to jobs banks. And of course, this, is not really physical anymore. A lot of it is also online, but, we do have these job centers. So if you seek assistance in that resource, apply for unemployment insurance or employment opportunities, then you do have, you take one or the other, right? So I would prefer that this stays there. About the local administration, I'm not sure if I understood completely the question. That is whether it's the public sector should basically socialize, right? Provide the actual programs, or whether it should be like, the local administration, like, Medicare might be administered at the local level, Medicaid, or might be administered at the local level. I believe that public options should be public options. They should be federally backstopped, and there should be some discretion in how they are run. But, we know that our system of federalism, unfortunately, has created enormous disparities, as we saw with the unemployment insurance system. And, different states are making these policies more punitive. So, I know this runs a little bit against sort of the current of conventional view, but the fundamental safety nets, I think they need to have a basic standard that is federally codified.
Thank you, Pavlina. John has a question.
Yeah, this one is from our comrade Rebecca Rice, who's out there in the audience. And she says, I asked Bill Black this question, but wanted your opinion. How would the job guarantee deal with state labor laws such as right to work and anti-union action?
I don't know if I have a good answer to this question. How would they work? In some sense, imagine a jobs program that is allowed to unionize, right? They could form a federal, their own union. Again, I think that there is, some tension, I think, between the federal and the state powers, right, that sort of play out in policy. And this was one tension that we saw in the New Deal, right? When the federal projects were put in place, local governors didn't want them. They had to go, Harry Hopkins had to go and threaten them, And so there is a lot of tension there in how states might embrace these I think this is one of the reasons why I had proposed also a nonprofit model for implementation, that you don't have to be dependent on state legislation to get the federal funding, to get the support for the program. I remember during Obama, and I think it was Florida, refused $50 billion, $50 billion maybe it was, for fast rail or something like that, right? It was extraordinary. And so, I think that the nonprofit model, would be, one way of also, proceeding with creating the projects. We can always have, a Trump in power that may also try to sort of at the federal level, right? Or Reagan, right? That tries to reduce funding, because we know that a formula for destroying programs is defund and destroy. So there's no fail safe necessarily. Like if it's the federal program, that it's gonna be fine. But what we see from the India example one more time is that this policy creates the constituencies that then fight for it. So in the state in India, it is assaulted by cuts, but then they can't avoid it. The pandemic was upon them. Many people moved from urban areas back to rural areas, and they had to. It was a law, right? They had to provide the funding. So, they appropriated. So I've often said, and as I argue in the book, it's good to have a legally codified right. That I think is critical, because the large-scale program in South Africa gets reauthorized. Okay. And I'm actually hosting in one of my classes on Monday, I believe, the former chief director of the Extended Public Works Program in South Africa. And it was very successful. In 5 years, it was reauthorized, and then it's still there. But I'm not sure exactly, what's the situation. But it's precarious. It's not funded well. It's doesn't provide adequate employment. We know what happens in Argentina, right? Crisis was over. It was scrapped. But India survives. India survives despite all of these political problems and challenges. And so, it remains to be seen, but there is some sort of institutional framework within which that, it can be made workable.
Nick has a question.
Hi. So my question is about how to reach a critical mass of people which will need to pass legislation. When I talk to people, I have a tendency to kind of go overboard when talking about MMT. So I'm wondering would you even bring that up when talking to the average American who doesn't really have a long attention span about this? And then just other strategies for talking to the average American would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. I struggled with this when I wrote this book. I had a very strict word limit by my publisher, and I really struggled how to present the argument. And I know there's a disagreement. Warren Rosler would say you have to start with the tax rates and employment, and that's how you have to make the case. I didn't. In fact, I don't think I even mentioned that in the book. For me, it's very important that you understand MMT to be able to understand, fully appreciate what a macroeconomic paradigm shift this is. So I have a book on a chapter on MMT that kind of hopefully whets people's appetite, like they can hold on to something, then run with it. But the tax credits and employment for some people is just over their head, and you lose them. And so maybe his strategy is better than mine. I don't know. But what I have found is that at the gut level, people understand that if somebody wants a job, we should be able to provide that employment opportunity. There aren't really good reasons why to say no, right? And so when you look at how the job guarantee polls, it polls so favorably and across the political spectrum, right? People do believe in jobs and employment. And so how do you reach the mass audience? I don't know. I've been trying. for a long time. But I think, there are multiple ways in which I use the MMT in the book, right? In the book, I tried to make three arguments. The first one is to recognize that every policy that we've been told we cannot have has been based on a lie. That the government cannot support or finance it. And so that immediately has to be the first no. So sovereign finance, that provides a framework that, once people understand, then they're not so willing to give up their social security or other things they believe in because there's just no other way. So the first thing is, sometimes if that comes first, is the MMT. So that was the first argument I made. The second argument that I made, and I often make, is that the current way in which we deal with unemployment is far more inefficient, expensive, detrimental. It just doesn't work. So there are, multiple ways you could say, well, you have to be careful because people always think just in terms of money. And they think, so when I tell them, what do you want to pay for? Do you want to have a rundown community or do you want to have community that's, buttoned up? And so I try to lead the conversation to the real stuff rather than the financial stuff when we talk about policy. And then I say, look, we do all these policies in the name of job creation. Everything is in the name of job creation, right? Every big package, every big subsidy, every big contract is in the name of job creation. I read just the other day, I think it was a CNN article, that the cost per saved job from the airline industry bailout was $300,000 per job. $300,000 per job. We know the flight attendants didn't get that. We know that's not it. So the way it works is totally bankrupt. And I've come on your show to argue that, you just pay the payroll, just pay the wages, let them stay on the payroll for, however long you think is right. The industry probably needs some restructuring, but we have a job guarantee. And so that is the shortest distance, the most direct, the most efficient, the cheapest, but also it's the most productive way because we don't pay for the existing neglect and unemployment and poverty and all the other stuff that comes with it. So, I always emphasize how this is baked into our policies and how it's unavoidable and how it doesn't matter what you do. You may think we're not paying for it. We're absolutely paying for it. And there's a cheaper way. We did the same thing for France. There was a very robust job guarantee campaign there. The mayor of Paris and the mayor of Lille endorsed the job guarantee. They polled it. I worked with an institute there, and they did a poll which showed, again, this very similar to the polling in the US and the UK. In the 80s, in the high 70s, strong bipartisan support, and we calculated the kind of subsidies that they do for jobs, and it was far more expensive than if we were just to employ directly the unemployed. So that's the second strategy, right? The first one is kind of debunking, the myths about government spending. If people latch onto, then talk about, the tax. That I think that is a paradigm shift. But if that conversation is difficult, move to compare today to what it could be, right? And then the final bit is, I toss some numbers because, of course, people want to know numbers. It's not, I always qualify, it's not the most productive way to think about this because the whole point of the job guarantee is to be there in desperate times. So, maybe I calculated 1.5% of GDP, but if you are in the middle of the pandemic, maybe you need 10% of GDP. Actually, you won't need 10% of GDP because we just saw we had 14 million people unemployed. We already calculated at Levy that for 14 million people, that would be about 1.5% of GDP. And there are moving parts. But what I'm saying is you want to drive people to think not in their static ways about jobs or money, but in these dynamic ways in what the program can do to the overall economy, what it could do to budgets, that it reduces government. You see, that I think that is a neglected point. It does reduce government, all this, enormous resources, money, over policing, anti-poverty programs, all of this, like looking at people's histories to make sure that they qualify for food stamps. I mean, we could just get rid of all of that by providing and guaranteeing decent employment.
That is a great point. Last question of the evening. Unfortunately, Jeffrey, you can unmute.
Hello, Pavlina. Thank you for coming tonight.
Hi.
To expound on Curtis's question earlier, if communities are in charge of the program, would we have some sort of federal oversight committee to make sure it was ran fairly?
Yeah, I think that's right. When you have federal contracts, there are some strings attached with them, right? There are some basic procurement standards, right, of how the funding is being used. So it's not too different, I think, from how we would otherwise do things. I mean, I think that when you say, okay, this is going to be the labor standard for the job, there are some additional requirements, right, that the program will need to meet. We don't provide universal childcare with other policies, but let's say Medicare, right? We don't provide, Medicare with other contracts or policies. So that would be a criteria to be met. I mean, in the book, I actually argue something else about the universal childcare. That is, there's a disagreement, I think, in people who talk about the job guarantee. There are colleagues who think that the job guarantee should provide jobs in childcare. Yeah, I'm not. To me, I don't really see it that way. For me, childcare is professionalized, permanent federal program because it has to be accessible to all, whether you're in the job guarantee or not in the job guarantee. So for me, the universal childcare comes with the job guarantee as a companion federal policy that's attached to it, but actually it's not conditional, right, on the job guarantee. I see the sites of childcare sites as training opportunities for teachers, right, for after school programs, assistants, shadowing teachers. Of course, and I see pretty much the job guarantee as doing this kind of placement for trainees, not just in the universal childcare, but in the public school education system, in the nursing homes, in the hospitals, that you create trainee programs. But I won't say, I wouldn't say childcare has to be a job guarantee job. Like childcare has to be permanent, accessible to all.
Thank you so much, Pavlina.
I want to remind everyone, Ramona, that next week we have Rohan Grey as our guest expert, another favorite around here.
This was great. I really appreciate your time and reading the book.
Excellent. Well, I've learned so much. Thank you so much.
You are listening to Macro and Cheese, a podcast brought to you by Real Progressives, a nonprofit organization dedicated to teaching the masses about MMT, or modern monetary theory. Please help our efforts and become a monthly donor at PayPal or Patreon. Like and follow our pages on Facebook and YouTube, and follow us on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, Rockfin, and Instagram.
My tolerance, trying my patience, and never want to see it reach to nothing. We're waiting. I'm tired of the lies you don't tell me. Lies you don't tell me. It's also my tolerance, trying my patience, and never want to see it reach to nothing. We're waiting. I'm tired of the lies you don't tell me. Lies you don't tell me.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I have the pleasure to introduce Benjamin C. Wilson. He is an associate professor of economics at the State University of New York at Cortland and a research scholar at the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. Welcome, Ben. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Ralph has a question. How is the $15 an hour sufficient and net excessive in all geographical areas?
That's a good question. And yes, I'd like to start by saying that what Pavlina has proposed here are design structures. And I think in the chapter she outlined a number of very strong reasons for starting at 15. At the time of the writing of the book, that would be double the minimum wage and things of this nature. Geographically speaking, I think that as we begin to experiment with the job guarantee and various features and design principles begin to be challenged or pressure begins to be put on them, then adjustments can be made. When I was reading this chapter and thinking back to, teaching the jobs guarantee, and it was interesting that she does, what's the name of the chapter? It's like the who, what, where, when, why, and how of the jobs guarantee. That's actually how I designed my first lecture on the jobs guarantee as a graduate student at UMKC. And we went through these questions, and I think it's a really good way to engage students and present it in a very simple way. What I primarily focus on in my research is the where. My primary interest is mapping and just displaying where and how jobs and unemployment and economic variables take place. So one way that you could use this would be to find out where the jobs need to be created, right? Areas of high unemployment, things of this nature. It's also a way of thinking about what kinds of jobs are needed in particular geographic spaces, whether or not it's a place that is prone to floods, for example. It is a reason for doing some serious architectural redesign of the city's infrastructure and things of this nature. So I think, as you begin to think about getting projects underway and they begin to develop, the minimum job guarantee wage is sort of a standard and a starting place is a useful mechanism for getting things underway. I think the second thing that comes to mind in reading through this and all of the defenses and the ways that you have to be putting forward arguments for this a priori are very interesting when you think about what would it be to argue for the existing system if it wasn't in place, right? The system of having unemployment be a macroeconomic stabilizer. How could you ever go through and defend that sort of position in this sort of thorough point-by-point basis? And, questions like how long should somebody be allowed to be unemployed? And how long are they going to get these benefits when they're unemployed? And we're seeing some of those answers and some of those things play out as, some states are taking away the extra benefits from the federal government in the relief packages. And the arguments are not terribly good. So it's an interesting question. I think, a lot of people get hung up on sort of the starting wage, which is understandable because it's sort of a big part of the history of the development of the jobs guarantee from a macroeconomic perspective. When we think about the anchor wage and the buffer stock and all of those writings of Bill Mitchell and Randy Ray and Warren Mosler all the way back to the beginning. But I think, once we start fully employing people and developing these public works projects on a massive scale, especially in the framework of a Green New Deal, I think that sort of base wage question would fade into the background.
Excellent. Hi, Bakari. Would you like to ask your question?
Yeah. Hi, Ramona. It's great to see you. Great to be back. I missed the first three. So yeah, I kind of still have that same question about like, is there some kind of economic structural limitation that requires us to have minimum wage, or is it just that's just where we start because that's the most affordable way to do it? Or I mean, I don't see why I just can't compete with private sector. I mean, I know a lot of people want to say, well, if we start this government job thing and it's going to compete with the private sector. I'm like, well, that's okay. It's like the private sector gets in the way of a lot of things. And I know that sounds socialistic and communist, but hey, I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't think that there is anything wrong with that.
Right.
I'm certainly, the other issue that we have with, these sorts of proposals and talking about the jobs guarantee is that, we're really talking about something that hasn't occurred yet. So it's hard to imagine, what that looks like. And so there's lots of questions and people, like to have details. When it comes to, why 15 and why the base wage, it really has roots in thinking about inflation. And it has roots in thinking about Bob Hackett has some nice work on what he calls systemically important prices. So there's a base interest rate, right? The Fed funds rate is a target interest rate set by the Fed. And then we allow economic activity and finance to animate from that set price. So the idea is similar here, that if we set this base price, the labor market activity would animate from there. I think Pavlina does a very good job of justifying starting at the bottom because we want to get people working that aren't working. And so, one comment is that right now in the U.S. economy, the real minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. It's $0. And if you're not working and you're willing and able to work, you're not earning a wage and your income is zero. And that's hugely problematic. So the priority is to get people working and get people engaged in the production system. And then from there, how that impacts technology and markets and the development of new projects in these social enterprise spaces is really going to be, I think, very dynamic and interesting and allow people to engage in more responsibility in those projects, especially if they start from the beginning. I guess one way to describe it is, I run a similar program in my classes where I have students engage in community work. And that work is always very simple and introductory because it's difficult to have them do high level projects or take ownership or be management, right? Because they're students and this is part-time and I just have them in one class and all these sorts of constraints on that sort of thing. But one of the things that we desire to have with our community partners is that when people are doing the basic volunteering and working in my classes, that they begin to build a resume with those sorts of institutions such that they get the freedom, from freshman to senior year to become the project lead and project manager of a particular project. So I think helping the people that need the help the most first is not only good for the economy at that sort of level, but I think it is also very much an anti-racist policy, as people of color predominantly are experiencing unemployment at much higher rates than their white counterparts. So there's lots of benefits to starting kind of at the beginning of the problem.
But Corey had a second part to that question.
Sure.
I want to know, does the huge wealth gap cause inflationary problems as well?
Does the wealth gap cause inflationary problems? I don't know what if the wealth gap itself is not necessarily causing inflationary problems, but when people talk about inflation and being scared of inflation, especially when it comes to creating public jobs and intervening, say, in free higher education or Medicare for all, I think that that's interesting because, if we look at the decades of the neoliberal era, the places where prices have increased the fastest and the most violently is in healthcare and higher ed and public education and in housing. So if you're intervening and you're making these things directly affordable through federal government action, that would be a huge deflationary sort of effect on people's lives, right? If you don't have to pay $50,000 to send your kid to college or $100,000 or however much it is these days, I should know since I teach at one. SUNY Cortland as a plug is a very reasonably priced place for higher education, and the Excelsior program has done a lot to create much better equity and diversity in our school system here in the state of New York. But we can certainly do better. So I think when we build these sorts of programs out, we're going to be reducing the wealth gap and having stable prices in wages in the sectors that the productive work and the jobs guarantee and the Green New Deal is going on would stabilize prices. And so I think we would have a much more equitable and diverse collection of people making decisions, which is, democracy, I think, is a good antidote to a large wage gap.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Moses has a question. Moses, do you mind introducing yourself first?
Yes, I will. Okay, nice to see you again, Ramona. How are you doing, Ben?
Very good.
My name is Moses Mugurus from New York. And I'm also a candidate for U.S. Senate.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Okay, so my question goes to the flow, because we're looking at currently the federal minimum wage is $7.25. So we are looking at that could go to 15. Probably that number should be increased because, as you know, right now, New York State, almost people in that range, people are within the range of $15. You find even Walmart is hiring now at $18. You find these other small businesses like restaurants, they're in the range of $12. So probably by the time this comes into effect, maybe next year, when there are so many progressives in the House and the Senate and they are making a lot of noise, then it comes to fruition. Probably by that time, you may find some other states that rate is way higher. So if it is higher, and then we are looking at a job guarantee, $15 an hour, don't you think it may be kind of a problem to find people to occupy those activities we are looking at, like child care, cleaning up places, those after-school programs?
Certainly. And I think that's why Pavlina at the beginning indicates that rather than connecting the jobs guarantee wage to inflation or some other stabilizer, that the wage be set and evaluated based on current cost of living. So I think, as you and your colleagues are making noise in Congress, you should certainly be advocating for the wage that is most appropriate at the time that these debates are having and the law is being implemented. Absolutely. It's startling when you look back at some of the older literature, like Randy Ray's first book on understanding modern money. I think the wage for the job guarantee in that book is like $8. So not going to cut it. So it's a little bit risky to write, a dollar figure or a number in these sorts of books because it changes so very rapidly. But I think the living wage or the base wage is a starting point at whatever time period that it starts to get off the ground.
Thank you. Judith has a question. How will the local admins of the job guarantee be able to flex as workers and jobs grow and shrink? Will the admins be out of jobs?
The admins. So I'm not totally clear on the question.
So I think she's talking about the people that are deciding, like in the town or in the city, the people that are deciding what these jobs look like and where these jobs need to be. Once that system has started and it's put in place, would those people then be out of jobs? Would that grow and shrink as we create more and we find more necessity, or as we really fill in the holes and the gaps?
So I guess the way that I sort of wrap my brain around it, here in Cortland County, it's one of the poorest counties in the state of New York. It's a food desert amongst plenty, right? We grow tons of food in this county, lots of hops. There's plenty of recreational activity with the Finger Lakes here in this area and things of this nature. But to try to solve the food access problem and the difficulty of living wages for farmers in the region, we have a collaborative group of people from state and federal organizations and local organizations that fit into this nonprofit sort of entrepreneurial space that Pavlina mentions in the book. And the fluctuation of the need for people to be supported grows and shrinks as, the economy moves. And with the recent pandemic, they had a very hard time, for example, advertising where and when food boxes would be available, because they didn't want to have the line be so long that they would run out very quickly. And then have to turn hundreds of people away. So strategizing those sorts of programs was extremely difficult and time consuming. And they really needed a lot more people helping than they had. And now as the economy is beginning to recover, we still have fairly high demand for food boxes and supports and things of this nature. We also have a number of people that are really now figuring out how they want to be involved and to contribute. And a lot of these organizations are already maxed out. They can't do any more, even as people are bringing them new projects to get off the ground to help support food assistance. So, just sort of ebb and flow on this sort of developments, I think. With the job guarantee, we would have a much better opportunity to meet those sorts of fluctuations. And I would hope that, one of the key elements of the job guarantee and, I think the Green New Deal and the job guarantee really need to be joined together, as she mentions in the text, is building toward this sort of economic resilience. The terrifying heat waves in the Pacific Northwest, if that were to occur here in the state of New York, it would be a very terrifying sort of situation with the 6 million acres of old growth forests in the Adirondack Park and all of the wealth and carbon sequestration that park affords the state of New York and the world to be put at risk like that. So there are many things that we need to be doing to be building resilience to floods, to droughts, to fires, national disasters, not just the ones that we're creating ourselves as human beings in the economy and the financial sector, but being able to feed one another is, an enormous task that we're failing pretty miserably at, as this country throws away something like 40% of the food that it produces. So lots of really intensive, labor-intensive work that needs to be done to help prevent that sort of problem. Another example that I have of that is I've been doing survey work with a colleague at the Culinary Institute of America on some of these food system questions. And his students surveyed chefs and restaurant owners and management all across the country as the pandemic was going on, and some of the federal relief had already gone out. And one of the things that's really struck us about this qualitative data and the response of these chefs and restaurant owners is that really, instead of looking at the pandemic and trying to figure out how they were going to save their business as a priority and how they were going to turn this into profits in sort of the way that you would think that small businesses and an industry like restaurants is supposed to be so cutthroat and competitive, is that they really put the safety of their workers and the community and their customers first in all their decision making. I mean, this wasn't unanimous across all of these surveys, but it was the dominant voice. How do we feed the people that we care about? How do we help people during this pandemic? And the other really astonishing thing that you read is how rapidly all these businesses completely rewrote their business plan and the structure of how they were going to provide food to people in really a matter of like weeks. So, these questions about, fluctuations of workers coming in and different tiers of who's going to do what and how do we figure out how they're going to pay them. I think, the pandemic and especially the people that we observed in the restaurant industry and the folks that I was just describing here in Portland to feed people, human beings are pretty good problem solvers. And I think they're even better problem solving when the problem solving is about helping others. And that's really what the heart of the New Deal or the Green New Deal and the Jobs Guarantee is about in terms of a care economy. So I think we're capable of a lot more than we give ourselves credit for when it comes to being creative, developing productive activity, and solving these sorts of problems in our communities.
This is a really good follow-up question. Could universities use an alternative currency for campus work, and would that complement the job guarantee?
So myself and my colleagues, Scott Ferguson, Billy Sass, and Maximilian Sejo have been writing about this for a little over a year now. We call the project the Union. It's really based on the classroom project that I was describing earlier, where I become the currency issuer. And I learned how to do this at UMKC as a graduate student. And I'd really not thought about doing it as I was embarking on my professional career until I saw Fadhel Kaboub presented at a post-Keynesian conference and how much success he had had at Denison. I thought, this is really an amazing project, and I need to take that up here at Cortland, and it's really been successful here. As we've tried to create jobs with community partners within grant funding structures. So you get awarded a grant, and it mirrors very nicely with what Pavlina was describing earlier in the chapter about how you get projects off the ground, right? Does it put unemployed people to work? Does it have social and environmental impacts? And then, really the biggest question is, how do you measure those impacts? And you can't get grant funding unless you can measure or make clear to the funder what it is that you're measuring. Right? That's part of the science of it. And so I've had a little bit of a success here at getting through what we call the Common Problem Pedagogy Project, which was a National Science Foundation funded teaching initiative here at SUNY, where I work with a geographer and a historian up in the Adirondacks, and we're working with community members up there to solve, they have lack of food access, they have lack of healthcare access, they have diminishing population and elderly population. all the problems that we are describing throughout the United States, but particularly in rural America and in parts of our urban communities. So I think to get people to really understand the jobs guarantee and that we can do this, it has to get beyond sort of the teaching of it and just explaining it and people actually doing it, right? So my students at the end of the project are like, we really need a jobs guarantee. Like there was more than enough work for everybody to do this stuff. And I learned so much at Seven Valleys Health Coalition working with these people, and they're so passionate. And I'm so glad that I got this opportunity because, I've been interviewing at these banks and it sounds like a terrible waste of time now compared to like feeding people and doing good stuff in my community. So I think, universities have a responsibility, especially in this era where they're increasingly under pressure to behave more like corporations than public good anchor institutions, and to help students envision futures and work that are outside of sort of this narrow for-profit private sector employment world that, we hear the parents all the time asking questions, well, what are you going to do with a history degree? Well, one thing that you could do with a history degree is help fight racism. One thing that you can do with, anthropology, and the more these projects are interdisciplinary in nature, right? Graphic design is one of my primary partners, where we have the graphic design students, they do different images based on similar readings. And then my students write who they think those works of art best represent from a classical political economy perspective, right? So if it's an environmental question or if it's about work or medicine, pharmaceuticals, they'll try to match the readings and the arguments and what's going on there. So, it's all about telling stories. The orthodoxy and our understanding of the individual and competition and scarcity, it's seeped into all of our films and our television, our stories, and the way that we converse with one another, that it's just become so normalized that we forget that we're really very, very capable of being empathetic and in working as a community and being collective in our decision-making processes. And it's time that we start to be able to see that in places other than like our sporting events. Michael Jordan, I think, was the only one that kind of gave himself credit. A reporter said, Michael, there's no I in team. And Jordan said, well, there is in win. But everybody else, right? Generally the first thing that they credit is their teammates, right? And you never hear an announcer say, well, this team was just so isolated in their behaviors and somehow they pulled this off, right? They are cohesive, they're gelled, they have chemistry, right? I think our communities are capable of a great deal of chemistry and cohesiveness. And I think the college atmosphere is a good place for that. And I'm a huge advocate of lifelong learning. And I think that there's a lot of people that should have the opportunity to go back to college. Then maybe there wouldn't be so much fear of critical race theory and climate change and change in general. And pretty much any other subject matter in college, the textbooks look very different every 5 to 10 years, except for in economics, unfortunately.
Yeah. So if universities are able to produce their own currency via grants, are states able to do the same?
Yeah, I think this is where, when I was leaving UMKC, I was very much rigid in this idea that monetary sovereignty is a federal, it's got to be at the federal level or nothing. But, as the years have gone on, I've become a bigger fan of it occurring at lower levels of aggregation. as an experiment and to give people the opportunity of learning by doing and understanding how the system works. And one of the reasons why I think that there's possibility here is that, the banking sector is decentralized and they issue credit all across the United States at different levels, different communities and for different needs. And I think that, it's time for folks on the left to start acting and putting pressure from the bottom up from these large federal agencies to respond to rather than waiting for permission. The Federal Reserve came really close to really opening the door wide open, in my view, with the municipal liquidity facility. I mean, the terms and the initial structures of it, I don't think were particularly attractive. But opening the door that they would buy, these local municipal assets, take them off their balance sheets in times of crisis is a step in the right direction. So, it's time to ask the questions. Why will a bank accommodate ExxonMobil, but we can't accommodate, carbon sequestration measurements in the Adirondack Park? Why does the Federal Reserve accommodate lending and borrowing that, is pulling fossil fuels out of the ground, it is causing fluctuations in unemployment, it is creating these sorts of marginalist outcomes in the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry, but they won't allow or accommodate, the active participation of community members to solve hunger and healthcare and education crises. So I think the language itself in the Federal Reserve Act, accommodate and monetize is something that we should push on and start asking those sorts of questions. And it really begins with asking the question, what do we really value and what is really wealth producing? So if we're going to use our money to produce wealth, wealth for who and for what, and does wealth necessarily mean, I've got a 180-foot yacht that I need another boat to get to that yacht too, it just sounds like a headache. I don't understand some of these things.
We're getting to the point where they have 600-foot yachts and they're buying their 7th. So this is where we are right now. So are states only able to have their own currency if they borrow from banks, which puts them in debt, or is there another path?
Yeah, I think that any institution that has a relationship where they're accepting back payments for their services. So, the university, we can issue credit as a uni, and we will give a value by promising to always accept it back from anybody for educational services. How that begins to get even greater receivability and acceptability in a local community is state universities don't pay any property taxes as nonprofit organizations and 501c3s. So I'm in Ithaca, New York, and Cornell is the largest landowner in our town. They pay 0 property taxes. Their property tax liability would pay just about 40% of the actual property tax bill that comes in right now. So if Cornell said, well, hey, we're issuing these things called unis to do all these projects with the Cornell Cooperative Extensions, which is the farming and ag program, to replant some forest land and condense some of the farming land so that it's not monoculture growing, but permaculture technology to feed more of our people locally so we don't have to fly food in from California anymore. We need a bunch of people to do that work. We're going to give you 10% of our property tax liability this year in our currency. If the city decides to accept that, then ostensibly they're saying they'll accept the uni and property taxes from anyone. Thus, it becomes receivable in a tax circuit, just like the dollar is. And it would be used to do these local real resource development programs to grow food, sequester carbon, create educational programs, probably be a big part of the transition to defunding the police, all of those sorts of things. Further, right, if they wanted to extend it, right, Cornell is not the greatest example because it's a private college, but they do have the public sector through Cornell Cooperative Extensions and the ag programs. If they wanted to partner with SUNY, right, the largest landowner in all the state of New York, all of the colleges and universities, 64 of them across the state outside of the city. We can talk about CUNY coming into the program as well, right? If all of those places were issuing and supporting these, places like Elmira, New York, and Plattsburgh, and I mean, there's a lot of hard living in the state of New York. Then we would have, the resources and the tools in place for talking about what the impact is that this spending is doing. Right? They are professional grant writing, measuring institutions, right? So this becomes sort of the new public investment mechanism, research vehicle that is then partnering with, the comptroller, the currency, the Treasury Department, the Federal Reserve, to begin thinking about how this currency system, especially if it's designed digitally, helps them to formulate regulatory parameters for the ever-evolving private sector in this space. Bitcoin is issuing, they are issuing their own decentralized cryptocurrency on an international scale, and all the regulators are trying to catch up to, is it a financial instrument? Is it money? How do we control this thing? Mark Zuckerberg's Libra. The private sector is moving forward, whether we like it or not. And I think it would be very healthy to have a public sector version of this that's actively being written by people that are participating and learning and saying, well, this is interesting, right? I am contributing to the writing of a new monetary system in this country, and this is very exciting. And so, those are kind of the boundaries that we're trying to push on. I think people need some experience and some learning by doing sort of exercises. And I think, I'm super biased about universities. I love college, and I think it's a great place for learning and developing new ideas and solving problems. And we've got a lot of problems to solve. And, being able to connect that sort of ivory tower stool on the hill to the community in a much more real and democratic way, I think is very exciting.
Hey, you have me sold. I'm 100% on board. Roseanne has a question. Hi, Roseanne. Welcome.
Hi, Ramona. Hi, Ben. I wanted to kind of follow up with you and the group that was talking to Tick Sagerbloom in Nevada. We were talking about liquidity, talking about unis. That's one part of the question, if that went anywhere. And the other thing, the question was, what do you think is the biggest impediment or roadblock besides the 535 members of Congress to getting the federal job guarantee actually instituted? Besides, of course, greed and corruption, that's kind of a given. But what are your thoughts on that?
The biggest obstacle. Well, I mean, I think the biggest obstacle is, imagination and people being able to see it and to think about how it would work and desire it. When I started at UMKC, I don't know, how long ago was it? 2021. It's been almost 10 years now. And I took my first macro class with Stephanie and, started to wrestle with these ideas. I was a little bit freaked out, to say the least. I had been trained at the University of Kansas and completed a master's degree and had done some of the PhD work. And, my macro professor there had been at NASA. So he was literally a rocket scientist. And you get very much into the math and the unreal models and all of that, because you do think that you can use these things to not only shoot rockets into space, but to solve global economic issues. And so it's very attractive. And, 10 years ago, when I was totally freaked out and like, this sounds awesome, but it's too good to be true and can't possibly do it. And I would be riding around in cars with colleagues doing housing condition surveys for a big project that we were doing with the Center for Economic Information. So we'd be listening to NPR. And I would turn to my buddy and just be like, man, Randy Ray and Stephanie Kelton must just like scream at the radio all day long. Like, how do you adopt this sort of thinking, like, and not go bonkers? And now Stephanie Kelton's been Bernie's chief economic advisor, and she has a best-selling New York Times book, and Randy is testifying before Congress on a regular basis. And we have all these amazing allies in the world of legal scholarship that are doing amazing work, like Rohan Grey and Chris Dazan and Bob Hockett and Sule Amarova, and at the best law schools in the United States of America. And so, when you have the lawyers on board, I think the next, the legislation is being written. The impediment is, getting people to just fight for it. And I think people are beginning to do that. So if things change as much as they did in the last 10 years in the next 10 years, then we'll have already had the job guarantee for like 4 years.
Then you've forgotten about the activists, the non-scholars. We're out there too.
Oh, certainly.
Just saying.
Well, I didn't forget because I consider myself one.
Oh, okay.
Being on the show and all the available spaces where you can learn that weren't there before. Yeah, certainly Real Progressives has been an enormous part of that success.
Yeah, we're pretty pleased.
Fully agree.
Thanks.
Steve Grumbine has a question. How might the job guarantee help in spotlight bad actors in the state-by-state race to the bottom? And how might it help to alter the race to the bottom?
So the race to the bottom. Well, I think, the jobs guarantee is a race to the top. Helping people that need help the most first, beginning to end, the social constructs that permeate poverty, and bringing forward, a vision of how it works and how good things can be when we're working together. Earlier this summer, I reread one of my dissertation faculty, John Henry's book again, The Making of Neoclassical Economics, as he passed. And we were doing a roundtable on his honor. And that book is astonishing in reading the writing and the way that people were talking about, labor issues and work in the turn of the century as neoclassical economics was developing. And even, Alfred Marshall himself, the developer of the demand curve, while he was no friend of labor, I certainly don't want to paint him that way. And John definitely doesn't in his book. He did recognize, and in reading the extended quotes and some of his late writings, recognize that, in the production theory, they just assume economic coordination within the firm. And this economic coordination has the benefit of increasing bargaining power, for example, to get cheaper capital. And he said, well, yeah, but wait a minute, right? We've got to allow labor, the same sort of benefit, because there are bad actors. In telling language, Alfred Marshall calls them bad masters. So, the more that we become comfortable working together in collectives and getting better at making decisions as collectives, I think it becomes much harder to be bad actors. One of my favorite books in graduate school that I read was Cultivating Conscience, How Good Laws Make Good People, by the late Lynn Stout. I saw her speak at an event that Bill Black organized at the law school about the financial crisis. And, her book, really looks at the evolution of law and economics and how we really write laws and think about how we're going to prevent the free rider and the bad actor and punish crime. And really, I don't think we need to focus as much on that. And we need to start writing laws that really help people that want to help others and to build these collective decision-making processes and allow economic coordination rights to extend in ways that don't perpetuate sort of concentrated provisioning systems and monopoly and things of this nature.
Hey, Ben, let me just add to what I was saying. What I mean by this is when I say bad actors, I'm not talking about the individuals. I believe it's almost impossible to be a bad enough actor in the 99% down at the bottom to make an impact. I'm talking about the bad actors at the top that create these problems, like the flight that you see out of many cities where they move to Texas. They rehome their organizations in Texas to take advantage of the zero tax and, all the sweetheart deals Harry and W and all the different governors of Texas are so proud of as they lure businesses down there and leave deserts, throughout the country, people with really no hope. And so the idea was, on one hand, when you look at the numbers of how many people are in the job guarantee in given areas, it wouldn't take a whole lot of effort to see how those areas became heavily job guaranteed, if you know what I'm saying. Like, why is this area no longer, the rest of the country is doing well, but this area seems to have lost all these jobs? That was the one thing. And the flip side to that was, as we watched the competition and the race to the bottom with the states, the flip side was the job guarantee infuses cash into these states by federal money going to those individuals rather than having them, sit on the pine basically at zero wage. Now they're at $15 wage. Does this kind of cover for some of that capital? I hate to use the word capital flight, but I think you know what I mean. The suburbanite white flight that leaves the zip codes and leaves the schools destitute. That's what I was trying to get at.
I am frequently guilty of that. I like to. One of the most frustrating comments that you get on course teacher evaluations is that he isn't clear. And everything that I say is perfectly clear as it's coming out of my mouth to me.
Yeah.
You have to stop me and say, wait a second, that's not clear at all, because I'm not intentionally being opaque or confusing. It's just kind of who I am sometimes. As some of you might have been like, what is he talking about now? I thought he was answering a question about $15. He's talking about food systems. I don't know that I'm not worried in terms of, where I live and thinking about if we started, creating jobs and making this a more livable community, the capital flight occurring.
capital flight might create the need for job guarantee jobs. In other words, the counter-cyclical nature brought on by businesses leaving states for sweetheart deals, leaving people unemployed, and thus by extension, having job guarantee jobs. The question is, as you're watching states make decisions, corporations leave, and watching other people move out of the area and leave those deserts of vulnerable people, this might be a distant early warning system like a tornado warning system. And we're seeing a lot of people rolling under the job guarantee in Buffalo. Why is that? What is this telling us? And it might identify fraud and other such things that are taking place that are, I'm just wondering if this could serve as a distant early warning to bring about something to put a spotlight on these bad actors that create these scenarios. And once they've left, by having the job guarantee, it keeps those zip codes with a revenue stream.
Yeah.
So that, now those schools still have funding.
I think the idea that would be a good early warning signal is tremendous. I mean, I like that Pavlina uses, while there are dangers to using illness to describe sort of economic disparity, because sometimes that can be transposed or placed on the individual rather than the structural issues that are actually creating it. It does spread like a contagion. And, if you look at the geography of poverty in the United States, it's relatively consistent too. So we've had the early warning signs of where people need help for a very long time. Hopefully, the job guarantee can hone in on those very quickly. And as you're implementing these programs, I think one of the real keys to success is that programs need to be reported on. And this is really a need for an expansion of journalism in a much different way. Local reporters and storytelling and newspapers need to be revived to let people know in a very clear and precise way what these projects are and what they're measuring and whether or not they're working on it. It shouldn't be a sign that the jobs guarantee is a failure if particular projects just aren't working. This is one of the things that's increasingly frustrating in academia, that, research only gets published if the model works out exactly how the person expects it to. It's so much so that, we have these crises where people are fudging data and doing things surreptitiously to make it look like they found some great innovation and finding. And one of the things I think of, as I'm raising young children, as we get older, we kind of ignore these very simple lessons that we teach our kids. Like, it's very easy to tell a child that we learn the most from our mistakes. And yet we never publish a paper that talks about how the model didn't work. My 8-year-old will say, well, Ned did it. Well, that's not okay. That doesn't make it right. And yet as adults, the biggest defense for what we're doing wrong is that the other person is doing it worse. And it's just a thing that occurs as we get older. And, the jobs guarantee as a warning signal and as a way of helping other communities figure out whether or not their program, what are the ways in which I can draw on the information from Cortland to help my program in Lawrence, Kansas, or in Ann Arbor, Michigan, or in Cleveland, Ohio. And there's a lot of really good data points, at the county level in this country that people can start to think about the socioeconomic problems and the existing infrastructure and see which programs are the most effective at reducing people's risk of diabetes and cardiac arrest and increasing life expectancy and literacy rates. And the food sovereignty movement in particular has been really good at drawing in sort of the academic partners to show how they relate the food system dynamics to other issues, right? Getting people out outside and reducing mental health stresses, and helping veterans when they're returning to spend time in gardens and to allow their minds to rest and to reconnect and to take some of that anxiety and stress away that so many of us, especially coming out of the pandemic, really have had. And we need kind of this time to pause and to be able to reflect. And jobs guarantee, I think, would be very good.
Ben, I want to say that Bill Black has put some comments in the chat, and I would love to unmute him. If you agree.
Yeah, I've seen the chat, but I can't. I've tried to follow chats, and that was one of the hardest things of teaching online was I said, maybe students will participate more with the chat, but it's so hard to read and talk at the same time. Much harder than chewing gum and walking at the same time.
Welcome, Bill.
Hi.
Bill.
Thank you, Ben. Good to see you.
You too.
I was just telling folks about how Kansas, virtually every rural county is losing population. And that as soon as they graduate from high school, they tend to lose everybody young. So that the job guarantee is not, an urban and suburban thing alone. It's they can't afford to ever have it established in places like Kansas because it would be so popular.
For sure. I mean, I think, the Adirondacks is a really, in Cortland, the brain drain and the decreasing populations. And the sad thing about, the depression that has been created in rural America is that, people like Wendell Berry predicted it. He wrote The Unsettling of American Agriculture the year I was born and predicted that we're changing agriculture into agribusiness. And now rural America looks more like a break room for the particular industry that is in that state rather than a community. So they're really neat, especially as, the cities have become so overpopulated, and density, I think, it's good to a point. This state is so fascinating. I love going from the Adirondacks. I spend a significant amount of time there teaching, and one summer I was up there and then immediately had to go to the city. I think it was for a digital currency conference that Rohan Grey was organizing. And it was physically jarring to go from the deep woods where I saw maybe 100 people over 8 days to millions of human beings just jam-packed around each other. It took a few hours to adjust. It was almost like being jet-lagged, but in a spatial sort of way. So yeah, in rural America, especially when it comes to solving the climate crisis, there's a new report that was discussed today that the actual impact of the food system on global climate change is massively underestimated because they disaggregate agriculture and food production as systems and they plug them all into different areas like transportation and waste management. And really, if they looked at it collectively, all is the food system. Something like 40% of our greenhouse gases come from food. So if we start to, really reconfigure the food system and how we organize and plant trees and organize forests and different ecosystems, it's really a place where we could create a lot of beautiful spaces for people to live with robust public transportation. So if you want that culture shock, hop on a train, hopefully with really good ventilation and availability of public masks and things like that.
A comment from Jeffrey along the way. Our daughter was a cheesemonger. So yes, cheese is a interesting thing. Yeah, to get wonky for just a second.
Sure.
One of the most important areas of the job guarantee going forward, assuming we actually do decide to survive as a species and not execute over, a million other species, as we commit suicide, is certainly going to be green. And economists are absolutely notorious for underestimating the importance of food in this sphere. I mean, this is one of the most absurd things, and therefore, of course, it helped lead to a Nobel Prize to the economist who said it, was that we don't have to worry about food because it's such a small percentage of GDP.
Yeah.
So I guess, water is even smaller percentage of GDP. So.
Yeah.
Ben, I really liked your idea, and I want to get back to that. You were talking about having local reporters be able to talk about what is happening locally to the people, what they need, and having that be the first transition into a job guarantee sounds like a really great direction, because then you're really taking in from the community in a collective, ordered manner.
Yeah, I think it's a step toward changing our media. Victor Picard, the communications professor, was on Money on the Left maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And they talked about this at the end of that podcast at length. It was really solid. But storytelling and, transparency. People need to know, that these jobs are available and that people are doing. And it's not just if we get video and people see people like raising an edible forest, and, that'll draw attention. And there's just so many possibilities for communicating and creating and being, really changing the way that we define what it means to be productive. We got to share those stories somehow. And I would much rather be done in that sort of local journalism sort of way. And I think the one thing that is, I'm not sure if I remember reading it or hearing it when it was read in Pavlina's chapter about, the time that people would put into the job guarantee on a weekly basis. I would really like to see the work week drastically decreased for childcare, for family, for health, for recreation, and for reading, and for understanding the news, and being able to have the time to be actively engaged in not just politics, but a politics that will be changing very rapidly as it becomes about what sort of projects do we need locally in order to help create jobs and solve problems and animate society in a much more productive way.
Valuing mental, spiritual, and physical health rather than the dollar would be fantastic.
Yeah, the dollar can wear you out.
Absolutely. Rebecca has a question. Welcome, Rebecca.
The second part of my question, I'm just going to wait on because it was more about delivery, but I think I kind of answered it. But the first part, on Twitter, I tended to run in I run with a lot of anarchists, communists, those are on the further left. I know generally speaking, and I'm not going to speak for all of them, but generally speaking, anarchists tend to be anti-state, or they're not in favor of a big state apparatus. They're more horizontal. How would I address the job guarantee in such a way that to make them understand it's not like giving government more power, it's just making them do their job by taking care of us the way they're supposed to do. So what would be a good way? I don't know if this is your purview, but I always like to get different, viewpoints on this. What would be a good way to put a job guarantee to someone that's very anti or very skittish about a big state?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. It's something that I wrestle with myself, and I definitely have anarchist tendencies in some of my thinking. And this really came to a shocking kind of like, like oh no moment. A week or so ago, I participated on a humanizing money work group, and Lua Kamal, I think she was mentioned earlier, University of Kansas legal scholar on property rights. Her provocation in the workshop was why money, and she went on to say that money has done a lot of really bad stuff. And she was on a tour with her daughter going to dance contests, and they started in Tulsa, and they were talking about the 150 years of the race massacre in Tulsa. And then they went to another city, and there was a race massacre there to talk about it. And then they went to Memphis and to Chicago, and in every single one of their stops, there was a race massacre, massive violence that was perpetuated against Black people because they had money. And they had to stop that sort of advancement. So that's a heavy question, and it's a hard one to wrestle with. But I think the way that I think of it is that money as a promise to pay, as its definition, is really a promise to do something. Why do we have to frame it in the ways that we currently do? Why can't it be a promise to deliver, or a promise to produce, or a promise to build? And in meeting those promises and reframing them and using it to create jobs in places of decades of disinvestment and repression and racist policy, et cetera, I think we can really begin to think about money, not just what it's been, but what it will become. And the same can be said about the state. Democracy has always been an experiment. And as we've currently organized it and structured it, it has not worked particularly well for a lot of human beings and really planet Earth. That doesn't mean that the state or democracy as an idea is a bad one out and out. The same sort of model is taking place in the corporation. And nobody's arguing we need to abandon the corporation, from that, as they're saying that we need to abandon the state from the right. I think all of these things are works in progress, and they can be changed fairly rapidly. And I think a lot of us have a fear that the state in particular could change very rapidly in a very bad direction. So there needs to be greater participation and understanding of how these systems work, and reducing the work week, for example, people being more actively engaged in the one thing that we all collectively own, right? It's not I, the people, it's we, the people. So we need to start framing it not as this abstract thing that dominates it. It's the thing that we all own, and we all need to take ownership of it in better ways. And whether your mutual aid societies, from an anarchist perspective, they have their own sets of rules, right? They're creating governance structures too. There's no reason why those shouldn't be applied, or we shouldn't be learning from those as we continue to develop local governments and monetary systems and planning mechanisms. So I think there's a huge amount of value from those groups. And so, they should be contributing to what the next state looks like.
Yeah, get them involved and have them have a say of what they want it to look like. Absolutely. Would telecommuting be utilized wherever possible in FJG, since we should be focused on green transition? And we now know how much it helps reduce emissions, as evidenced through the pandemic?
I think that's a space and place context sort of question. We've gotten kind of used to being on these sorts of digital spaces, and I'll go back to food. I how many people want to keep eating food out of boxes?
Not I.
And I really feel like, for example, my job, teaching online classes is like giving my kids classes in a box, right? It's a little bit cold, maybe a little bit soggy, but it's certainly not the same as sitting down in the restaurant and eating it in person. So while I think, there's definitely benefits to not going in for a faculty meeting, part of what would make the job guarantee successful in building collective spirit and understanding and coordination and cooperation, I think, is human interaction. So I think use as needed. If the job guarantee, if you're sick, stay and do it remotely, right? Those sorts of reasonable sorts of things, I think, can be organized and problem solved and done as we go. The computers and our screens, I think we have a huge hurdle to think about in terms of lithium and energy and what we're going to do with all these batteries. If we can extend those battery lives, because these things are full of all sorts of toxins. So
They
yeah,
end
I
up in
think,
landfills.
yeah. I certainly wouldn't want to connect it solely to this sort of space, but there's definitely a lot of nice things about being able to work remotely, and I would think that the job guarantee would have plenty of room for that, especially for people that have a very hard time, getting out of their house, for physical or emotional or other sorts of reasons, right, to help them transition.
Yeah, what I see from the job guarantee is like rebuilding community, because community has broken down so much that us as parents, we're raising our children alone, whereas we should be raising our children together as a community. And this distance that we have from each other, it makes everything so much more difficult. It makes life so much more difficult.
Yeah, it has made things distant, but I will say that I have met more of my colleagues at SUNY Cortland this past year than, my previous 6 or 7. Because we all, we started this group called the Concerned Teaching Faculty. And we met every Friday to discuss how we were going to counter the narrative and the planning or lack thereof that was coming from SUNY Central and our administration. So we started writing pieces for the local newspaper. We started doing surveys. We started writing resolutions for the faculty senates and really became a really active campus and brought out a lot of great people. So it was kind of it was weird that you were digitally there and so far from all of your colleagues, but I really got to know. So I'm very excited to be back on campus, I hope, in the fall. And we keep getting vaccinated and they keep finding success against all of the variants that are coming forward. But yeah, it's this weird tension between availability and in person.
Ganesh has a question. Hi, Ganesh.
Thank you. Wouldn't Amazon, Uber, DoorDash be one of the first organizations to fight VFJG? Like, wouldn't they be the first ones to fight against it? Because their entire business model rests on people being desperate, right? Wouldn't they immediately go against it and put all their lobbying against it? That was the question.
Yeah, I would suppose so. There's a good piece in Roar magazine about Amazon and their labor practices today. But I mean, I guess what difference does it make? I mean, they're fighting against all good things already.
I don't think there's a single corporation that would not be fighting against FJG.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I mean, because, if you're providing more people with living wages and you're providing more people with stable living conditions, then, you would imagine that, their business would do better, which isn't necessarily a good thing, right? That Amazon's shipping all of this packaging and stuff all over the planet. But yeah, I mean, who's going to fight against us on this, I think is less important than, how do we bring everybody into the fold to fight for it?
Bill, did you have something to say?
So every employer says, what we hate is job breaks. The resume that people are out of work for a year. Boy, that really, pisses us off. Well, there is a fabulous answer to that. It's called the job guarantee. So, of course, we think of many of these things in economics and criminology as searching out what people really believe as opposed to what they claim to believe. And I think you're all, of course, right that we'll find that they claim to believe one thing and that they will rise above their principles to oppose it. But what else is new? We all expect that.
Yes, very, very similar to everything they have proven to us so far.
But they have to win pretty much every time because, again, if people have experience with this program, it's going to be really hard to get rid of it. Now, that doesn't mean impossible. Argentina is an example, but it gets very, very hard to prevent that. And so you need one president with the guts to actually do the right thing and become spectacularly popular, except with your donor class. I mean, of course, that's a large exception.
Yeah, we don't have that yet. Soon, hopefully. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome.
Hi, Ramona. And hi, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Black. I'm going to have to look into your work that you're describing, Dr. Wilson. I'm a Vermonter, so I'm your neighbor here. My focus is healthcare, and so that's really what my question's about. Some jobs, like first responders, expose the worker to trauma and places their mental health at risk. Tough guy attitudes, fear, stigma of seeking mental help, and having to take time off work. They are some of the barriers to getting the care they need. In your opinion, would the federal job guarantee help workers and their employers to prioritize mental health? If yes, how would you envision this happening? And I just want to share one thought I had. If we incentivized seeking mental health care, so it's just wondering what your vision is. Thank you.
Well, I think the first thing that it does in terms of mental health is it prevents people from being unemployed, which is an enormous strain on anybody. The other thing that it does in terms of however it gets rolled out and then is able to evolve to meet community needs and to solve different problems and to grow different projects, especially in public health spaces. If a first responder had experienced, a traumatic experience and needed time off, then they wouldn't have to just stay home. They could get engaged with the local jobs guarantee program to help contribute to the building of a community garden or an edible forest or a playground for kids, or so they would be being useful and surrounding themselves in a positive community sort of environment and in their recovery, and they wouldn't have to admit that they're not feeling well or that sort of thing. I mean, I'm definitely not a healthcare expert, but my dissertation was written about housing conditions and food systems and access to food and the impact on housing conditions on personal health. And there is so much work that needs to be done in our communities to help our housing structures. And that's not only, good for people that are in those homes, but preventing those homes from being torn down in the first place is a huge way to prevent chronic disease from spreading. We looked at childhood asthma, for example, in the Kansas City metro area. You would have increases in asthmatic children when houses in different neighborhoods would be being torn down because particulate matter would spread and the dust and the lead in particular, it never goes anywhere. It doesn't decay. So it's always a public health problem. So there's so much work that can be done in those spaces to help with those sorts of chronic diseases and really long-term illnesses and ailments. I think I saw in your question about mental health groups and people being able to talk. I think as we expand the production space and as we become more publicly minded in what it is that's important in our production system, we'll have a lot fewer kids going to college to become accountants and bankers and entrepreneurs. They all want to be an entrepreneur, whatever that means. They'll pursue, the certification and advanced degrees and providing what is a huge shortage in our system of healthcare provisioning and support. And so this could be a mechanism for envisioning what it means to make a peaceful transfer and a defund police sort of movement for much healthier communities, etc.
Yeah, I was going to say that with mental health and being able to provide that to everybody in the community, you have less people that are addicted to any sort of drug, whether it be prescription or not. And then you would have also less crime because you would have people who are more stable and are able to make decisions from a much more grounded space because they're always working on themselves, which is something that we're really missing.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it's getting late. You're so generous with your time to spend all this time with us. It's just terrific. It's nice getting to know you. So I think we all appreciated it.
Yeah, no, it was great fun to be here. And I hope that I was helpful and people feel like they understand things a little bit better, but also that they have some more questions and want to keep after it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we appreciate it on short notice, man. For those that didn't know, Rohan had a scheduling issue, so he'll be with us next week. And Ben so wonderfully came in and knocked it out of the park. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Glad, John.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I appreciate this so much. We love learning and implementing after we learn. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I would like to introduce Rohan Grey. He is an assistant professor of law at Willamette University in Salem, Oregon, and founder and president of the Modern Money Network, and a research scholar at the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. You can find him at moneynetwork.org or on Twitter at Rohan Grey. Welcome, Rohan. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me. It's always good to be back with you all.
Raul has a question.
Yes. Good evening again, Ramona. And hi, Rohan. Nice to see you for book club number 2. At the end of the book, Professor Tcherneva draws a parallel between the post-World War II Marshall Plan and a 21st century global Green New Deal anchored by a job guarantee. My questions are, first, is such a global employment policy possible given the powerful vested interests at play? And my second question is, what will it take to reinstate full employment as a cornerstone of global trade within the WTO? Thank you.
Yeah. So to your first question, I mean, I think the answer is only we don't know until we try, and there's nothing else but to try. I mean, there's so many things that we work on that feel like, pushing a boulder up a hill, or you don't know what the viability is, but there's really not an alternative. I don't know if Bill's watching or not, but I know he likes to cite William of Orange saying you don't need hope in order to persevere. I think one thing that's certainly true is that there have been large scale renegotiations like this in the past. Progressives don't get everything they want. They don't even get half of necessarily what they want, but there have been these big moments where there have been large scale renegotiations of the sort of basic conditions of social governance. And I think we're pretty close to a moment like that now. And one of the questions, we have to ask ourselves is what direction do we want to push that in? We might not get everything we want, but we might get a lot more than if we don't push it all. There was probably a time in history where a lot of people didn't believe that we could educate every child or that we could provide healthcare and things like that. And, we're not there around the world yet, but we're a lot closer than we were in the past. And it's certainly a viable future. I don't think anyone can realistically claim now that that's not viable, whether or not it's going to happen. In terms of the reinstating full employment as a cornerstone within the WTO, I think, I'm not a WTO person. I don't spend my time on international trade per se. But the limited experience I do have there, or just in general with those international kind of organizations, is it's going to depend on what the big players are pushing for. If a number of those big players want that kind of thing, then it might go that direction. Now, given that it only takes, one of the large actors like China or the United States to obstruct sort of genuine progress through them, I wouldn't assume that that would be the first place to start, rather than to start at sort of particular national levels and then build the kind of momentum upwards. But it's obviously going to have some sort of international coordinated agreement. And of course, the starting point here is the International Labour Organization that has had a commitment, at least on paper, to full employment for a very long time. So, I would start by sort of making that a little bit more muscular and trying to get more people kind of focused on that organizing and then come to the WTO rather than the other way around.
Thank you, Rohan. Mark has a question.
So how do we make sure that we get this mobilization for a Green New Deal, given the atmosphere that we live in right now with corporations?
I think there's two things. Three things. One is when it comes to actually producing or investing and doing the kind of research and things, I don't think we can rely. Not that it's not possible to harness private sector energy to some degree, but in my experience, particularly around technological issues, for instance, the more that you try to get them to be in the driver's seat, the more you're perverting the direction of the technology you're trying to go. So just as a really basic example, there's a huge debate right now around a lot of the green technology similar to the vaccine about whether it should be available to the rest of the world open source or whether or not they should have to pay or be excluded if they can't pay. And if the idea is to sort of let private actors sort of quote unquote innovate and then capture rents on the back end through intellectual property, copyright and patent and things, that's always going to be the way that we do this. That's always going to be the fight. It's always going to be, well, we laid the golden egg. Why do you get to take it for free? So I would start by always reinvesting on public infrastructure, public spending directly. The second thing is there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of activity we just need to ban. I just need to ban it and not allow it. And that's going to piss a lot of them off. So that if a lot of those industries have to go under, so be it. We don't sort of have official child labor rings in the United States. I mean, unofficial, but we don't have official ones anymore because we didn't allow that. And we just sort of have that approach to all of this. And then on the third category, in terms of harnessing it, I think, making things profitable is the easiest way, making it so that this is the inevitability, economies of scale, network effects, those kinds of things make it so that it's unprofitable to be that other thing. We have to be careful because I think what you often see is people trying to leverage that private energy, leverage that private sector activity in ways that ends up having a sort of perverse effect back on the original goal. So it's one thing to say make it profitable. It's another thing to say if we try to make green more profitable, that's the equivalent to having an actual green investment strategy. I don't think those two things are the same. I think we need to make it absolutely unprofitable to do those bad things. And that should hopefully, push the market in the direction that we want it to go. But relying on it to get us over the end where we want to is not going to work.
Somebody wanted to understand what NAIRU is. Can you explain it to them? I know it's in chapter 2, but.
Yeah, sure. So non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment was a sort of technical concept that came out of a slightly more vague concept called the natural rate of unemployment. But the basic concept was that there is a sort of trade-off between reducing unemployment below a certain level and price stability. Basically, you can get 80% of the way, with 20% of the effort. But if you try to get that last 20% or the last 5%, it becomes exponentially more difficult. At a certain point, you're not actually reducing unemployment anymore. You're just causing sort of prices to go up and other forms of inflation. So that kind of concept has gone through different iterations over the years, justifying why that exists. Sometimes it's to do with, direct productivity of the spending. Sometimes it's to do with the workers' bargaining power and other things. But the basic idea is that there is some sort of limit on unemployment where if you try to go beyond that, if you try to push beyond that, you could achieve something beyond that, but that the effect would be to cause inflation not only to go up, but to go up in an accelerating exponential manner. So the idea, at least to me, the function of this, the goal of these kinds of narratives, which have been largely disproved, Jamie Galbraith and others were shitting on this idea as having pretty much no validity, 25 years ago. So we finally abandoned it formally, the central bank level in a lot of places, but not really practically. But the idea was that we should give up at a certain point, and not try to get the kind of full employment that Pavlina and other MMTs have been arguing through the concept of a job guarantee. Now, you can think of this as something that came out of empirical macroeconomic theory and people believe this in good faith, etc. Or you could look at it sort of more like the Michel Koleski kind of idea that the people who want to profit from keeping labor afraid and timid do so in part, this is something that Marx noted 150 years ago, do so in part through a reserve army unemployed, right? If you hate your job, the one thing worse is being unemployed. And that fear of getting the sack, it could always be worse, disciplines your wage demands, disciplines your organizing demands. And so the NAIRU to me is an intellectual edifice to justify keeping enough people unemployed that labor is afraid.
Robert wanted to know, while listening to Macro and Cheese with Ellis Winningham, he explained that job guarantee was essential to MMT as an integral part of the theory. But I'm not clear how he explained that to people who don't see the connection.
I usually start by trying to understand why we use money at all, right? And the reason we use money at all is because we live in a monetary economy. We live in an economy where you need money to survive, not just for food, not even just to pay your taxes, but to avoid all sorts of risks. If I drive a car, even if I think I'm the best driver in the world, there's a non-zero chance I'm going to hit someone. And if I don't have insurance, then I might be sued. If I do have insurance, I have to pay the insurers, right? So there's all these kinds of things. I could live out in the middle of nowhere on a property and someone could come onto my property, hurt themselves, and then sue me for not having the right signage up. Even if I'm a sort of libertarian out in the woods, right? I can still be legally liable to pay money. And in a world where that risk always exists, even if you don't have a tax bill, you have a risk of incurring. We have to have access to money to survive. If you don't have money, if you can't access it for like any other way, right? It's always nice to be born into wealth. It's always nice to have assets that earn that wealth so you don't have to work. But if you don't have anything else, if you're a kind of proletariat in the original sense where you have to sell your labor power to survive, then the relevant question is anyone going to buy it? And if they're not going to buy it, you're unemployed. So unemployment is the act of needing money and in the very last instance, being willing to do something for it, being willing to sell your time to people and nobody wants to buy it. So you can look at that and say, well, that's because you're lazy or you're stupid or because no one wants to work, wants what you have to sell or whatever else. But that assumes that everybody who is on the buying side is the same. And private employers are, they're private actors. Their job is to look after themselves. Their job is to maximize their profits or to at least maintain a cash flow or whatever else. But the public authority is different. It doesn't have the same balance sheet constraints. It doesn't run out of money, right? It can screw up with how it spends money, but it can't run out. And it's not trying to run a profit. So if you say, hey, why aren't you paying everyone to have a job? And the private sector says, well, I can't afford it. Maybe they're lying. A lot of them are. Or it's not a good business model. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they're not. Maybe it isn't a good business model for them. Maybe they want to reduce labor costs. If you say to the government, who can print money, who can create money out of thin air, why aren't you hiring everybody? The only true answer is we don't want to. We don't think it's worth it, which is a big fuck you to all the people who remain unemployed. So to me, that's how I start. If unemployment is a policy choice, if the state is in a unique position to do something about it vis-a-vis everybody else and chooses not to, then who else is responsible if not the state? If the state had the power to put every child in a school and chose not to, who else would we blame? We know they can now because we've had countries that have done it for 100 years. If they stopped tomorrow, we'd know exactly who was responsible. Same for providing healthcare in Australia or the UK. We'd know exactly where, if the NHS stopped existing, the reason would be the government stopped allowing the NHS to exist. Charles Darwin had a great line. He said, if the misery of man isn't the fault of nature, but of humans, then great is our sin. I'm bastardizing it, but roughly that's what he said. Basically, if things are bad, not because they have to be, but because we've made them that way, then somebody's responsible. And I think when it comes to unemployment, there's a unique answer that puts the responsibility at the foot of the state. It creates the money, it creates the monetary system, it creates the unemployment.
A lot of somebodies are responsible.
Yes.
So somebody wanted to know if you can please explain the levels of employment for the government. 1, job guarantee. 2, a just transition. 3, career level government work. 4, specialty work within the government. 5, contractor and other outsourcing. Not every job we want the government to fund has to be job guarantee minimum. Does this enable Green New Deal to be realized and mobilized?
Yeah, so I have a view on this, and I'm not going to sort of ascribe it to other MMTs. So if people don't agree with me, don't blame MMTs for that. This is sort of my position. I've articulated in a short chapter that I wrote recently called Equality, Not Equal Pay, Distributional Justice Beyond Money. And my point there is that I see the job guarantee as having multiple layers. I see it on one hand as being a legal right? The right to have a job. Then I see it as the economy in which that right exists. So a full employment, a job guarantee economy, a job guarantee society. And then there are the particular programs that actually guarantee that at the edges, at the margins. And we can call those job guarantee programs, right? To me, all of those are valid parts of the whole system, of the whole thing. And I think what MMT has showed is that you can design those programs in a way to honor the right and create a full job guarantee society in a way that without those programs around the edges, you're going to leave people behind. Full employment will be near enough is good enough. So those marginal buffer stock, whatever you want to call them, programs are very, very critical. But to me, at least, it's not the end of the job guarantee. And I think it's very important to not indulge in what my friend's colleague Scott Ferguson calls the ghettoization of the job guarantee. Right? You don't want to put a scarlet letter and say, okay, in my office, there are 85 real workers and 15 job guarantees. I think that the minimum wage and the buffer stock idea there is very important. But as Fadhel has already shown, it's actually not contingent on there being a single wage. You can have multiple wages that serve a buffer stock function. And just to give a basic idea, just to use an example here, Fadhel talks about 3 layers, right? $15 for unskilled, 18 for semi-skilled, 21 for skilled, right? That is a simple version But if you look at the federal government, there's all these different pay scales, all these different levels, if you have different levels of experience, etc. I'm not saying we should have something that complicated, but there are contexts in which the labor market is not some unitary market where all the inputs move around. There are different industries. So I'm a lawyer. My sister is a doctor. I have a number of family members who are nurses. If you try to give a job guarantee at a minimum wage to nurses, the nursing profession would see that as an attack on their wage system. And if you try to give it to, ironically, lawyers, it might actually be pretty good, because if you try to get a public interest fellowship as a lawyer to do public interest work, you may be actually earning about 35 grand, which is about $15 an hour. But that doesn't take into account, for example, the cost of going to law school or keeping a license or whatever else. So at the point at which you actually need a license to do that work, which is true of all of those things I just mentioned and all sorts of other things, it's not simply a matter of the pay scale. You could be paying a person without that license $50 an hour, and they're never going to transition over unless they get that license. And conversely, you could have a bunch of people who have a nursing degree, a nursing license, and they work in the job guarantee, jobs doing other things, doing non-nursing. I would call that a system in which nurses are unemployed. They can get a different job. They can do something else, but we are producing nurses and not employing them all. So when you think about a job guarantee, you could think of not just one labor market where there's a buffer stock at the bottom, but a number of job labor markets where there's a buffer stock at the bottom of each one. And if we want more nurses or more school teachers or whatever it is, we can create a buffer stock within that system. You get that license, you keep that license active, we will put you to work in that profession, and that will have a premium on top of the base job guarantee wage. And that premium will be a policy decision. We will determine that on the basis of planning, etc. And that kind of thing allows for a much more fine-grained industrial policy when it comes to labor markets. It allows you to integrate the upskilling and workforce development concerns. And it allows you to bring back in a much wider range of work into the conversation of the job guarantee. Because often people say, well, we didn't mean job guarantee work is going to be critical. But even a babysitter might want to one day become a childcarer. And if you keep a distinction between those two industries, then there's no pathway in. There's no way where you go, okay, I'm earning $15 on the base wage, but if I get these skills, I'll get the $18 and then the $21, etc. That kind of workforce development, they don't have a system where you can sort of easily move over, right? So in my view, part of the idea of the job guarantee is that rather than setting all of the wages, you can set a base wage. And then you can let the private market go above if you want, but that base wage at least sets a base. That should be true across the wage scale. That should be true of administrators. That should be true of skilled work, of all kinds of things. And that requires us to connect it directly to the education and the upskilling process and the industrial process. And so when you start from that point of view, at least to me, then you don't run into those questions of kind of where's the boundary for the Green New Deal between these jobs and other jobs. There are going to be programs catching those people at the margins. But if we think about schooling, for example, there's all kinds of schools. There's schools that are general purpose public schools. There are specialist schools. There are private schools. There are schools for kids with special needs. There are schools for kids with behavioral problems that would not otherwise be able to be with other students. Without those special schools around the edges, the right to education is meaningless. But that doesn't mean when we close our eyes and we think of a right to education, we're immediately thinking of those marginal cases. We're thinking of the whole thing. We're thinking of the whole ecosystem. So to me, that's how I would start. And those various other options within that, if you're talking about sort of full-time and part-time and things, there can be flexibility baked in depending on the job. If you're wanting to get involved in a certain kind of science work or something, maybe you do have to make a stronger commitment than I'll turn up this hour, but not that hour. If it's something more like day labor, then you turn up and it doesn't matter. I think both of those are acceptable within a job guarantee framework. And the idea that you're sort of complicating it too much or diluting it, those kinds of things are really just ways of not taking responsibility for the rest of it. Yeah, Bill's right. For-profit private schools are bad. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that right now we don't enforce the right to education solely through that buffer stock at the bottom. We have a whole system. So a full employment economy, a job guarantee economy, hopefully would be one that even people who work in private for-profit industries, ones that maybe I don't want to exist, will still consider themselves part of a job guarantee economy. It's not just that thing for those people. And I think that's actually very important to the politics and the sociality.
Thank you, Ron. Virginia has a question.
What you were saying about nurses, and it made me think of the Thomas Frank editorial, the old op-ed I sent you a few weeks ago that talked about the international deals like NAFTA and how that affected labor, brought down the cost of labor. But in this op-ed, he talked about the fact that those kinds of international agreements could be negotiated to make it cheaper to get legal help or medical help. And, I'm still not sure I completely understand it, but could you talk about the job guarantee, whether it has to be focused within one country, or can we start looking at it as an international?
No, there's definitely an international. I mean, first of all, countries like Cuba send doctors overseas. So if you find yourself having such an amazing full employment economy or so many skilled workers in one industry and not others, you could always, help out other countries with less. Whether or not countries do that is obviously going to be a different question. But so that's an obvious one. But there are ways in which, for example, you can put certain conditionality on certain agreements that depend on the other actors also agreeing to minimum standards. So, I'm not talking about sort of necessarily imposing negative economic sanctions on actors, but if it comes to working out what kinds of, reciprocal arrangements of certain kinds of information sharing, or maybe, certain kinds of partnerships and things, limiting that to countries that have signed on to some sort of accord or treaty or whatever else it is around labor and things is definitely a way to kind of put pressure on other actors to adopt a similar kind of system. And at the point at which you have, 100 countries who are all part of this kind of system and then 50 who aren't, then that starts to change the dynamic internationally. Now, I will say, and this is one of the reasons why I don't spend much time on trade policy, is that a lot of that space is extremely bad. Oh yeah, Bill's saying they're almost always biased against labor. The Trans-Pacific Partnership that Obama tried to push through, for example, was pretty much an intellectual property bill masquerading as a trade bill. And the trade people have been so sort of poisoned by the free trade mantra for the last 30 years and stuff that I would go abolish, the WTO and start again rather than try to use it as a vehicle for reform. Now, that doesn't mean there can't be ways you can internationally coordinate, but it does mean that I don't have very much hope that that's a particularly useful starting point for any politics for this.
And since lawyers are the ones who write those agreements, it's doubtful that they would make an agreement that makes legal help cheaper.
Well, specific kinds of lawyers, but yes.
No offense. No,
none taken. But yeah, they're not public interest, direct service lawyers earning 40 grand a year working as a public defender or something.
No, they're not. Michael has a question.
First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody for putting this on. I really appreciate it. And I really enjoy your work, Rohan. Would you please go more in depth on what policy prescriptions would be implemented once the federal job guarantee was in place as an automatic stabilizer? And then say when you have higher unemployment in like a state like Ohio, as opposed to a state for California, what kind of responses you'd have?
Yeah, and I think Pav's done a really great job of trying to lay out a vision for a sort of decentralized, or to some degree, job guarantee that still has sort of a common standards and things. But I think that there's certain industries and areas that are pretty much exclusively at the state jurisdictional level, and I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. I come from a country with a federalist structure that's tried to move away from a lot of that, in part because it's very small and things, but what it means is there's a sort of debate around job guarantee design amongst very good friends of mine who have very good motivations. I have nothing bad to say about disagreements. They're very good states. But some of them believe that the only way to design it should be all of the jobs being a full federal government job. And I think that's not going to work. It's not going to work because unless you have a constitutional amendment in the meantime, certain jurisdictions, certain whole areas are going to be state level work. And if you don't have job guarantees in those areas, you're sort of perpetuating unemployment within those sectors, like I was just mentioning earlier. And so that's a huge issue. And the second thing is that there's a whole bunch of public services which really probably should be provided by public authorities that are currently provided through nonprofits. There's public-private partnerships with for-profit companies as well. But put aside them for a second. There's this idea that the civil sector is actually a kind of key provider. So when I was a children's attorney in New York, for example, I worked at a private nonprofit law firm that had a ongoing permanent contract with the state courts to provide services. So their funding was mostly from state courts. They had to do some fundraising, which was its own whole kettle of problems. But the idea was basically that there was an administration for children's services, and then there was this independent law firm providing independent counsel for the kids, recognizing that the kids and the administration for children's services aren't always on the same page, even though they are a lot of the time. To turn that work, and not just the lawyers, but all the people involved in that ecosystem, the social workers and all those things, to turn that into something that we could fund with job guarantee work would require completely upending the entire children's legal system in New York City. And that's just one example. That's thousands of those around the country. So either the job guarantee is only federal government employees, which means those jobs are completely not even included. Good luck. All those great things about having more workers and access to more funding and things. Good luck with all of that if you're in that field. Or we need to think about some sort of revenue sharing, some sort of federated model where the money comes from the federal government, standards are set by the federal government, conditions are put up by the federal government. But the end result is something that's more decentrally administered. If you had that, then Ohio would have its own engine locally. And be encouraged, if you can prove you meet these standards, the money flows. And my view would be, it would be much better to have a much more permissive rather than restrictive standard. I don't lead with this, but I live in Oregon now where marijuana is legal. There's a lot of sex workers here, for example. If you can create a nonprofit to unionize your sex workers, then hell, why not? I don't think that's a bad thing. And there's all sorts of artists and things that people wouldn't consider sort of productive labor, that if you had to get approval at the whole United States level, you might not actually ever get that. You might not get people agreeing that could be an eligible job guarantee job. But if it was Portland, maybe. And maybe you could show proof of concept there, or Massachusetts or Vermont or whatever it is, and start to actually kind of tip the scales of the imagination and things. So I think there's both a substantive and a procedural concern for trying to do everything solely at the federal level in terms of administration and job creation, even as we're all MMTs, even as the federal government is in a unique position with the money to coordinate, harmonize, and set standards.
Ron, I have a question. So last week we had a colleague of yours on, Ben Wilson, and he was talking about states being able to create their own currency. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about how you're using this example through universities by applying for grants. And so you're starting from that space. And then from that space, then you go into actually the state itself being able to provide its own food. And once the state is able to provide its own food, its own resources in that way, then the state itself could start producing its own currency. Is that correct? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, so Ben has been doing some of the most sort of on the ground work. I love Ben so much because he just gets in and starts doing it. So he's been sort of building a kind of 2.0 or 3.0 version of the buckaroo, with kind of local university currency and things. But the idea he's talking about, there's two parts here. One is this idea of the currencies, the nested currencies. And so right now internationally, a lot of countries that need dollar liquidity, they get that through the central bank having a partnership agreement with other central banks to provide enough funding on demand. So just like if you're a bank and you need funding and then you get a bailout, whatever, that idea has actually been used to stabilize foreign exchange rates around the world. So even though we have a floating exchange rate regime today, it's really better understood as a managed float. If it gets too low, if it starts going extreme at the margins, if you're lucky enough to be one of these people with one of these partnership agreements, then you can borrow directly from the other government to a degree necessary to stabilize your currency. The interesting thing is that you can do that exact same thing within a country. You could have a system where the city of New York issues a city of dollar, and the state of New York issues a state dollar. And the state dollar is acceptable payment of taxes anywhere in the state, including New York City. And then the city dollar is only acceptable payment of taxes in the city, although maybe multiple cities might have an agreement with each other. And of course, the US dollar remains acceptable across all of the above. In that system, you could have that New York City dollar float. And it would float in the way that their public debt floats today, right? With an interest rate, except instead of an interest rate, you have a foreign exchange rate. And the Fed could say, we're going to back you up. We're going to make sure that your exchange rate doesn't collapse in a crisis. Just like very recently, the Fed said, we're going to make sure your bond prices don't collapse. That was the first time the Fed took responsibility, very, very little responsibility, let's be clear, but more than zero, which was a huge step forward for municipal bond markets and state bond markets. And if they can backstop state bonds there, they can backstop a state currency. The difference, of course, is the mentality, right? With a currency, the currency is as valuable as everybody who's involved. So if you do have a productive country, in a state or locality, whether that's food or whatever else, not every state or locality is going to be able to be food sovereign, a lot more than perhaps exists today. And I will defer to Ben on all of those questions. But basically, you can have a nested system where rather than having one issuer and lots of users, you have multiple layers of users with support between each other and coordination. And you and I might not even really notice the difference. It might be just in our account, and our account says use whichever one's most available because it's automated or most appropriate. And the responsibility for guaranteeing one-to-one or close to one-to-one would be with the public authorities.
So this would only work if the federal government backs that city or state currency?
I mean, it could work without it. It'll just be more volatile. So you could have, you could issue your own currency right now. It would just be more volatile. There are certain constitutional questions, although I think that their case is actually better than a lot of people think because there's so many other things going on. But the really good example of this, right, is tax credits. Everyone MMT knows that money's value is in a tax credit. But we actually do issue tax credits as well. There's a thing called a tax credit. And in a lot of states, that tax credit circulates in markets. If you have an energy tax credit and you don't need it because you don't produce that much energy and you got these tax credits, right? You sell it to somebody else and they buy it because then they can use it to pay taxes. And there's a discount rate there. There's a haircut. You don't necessarily get $100 for $100 of the tax credit. You get pretty close, and you can certainly get closer if those tax credits circulated more easily and more people could access them. So every time a state, we say, states and cities can't print money, sure, but they can print tax credits. The only real question is how usable is your tax credit? If you can use your tax credit to not only pay your state income taxes or property taxes, but also to use on any transportation system in the state, to use in any public park or anything else where there's a public fee or fine to be paid, that starts to look a lot like money. So we're not actually that far from this world. It's just a question in part about how explicit we are about it.
Phil has a question. Go ahead, Phil.
Hi there from that small country that Rohan used to come from. Leaving aside the fact that people drawn to conservative politics think differently to the way people are drawn to progressive politics. They have a very good tool in very simple things like the debt clock to, generate their point of view. I've been looking for a similar thing on the MMT side of the house, a dashboard, if you like, of facts and that's easily presented and shows people the deficits that matter, how much headroom there might be in an economy at any particular time for fiscal response from the government. I've kind of got this vision in my head that, you've got this opening dashboard that says, there's, given that the inflation rate is X, there's $17.2 trillion available for spending. And then you click on that link and then it goes down by sector, because obviously sectorial and inflation is an issue. You don't want to spend everything on bridges all at once. And it would be an invaluable tool for promoting some of these arguments when people say, how are we going to pay for it? Well, here's the graphic, guys, and it's just as simple as the debt clock. And if that doesn't exist, I really want to get behind a project to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I welcome you doing that. I think there's a lot of different ways you can do that. I mean, there are certain graphs that have had that kind of impact. The kind of deficits assets graphs, where they're kind of inverted mirrors and things have been pretty effective. That classic line of the growth curve, and then it shows the crisis and then the sort of failure to catch up, that kind of thing. I would certainly love to see a kind of like how many millions of people want a job and don't have one, or how many millions of people could have a job but don't have one, that kind of thing. Yeah, Bill's talking about here a dashboard of waste. Absolutely. I mean, the amount of dead weight loss, one would pretty easy would be how many millions of hours of potential labor did we not use today? How many millions of hours of people who wanted to do something did we just light on fire? That'd be pretty interesting. Today was 100 million hours of labor wasted. Today there was 100 million hours of people's time that wasn't used that could have been. How many children wanted to become, nurses and doctors and scientists and didn't, because we made it limited? That'd be another one, not too difficult. I mean, so there are some that exist out there, but what you're describing is, how can we sort of boil down everything that's important in MMT to means, which is important, is really important work. I think that MMT has done a lot better than a lot of others, but there's no cheat code to that. There's only different strategies there. I certainly welcome anyone that wants to try to put together as many of those as they can. But the reality is that the debt clock is simple because lies are often simple, and because it's not trying to answer all of the problems that MMT is trying to answer, not only about the world, but about people's understanding. If you're reinforcing existing mistakes, you don't have to teach anything, right? It's a lot harder to teach new things with memes than it is to reinforce existing wrong beliefs.
Thank you, Rohan. Roseanne, welcome.
Hello, Rohan. It's Roseanne from Real Progressives. How you doing? We understand that poverty is a political choice, and it takes political will to force Congress to do anything, something. And how do you feel about people organizing? And a hashtag I use is purge corruption. And the corruption that's been pointed out by Bill Black and the creators of the con, Patrick Lovell and Eric Vaughn, and our new RP production of the new Untouchables. Because it looks to me like, through the framework of MMT, we've got tons of solutions. They could be implemented, but they're not, because something's stopping them. And looks to me like that just might be corruption and financial terrorism. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sold. I agree. There's a lot of people that don't want things to change because the current situation works for them. I think that's usually, to me, what I think of when I think of what being a conservative is. I don't agree with Corey Robin on a lot of things, but he has a great line. He said, the felt experience of having power, feeling it threatened, and wanting to make sure it doesn't get lost. So yeah, there's a lot of people to whom resisting all this change is their reason, is what they get up every day to do. I will say though, I think this is not about the core files, the Untouchables or anything. This is just a general point about organizing. I was really, really struck. It really kind of hit home for me with this story when I was doing education policy. I got involved with it was going to go involved. I got interested in what they call kind of radical democratic schooling. Sudbury Valley in Massachusetts is very famous. There's one in the UK called Summerhill, and there's a number of others around the world where there's no set curriculum, but all the children from the age of 4 upwards have a vote in the governance of the school, including hiring and firing, including budget allocations. They have a weekly meeting, all this kind of stuff. They use Robert's Rules of Order. I was very excited about it. I was like, my God, this is actually taking sort of, radical equality of people's lives and experiences equally, and it works. The kids aren't sort of voting it into some sort of crazy sort of Lord of the Flies or something that people often would think about when they say we couldn't trust children. No, actually, they're quite responsible. There are problems with it. I don't believe in Robert's Rules of Order as necessarily a valid way of doing democracy. This is sort of, parliamentary procedure, voting, seconding, motion carried, etc. But one of the things they talked about was they had a lot of trouble with people who would come to these schools from other schools. If you come there from 4, you get it. You're inculcated into it. You understand how to navigate the system. If you're coming like 15, you're often coming in part because you may be a problem child at other schools or don't fit in, etc. So you might be coming in already with some issues, but also you don't know what the hell's going on here. And so you read this stuff, you hear about it, and they say, oh, this is democracy, right? Everybody gets to participate. They go, wow, okay. And they go to the next meeting and they propose something and it doesn't get passed. And they go, well, shit, this is an insider club. This isn't real democracy. Everybody's got these insider games. Something's going on here. Like, this is biased against people like me. And they tried to work out how to deal with this for a long time. They created the equivalent of like a freedmen's bureau, when they sort of like emancipated slaves and they had to work out how to like integrate them into a society where they'd never actually had any experience having the kinds of rights they're about to have. And that was a sort of abysmal failure in part because people opposed it, but also because nobody really knows how to teach that in like a 6-month course or something. But eventually one young kid said, look, the problem is that they think that democracy is the same as getting what they want. And they don't understand that it means building alliances, it means educating, it means persuading. And it means that if your strategy isn't working, then you can blame the world or you can change your strategy. And so I think a lot of these problems, there are all sorts of ideas that I think I have are great. I think the whole world should agree with me that. But they only exist in the rest of the world as far as I push them out. And so I commend you guys for making something that's a really accessible product, so keeping it out there. I mean, Bill is one of the most indefatigable people I've ever met in terms of sort of being relentlessly on message with his stuff. And I think that's what you need. I think that's how one person does change the world or 100 people change the world, is being relentlessly on message, having almost infinite energy and constantly sort of looking at the way that what you're doing is operating and trying to get feedback from it and seeing if you need to adjust your course and things. But at least the only reason I'm saying all of this is I think it's tempting, but also ultimately fruitless to get frustrated when those don't catch on the way you think they should and then blame the system or blame out there. Because of course there's corruption, of course there's opposition, etc. It's just not helpful for you to think that you had the winning strategy, but for the world. If it didn't work, it's not the winning strategy. And so I think that's the big kind of lesson that I kind of try to keep in mind, which is realism means accepting that we don't get to start with how the world should work and what would be fair and what makes sense. We just have to deal with this completely arbitrary, often corrupt, crappy situation and work out how to make it sing and do the thing that we want it to do. And that means sometimes accepting that what I want, or what I think is a smart way, is just not working. Right? It's just not working. I got to change direction because whatever I think about changing the world, if I was going to change the world, it would have happened. Right? Or maybe it hasn't happened yet. There's those people who toil, in obscurity until they're 45, and then suddenly their idea becomes massive, and then they do change the world. And sometimes you just got to have that faith through those dark periods. But I think the realism there is that the proof is in the pudding, is in the eating. And so if the key is MMT, if the key is corruption, if the key is environmental sustainability, if the key is understanding our racial history, if the key is understanding a huge amount of this coming back to gender and the family, if the key is understanding, the decline of civil bonds and other ways in which we used to express value, maybe it's all the above, but the only way we'll know if it's working is if we try it, and then it either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, we should adjust course.
But Rohan, we have so much that is kind of against progress, against moving forward and equality. And so all of these ideas are fantastic, workable ideas. But to get them implemented, they constantly hit a brick wall. And how to get through that brick wall is really what is why we educate, is why we keep teaching and teaching, so that eventually it will. But we're at a limited time here now. We're at a point where either we make it or we don't. And so that need for that message to get out, those ideas to be implemented, where I'm at a place of desperation.
Oh yeah, Look, I'm at that desperation as well, and I think the problem is that just because it needs to be true doesn't mean it will be. Sometimes everything just gets fucked up and people die, and that's it. That's the end. It needed to be fixed and it wasn't, and that's it. So I agree with you entirely, but I think it's precisely because it's that important that we have to stay clear-eyed. Bill wanted to talk about this. Yeah, this is a great example. So this is a great example of a strategic thing, right? The Prime Minister of Australia, or the political party, put a royal commission into financial services because there were concerns about corruption. And in those countries, the royal commissions are actually quite powerful. They're quite independent from the government. They can sort of they put out quite a lot of damning information with almost no kind of political interference. And they had, this is a small country. The media is pretty small, etc. They had these hearings through the commission, and they brought in all the heads of the banks, and they had these barristers, which in the Australian British legal system are kind of like court performer superstars, right? In America, you'll go to court, you'll do the transactional stuff, you'll do the client stuff. In the barrister system, the people who manage the clients are the solicitors, and then they hire the barristers to do the sort of court stuff and the litigation related issues. And so these barristers are often kind of pompous former British kind of ish people who like to grandstand. My dad is one, so I can say that, but they're very theatrical and they're very good at commanding an audience. And so when they have these otherwise quite boring, dull hearings, you can actually kind of break through. And as a result of that stuff, it totally changed the conversation in Australia. People who like to consider themselves pretty reasonable and stuff went from, wow, going after the banks is this crazy idea, to, holy shit, this is really bad. And it's written in triplicate. So the Macroeconomic Commission was so effective for the same reason, because that was at a time when the media landscape was a lot more consolidated, and what goes on the radio and things like that can really hit a significant fraction of the country. One of the challenges today is that the media landscape is so fragmented that even at best you might get 40% of the country to hear a message, even if it's like if it's an earthquake or something, right? So how do you navigate a media spectacle or a media ecosystem where spectacle is necessary? How can you do that? And I think that's where, artists and celebrities and even celebrity politicians and things who we might not like as human beings, but when someone like AOC, for example, has 10 million followers and things like that, that is a different kind of power. Doesn't matter how right you are. If you can get 10 million people's attention like that, you have a different set of tools available to you. And I'll just note, just as an example, we're using Zoom right now. I use Zoom at school. And a lot of stuff you guys do is on Facebook, right? And I know that Real Progressives has suffered when Facebook changed its algorithm, right? Screwed a lot of your access. Now, on one hand, Facebook is where you got to be, right? On the other hand, building the ecosystem from around that was always going to have that risk because they control the media platform, I mean. So when we as progressives think about how we're building a movement, if we're building one where these really key points are actually controlled by somebody else and can be shut down, that's something to think about. Because it's on one hand, it's suddenly our viewership got cut because we got blacklisted. But even more importantly, it's if we really started pissing people off, maybe they just shut this whole thing down. And that starts to become a lot more important if you're in Egypt right? Or if you're in, East Timor or something like that, right? It becomes a lot more important that you think about how to build your infrastructure in ways that aren't basically putting a backdoor directly for the people who don't want you to succeed.
Thank you, Rohan. Ganesh has a question. Welcome, Ganesh.
So my question, Rohan, is how much support do we have from state governments for a federal jobs guarantee? If it's passed, it's the state and local governments who will get the dollars to pay for all the work they want done, putting local resources to work. It could be a big win for the states. Do they understand it? Are we mobilizing states behind the FGG?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's certainly something that we can and we should be doing a lot more of. But yeah, I think some of them do understand it. I work often with state and local legislators where they say, what can we do with MMT? And I say, well, the first thing you can do is start blaming the federal government and putting pressure on them, right? First thing you can do is every time one of these problems comes up with funding and stuff, don't turn down to your local population and try and blame them. Point upwards and say, you guys you've been holding out on us of unemployment and of money, of employment and money, right? So that's the first thing. And that should be a relatively cost-free request, right? It's really easy to blame someone else for your problems. In this case, it's actually true, but it's always good politically to not take responsibility for that, especially. So yeah, I would say we should be looking at campaigns at the National Governors Association level or the Mayors Association level, those kinds of things, and keep the demands pretty mild to start with, right? We recognize that federal government is the only actor that can do X and Y. I have worked on that actually. In March of last year, I worked with a number of Chicago city aldermen for a letter that's on the internet. You can look it up, localbailoutforthemany.org. And that was about providing emergency cash relief to cities and state governments and municipal lending facilities support, and complementary currencies was in there as well. And we got, I think, 120 state and local elected officials to sign on board in this around the country through various progressive state and local elected networks. And that started with, federal government's the only actor that can create money, blah, 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 blah. And that was a pretty good educational tool for that many. Now we probably need to do that at a factor of 10, right? So those kinds of things are very, very important. And yeah, it's an obvious win. But I would say we need to be careful not to be unrealistic about the prospects in the short term for that, because look at what happened with the municipal lending facility. It was free, as close as you're going to get for state and local governments to free money. And it was as weak as the resistance has been in a generation. And it still barely got off the ground. There wasn't that pressure. National governors dealing with budget cuts all over the place couldn't even put pressure on the Fed enough to do that with the federal government. So there's a lot of potential there, but we're not right around the corner from a massive local grassroots elected led kind of federal pressure.
Hopefully we will be. Jimmy has a question.
Yes, I would like to know if you think the jobs guarantee would work in the Eurozone, because my understanding is that the Euro is not a sovereign currency.
Yeah, things change, right? The Euro is not where it was 10 years ago. It's still a reactionary, terribly anti-democratic union. Don't get me wrong. I mean, so is the United States for most of its existence, but it still is. But in terms of lacking that centralized fiscal authority, I have always thought, I've been pretty Eurosceptical the whole time. I'm not a huge fan of the Eurozone. I know all the reasons why it's bad. But there have been certain people in the MMT community that have taken that criticism and turned it into a statement of empirical fact about the viability of different strategies. And to me, at least, I don't have a crystal ball about the future. And it's, to me, at least initially, just as unlikely that the Eurozone is going to break up into a bunch of individual nations as it is that it's going to reform and have a fiscal union. So both of those are, to me, NMT consistent strategies, and reasonable minds can differ about which one of those is the right way to go with things. There are a lot of people with very strong opinions about that. But if you look at what happened with the pandemic, they've started to issue Euro-wide bonds. The pandemic was the crisis that they used to justify that thing that a lot of them knew they needed to do, but none of them felt like they had the political capacity to. Some of them didn't want to, some of them still don't want to. But the ones that did want to, Macron, to an extent, Merkel, I think used this moment, and now there's a crack. There's a crack in that armor. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of messy politics, because once you start having a fiscal union, there needs to be some sort of representation for that, the federal. And so, this idea, you vote for local people and then they send people to European Parliament and stuff. There's going to be a change in how people understand that identity, I think, increasingly. But yeah, I think the idea that Europe is incapable of investing at the federal level is just not true anymore. Whether that's the right way to go or not is a different question. But I think if there's already funding for certain kinds of pilot job programs for youth around Europe right now. And there's already general investment support through a common Eurobond. So if you have those things, I don't see it being impossible to get further. Now, the politics of Europe are, I think, actually in that front, probably behind politics of the United States. I don't think a job guarantee is coming anytime soon. Biden has no interest in one. But it's a lot closer to a real idea. In Europe, it doesn't have the same mass mobilization I've seen yet.
Moses has a question. So Moses wanted to know, wouldn't just printing money be dangerous to an economy besides inflation?
Yes, even to add on that one. Thanks, Ramona.
Can you clarify what you mean by dangerous if you're not talking about inflation?
Okay,
I'm just trying to understand what you're...
Okay, yes, because you did mention that the federal government since it can print money, they can then print money to have everyone employed so that everyone can have a job. And then my question was, if they can actually get everybody employed, but if we are looking at the aspect of printing money that they can just print and print, don't you think that can be a dangerous aspect regarding the economy? And as you know, economies are now intertwined. We buy stuff from overseas and we also buy stuff from here. Then another question was related to MMT. An example, New York State, you say they could actually print their dollars. Mm-hmm. If they did that, and you say it could be also guaranteed by the federal government, my question is, does New York as a state, New York as an administration, as a government, have enough assets to be able to have that money from the federal to print as much money as they can to accommodate New York population? That is one. And remember, also New York has also purchased in other states. So when it comes to US, unless all states will be in the same category, otherwise one state to print its own dollars, it may be kind of problematic. Since people jump on planes, they go in another states, people purchase things from other states, that kind of stuff.
So your first question, the risk is always that you do it in a way that's not helpful, right? You do it too much without any output on the other side, or if you give it to the wrong people and things. So yeah, printing money can have problems, but so can all kinds of spending. So I don't think that's unique to printing money. I don't actually think that printing money versus sort of issuing debt in the way that we do today is particularly different in that respect. In fact, I think probably the kind of printing money is actually better and simpler and avoids a lot of the unnecessary costs and inefficiencies of the other one, as well as forms of grift and corruption. So in that respect, the real question with a job guarantee is designing it well and administering it well. It's not about the funding. If you're going to fund it, you're going to fund it. The only question is sort of what the effect of it is. And yeah, you don't want to design a bad one, but frankly, I think the human cost of the unemployment is so high that we don't actually, the barrier to clear here isn't that big. It's not actually, if what you're doing every day is getting up and lighting on fire, like millions of hours of productive output, the only thing you need to do to be better than that is sort of stop lighting most of it on fire. You don't have to be using it the best way possible. You just have to not be literally throwing it in the trash every day. And not just wasting the productive output, but actually harming those people, harming those communities by keeping them excluded, right? Psychological harm, family abuse, these things are all highly correlated with high levels of unemployment. We hurt ourselves and our souls when we keep our people excluded from participating in society And the net social effect of not doing that is just massive. I mean, there's these debates right now about the extent to which, crime over the last few decades was pretty much sort of directly correlated with the amount of lead that kids were exposed to. And, I'm not a scientist on the details. I know there's some debate around that, but I think the core thesis is still there's still some pretty good evidence for it. But imagine that. Like, imagine if the amount of violent crime is because we put lead paint in the walls. If we could just change like that small kind of thing and have such a massive effect, imagine if every child knew that they were never going to be kicked out of society and told they were useless. Imagine how socially effective that could be. Or hell, God forbid, we just got rid of all the remaining lead paint using those people. So I think the idea that printing money is the risk is really the wrong frame. The risk is that we pay people to do the wrong things, we pay the wrong people. But we can address those risks, and the alternative is far riskier, which is to leave them languishing and wasting away as human beings. To your second question, first of all, I come from Australia, right? 21 million people, 22 million people. It's about the population of New York. That's a whole country, pretty big country, right? It's got a lot of resources, but it's not sort of, poor by any means. It issues plenty of debt, has a pretty big budget, all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking at a country that has pretty large population, pretty good access to assets, right? I don't think the arts and culture of New York is going anywhere anytime soon. I don't think the tourism of New York's going anytime soon. I think Niagara Falls and the Erie Canal aren't going anywhere anytime soon. There's a lot of good farming land upstate New York's not going anywhere anytime soon. So if we start with sort of how rich is New York, if you had to sort of pick a random 20 million people on the planet and put a ring around them, I think you're doing pretty well if you hit New York. Right? If you pull a lottery card that says, okay, your 20 million is the state of New York, you're doing not too badly in terms of real resources and wealth. Then you look at what they're already doing. They're already issuing debt. State issues debt all the time. City issues debt all the time. Every city issues debt. So the money that I'm talking about there is not on top of everything else that's going on. It's replacing that system where half of that interest payment goes to banks and investors. And we have austerity where we underinvest in things because of those costs. And when it comes to the practical usage of that currency, that you have a whole range of uses that are just intrinsically connected to the state. So right now, you go to New York City, you get a Metro card, right? Well, you used to. Now they're phasing them out because Apple Pay or some shitty company is taking over the whole thing. So your data is now going to be unsafe. New York used to be one of the few subway systems where you could put the card in and they wouldn't know where you left. Nowadays, they can track you from the minute you get in, the minute you go out. You attend a place where there's a mosque nearby and there's a terrorist shooting, maybe you're going to get a phone call because you turned your card pinged on both sides every day right around the time that the group who were involved in the bombing met or something, that kind of loss of privacy in the technology. But that kind of Metro card, or all sorts of payments across New York State that could be used by this thing, could be integrated into a digital currency card very, very easily. And in fact, that's what happened in Hong Kong. There's a thing called the Octopus card that started as their train card. And then they said, okay, the local vendors around the train stations can also accept it. And now people use it as a general purpose payments card. There was actually a debate about that in New York City in the 70s when they got rid of the old physical coin looking token. It's much easier to say New York City could print money when they used to literally have little coins they would issue, right? So they got rid of those and they were talking about creating this magnetic card. And they said, should we allow people to make these payments using this card? And of course, the payments companies said, no, fuck you. And we didn't get that, right? And there's a limited purpose. In Hong Kong, they said, yeah, sure, go for it. And so the other example there that I think is relevant is, and I've used this probably before in these calls, but Starbucks right now has something like $3 or $4 billion in outstanding gift cards. They pay zero interest on that. Relative to the whole company of Starbucks, right? There's Starbucks all over the world, right? You got in the middle of nowhere, there's a bloody Starbucks in the desert. And those cards for that massive multinational company are the cheapest source of financing, cheaper than the capital markets, cheaper than any government, lending facility you can get. Zero interest they're paying on those things. Half the time, people lose the damn cards. Leave them in the back of a couch or something, or you give them to the next person for a birthday present from the last person who gave it to you. If Starbucks can make a card that's literally only available for purchasing medium quality coffee, then surely New York City could, or New York State could come up with a card that could be used at the Met, at the Natural History Museum, and the subway system, and every bus system in the state, and all those different things. And if people wanted to cash out of it when they left, they could, as long as you have a sufficient support system behind it, which is why I was talking about the swap lines. Without the swap lines, the volatility is very real. It's probably going to be lower for New York State. The cost of municipal debt can vary extremely widely if you're a small town of, Bend, where what's his name's from, Mayor Pete, versus if you're in New York City or New York State. But the level of volatility that we allow there is the policy decision. You wouldn't have to have the government guarantee all of it to guarantee an out of bounds on that exchange rate. And if it was hitting that exchange rate all the time, people didn't trust it, you were being irresponsible with it, or you're mismanaging it, then maybe the Fed has a conversation with you about that. But the idea that there's no wealth there, or that we couldn't come up with a card that people would find functionally very useful, I think is just not true. Just to give one last example on the latter point. You probably remember when Trump got in and stuff, suddenly everybody started caring about all the immigrants that we've been keeping in cages for plenty of time before that. And one of the things that happened was a lot of cities said, we're sanctuary cities, right? We're sanctuary cities, so we're not going to ask about your documented status. And suddenly people started creating things like, ID cards that didn't require documented status. Well, imagine you had a pay card in New York that you could use on any rails that would work with a bank payment card, and it didn't ask. It didn't ask for a lawful permanent address, didn't ask whether you had a green card or not. That kind of thing could be very valuable to a lot of people. Could be a reason why a lot of people want to use it. So I think there's a lot of ways in which cities and local governments can be creative here and can tap into existing value.
I would love to see that implemented because I've lost faith in the federal government. So that would make me very happy.
Have you met Mario Cuomo then? I'm not sure. Andrew Cuomo, sorry. I'm not sure I have much more faith in New York State at this point. But yeah, I get you.
David Parker wanted to know, what happens to unemployment insurance under federal jobs guarantee?
Well, it depends who you ask. Bill in Australia, in that context, thinks that you would get rid of it. Most American MMTers I know would keep it and would say that, if you don't want to accept a job guarantee job, that shouldn't be considered proof that you're ineligible for unemployment insurance. So the point of unemployment insurance is you got to prove you're actively looking for work. You can't find any work. The whole, it's supposed to be quite punitive. If it turns out you did have access and you didn't use it, you might have your unemployment insurance suffered, etc. I would be much more interested in just being extremely generous about that front of things. Because if we believe what we say, if we all believe what we really say in MMT world, then people should want to have these jobs. If they are good jobs, if they're not shitty jobs or terrible jobs and things, then we shouldn't need to be forcing people with a threat of unemployment or the threat of starvation or whatever else. And there are contexts in which having unemployment insurance is a very useful bridge between jobs, right? Some people might be a month or two between jobs and not necessarily want to have to go and start a whole different job guarantee thing. But at least to me, I think it's also just a matter of sort of putting your money where your mouth is. If we really believe that this stuff is something people want, we shouldn't have to threaten them. And I think it's important not to conflate that with the UBI stuff. It's not giving everyone consumption and saying stay out of things. It's saying there's different ways to integrate into the workforce. And that one way is to go into job guarantee work, but there are other kinds of work for which having a little bit of flexibility between jobs might actually give you more space. And I think those two are entirely complementary. There's no reason why we should be creating unnecessary tensions between those things.
Also, paid vacation might help as well. If people get, whenever they get 3 weeks, let's say, or a month or whatever it is, a year of paid vacation that they can break up in any way that they want. And so if they want to transition from one job to another, they can take that time in between, if they plan it correctly, to take that paid vacation and then start the new job.
Yeah, and I don't want to force people to have to sort of not use that personal time because they're worried that they'll need it when they switch jobs. So I think it's still important to have a different thing that's dedicated so that you can actually enjoy that as itself. But yeah, personal time is a great example. When we often talk about sort of saying, look, on one hand, we want to expand access to work. On the other hand, we want to move certain kinds of work, working conditions to be better and reduce the overall amount of hours and all those kinds of things. And so if you're in a situation where there's potentially price pressure, right, and you don't want to raise wages in a way that you're worried might cause a wage price spiral. Doesn't always, but could. Another way you could give a benefit to workers is through more days off, lower working week, more PTO. In Australia, there was a period in the 80s, just like in the UK in the 70s, where there was a nominally left-wing government in power. There was a strong labor movement at the time, and they were dealing with what we would sort of call stagflation today, sort of unemployment and high inflation. And in the UK context and both contexts, they tried to do what they call, incomes policies, where in exchange for restraining wage demands, you get other benefits, better healthcare, better benefit, whatever. And it didn't really work in the UK. And then sort of Labor ended up kind of driving off a cliff and Thatcher coming in. And in Australia, it kind of worked, but only at the expense of a sort of slow neoliberalization and decline in labor militancy that had other negative effects. But you can imagine a situation where if everybody did have a guaranteed good quality job, that one way in which you could take the productivity returns that we're getting every year and recycle that back into better living conditions is not just a better wage, but less working hours and more time off.
Somebody would like to get a timeline on how we got to such a vast global neolib campaign. I mean, where did things start going wrong? What was the real turning point?
When was it even right? I mean, we had slavery until like a hot second ago. Women didn't have the vote. Australia called Indigenous people part of the flora and fauna of the country until like last week. I mean, I'm not one of these people that thinks the historical trajectory of the world is way better. I mean, 1946, don't be a black person in the South in 1946. I don't know who it was necessarily better from for that. Don't be a gay person anywhere in 1946, let alone a trans person. So, I don't know, there's sort of some mythical time when everything was great and everything got worse. Certainly some things have gotten worse in some ways. Other things have gotten better in other ways. There's no sort of positive arrow going upwards towards enlightenment throughout history. But I'd be careful not to romanticize those kinds of early eras, because usually the reason that they're romanticized is because the more messy shit that we're dealing with today was just cut out of the equation.
Indeed.
Also, 1946, we were about to get into the Korea War, worried about, nuclear weapons hitting the whole world. There's the Cold War is starting right now. The national security state is really coming into emergence. It's not, I'd be very careful about romanticizing any of those periods. We certainly, I think, have lost a really, really important set of understandings about, economic policy, organized labor and things. The right-wing turn, the 70s, 80s was real and really dangerous. But the other thing was also pretty bad.
I think people think about the globalization, the financialization of the economy as a turning point. I think there's something, it's not so much romanticizing, but it is sort of understanding capitalism. You understand the guy with the top hat and the monocle and the factory with the workers, and somehow the financialization and globalization feels more abstract or out of control or something. Your answer is absolutely correct, but I think that this is how a lot of people see it.
Yeah, I think certain things have gotten bigger. Certain scale. I mean, look, hell, once upon a time, right? Ben-Hur nothing was bigger than Ben-Hur, right? Now we've got Marvel. Now it's not even one movie. Now it's not even 9 Lord of the Rings movies with special effects and extra scenes that are going to take you 2 days to watch. Now you could start watching Marvel today and you wouldn't be done by December. It never ends. The scale of things has gotten much, much bigger. And I think that's really real. And that means that certain challenges are going to get harder and harder to deal with in a manageable way. I mean, just to give an example, I spend so much time around sort of technological issues around privacy and surveillance. And the most common response is just despair. You say to people, you're giving, every time you use Gmail, every time you use Facebook, whatever, you're telling the secret police, everybody where they are, where you are all the time. People used to get tortured for that information. They wouldn't give it up. And we give it up because it's convenient, because it's pretty and fun. Me too. I'm not trying to sort of, moralize to other people. And you say all that, and then you say, well, maybe we should do something about that. And be like, and then they go back to scrolling their phone. It's not like they don't like, they don't care about the prospect of, genocidal annihilation. It's increasingly, we got Bolsonaro, we got Duterte, and we got all these sort of strongmen around the world. It's increasingly, a viable prospect that these systems could be used to wipe out entire group of people absolutely forever, no more. But, it's like Boots Riley said, and sorry to bother you, if it feels so big that there's no way to even start hacking away at the problem, then the only rational response of a lizard brain is to just not think about it, because the alternative is to go insane. So I think that is a real challenge. So how do we make this stuff accessible so that we feel like we can actually start, putting a chink in the armor and actually getting some sort of yardage on the board? I don't have some magical answer to that for every problem. And try to focus on the ones I care about. But, you'll notice in my oeuvre, I don't spend that much time on foreign policy, because partially that's my despair moment, but also because I just don't know how I could come up with a good sort of theory of what to do in that space without the level of information that you would need on the inside of that stuff. So there are people who think about that. I'm not saying it's a despair space. I'm just saying I also stick my head in the sand occasionally because I just can't deal with it all at the same time. And I think, when everything is everything, when we are as connected to people around the world, when we hear the news of the floods in other continents as well as our own, all that kind of stuff, it's just very overwhelming to start. That doesn't mean it was necessarily better beforehand. It just means we're more aware of it.
Right. We have 3 more questions. Are you willing to stay a little longer?
Yep.
And also, is it okay if we bring Bill Black on stage?
Yeah, of course. He's usually got better things to say than I do anyway.
Welcome, Bill. How are you? So Raul has a question. Go ahead, Raul.
Hi, guys. Since I've got the floor, Paul Krugman wrote a really weird article about the federal job guarantee in the New York Times. Now, I think it's kind of a good thing in a way, because it's the first time I've seen it in the New York Times. My suggestion in the chat would be to have Pavlina maybe write an op-ed. And I think it'd have a similar effect to what Stephanie Kelton's op-ed a couple of years ago kind of got the whole ball rolling on MMT. So I'll just throw that out there for people. Thanks.
Yeah, just to let you know, there's been a number of New York Times articles. Sandy Darity have written a number and things. I mean, obviously it'd be great if Pavlina got more. But yeah, I'm not sure. Here, Pavlina's already written it. Here's the debate in New York Times, Pavlina and Sandy and others. The New York Times commentary app is useful to limit. Sorry, Bill, you come on. You got thoughts?
We try repeatedly, and nobody who isn't super famous succeeds most of the time, or even half the time, with the New York Times. So, yes, we will keep pitching.
Harder to get through the camel through the eye of a needle than it is to get a good op-ed into the New York Times just because it's good. Yeah.
Suzanne has a question.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you for doing this for all of us. Besides paying for university, just using Germany as an example, Germany pays a relatively small stipend, so their students have money to live on while earning their degree. How would this fit into the federal job guarantee, if at all? And if not into the federal job guarantee, how else could this be addressed so that students, are my goal, I'm assuming everybody else's goal here, is to have university paid for. But at the same time, what does that mean? Does that include living expenses? Or if not, how would that be addressed?
Germany's very different. You would be tracked into either the gymnasium, which is the elect, and you would go to a fine university, or you would be put into a skilled trades track. Roughly 20 years ago, Germany reached this consensus to make Germany a relatively low wage place, to really suppress wages as a very deliberate policy and have an export-heavy strategy with a relatively shrinking number of champion industries in which Germany believed that it had a strategic advantage in high tech. And that has produced relatively higher employment in Germany. Now, that's compared to lots of dismal performers throughout Europe. And so, in a sense, a weird sense, they had a quasi job guarantee program, right? But at lower wages.
With less worker power. Yeah.
Right. And so while Germany famously has the twin boards, you don't romanticize that. The board component that the employees have the input in is vastly weaker than the board that is much more similar to U.S. boards that you would be familiar with. So, as I say, in some sense, they have bought into the idea we must keep unemployment very low as Europeans think of unemployment. Now, when I say this, and you have to remember, you're talking about France, Spain, a whole host of countries that had roughly 20% youth unemployment before the great financial crisis. And during the great financial crisis, had 45 to 55% in the case of Italy and Greece, youth unemployment. You have to remember about a third of the European nations, when you get your free college degree, the first thing you do is emigrate. So the rights champions, countries like Estonia and such, that's what you do. You get your degree and then you emigrate. And then if you make it big, maybe you come back to Estonia when you're 55 as a captain of industry. So are there things in the German system that we should think about emulating? Yeah, they have much better vocational training than the United States has in relatively high skill areas. And I think this is part of what Rohan was saying earlier, that there's no reason to think of the job guarantee as being just sort of general day labor type stuff. Retraining people is super hard in the U.S. context. Yeah. And there are things we could learn from Germany about how to do that process better, and that a JG would be enormously beneficial. And by the way, those are the workers that are particularly most likely to move, not just in a Republican direction, but a very extremist direction politically. So, there are advantages in those terms as well.
Yeah, I don't have that much direct experience in the German context, but I will say in Australia, we have a thing called the youth allowance, which I just put a link to. And that's designed for people who are at school, people looking for a job and things up to a certain age range. And, I have a lot of family members and friends who use that. It's free money for young kids. It's very, very helpful for a lot of people. It's usually not enough. It's usually not enough to even have a decent, place to live and things. It's some money. And it certainly helps in universities, and having, access to decent hospitality work that actually pays pretty well with double time and a half on things on the weekend means a lot of people in Australia can actually go to college and work a few days a week and then even have enough money to travel and things, not everybody, but a lot of people. But we had free university in the 70s and got rid of it. It's increasingly neoliberalized, increasingly debt-based, and the whole higher education system in Australia right now is an export industry. It takes in international students, it charges them full freight, and that's how the university model continues to work right now. If we got rid of basically scamming foreigners and giving them degrees in westernization, which is what all these Southeast Asian countries are paying for, really, and we went back to a fully free model, it would take a pretty big radical shift to the direction we're going right now. As for things like housing, I think that's a separate issue. We need a housing guarantee, we need public housing. Relying on the university to provide that, there's certainly obviously dorm rooms and things, but really what we want to do is give people the ability to go to university if they want to as part of their workforce development. And if they're there, if they're actively participating, call it a job. It's fine. I call it retraining. It's fine. I know, to me at least, there's no reason why people should take a vow of poverty when they're studying any more than anything else. The only difference there is that you're in the training phase. And it's right now, as Bill was saying, trade schools in Germany are one model. In a lot of countries, they're not in the university system at all. They're in an entirely, they're considered something you might do on the job in a lot of contexts. And we do pay people for that. So it's not like the idea of paying people to get training is crazy. We do it in all sorts of contexts. We just don't do it in some others. And that's a pretty big difference. I think one thing that would come out of that is this question of the difference between sort of vocational training and general higher education. And to me, at least, the way I would think about that is as a public education. Biden's weak source approach is one thing, but his general approach, I think, is correct, which is we used to guarantee 12 years. Now we're going to guarantee 14. Well, make it 16. Like let's push it up and actually guarantee it. But if you have a situation where you can leave school at 16 into the workforce if you want to or not, that's your choice. Let's just push how long you can stay in that system until 22, 23.
And I would say from June's research, again, there's very different ways in which Americans approach higher education. So women and minorities in particular often are at later stages with childbirth and such, as particularly in terms of advanced degrees. So you want a very flexible program.
Yeah.
You don't want something that says this is the way you do it, fit into our system, right?
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said 22 years old. It's really about the number of years. In Australia, even now when you have to pay for university, you get 7 years of the government support, and you can take that in any direction at any time you want. Yeah. Right.
One of the reasons women get more college degrees in the United States is that they tend to complete the programs. So even if it's, they're 36 when they complete the degree, they keep coming back to it to a greater extent than men. So you want a system that can work for everybody. And the famous phrase among philosophers is, I'm still learning. Well, that's our world. That's the world of certainly our kids and grandkids, that they're going to have to be still learning throughout their entire working lives. And they're probably going to have to reinvent themselves multiple times during that life, or at least they should have the opportunity to reinvent themselves multiple times.
I'm happy to comment.
June says she'd be happy to comment upon this instead of having me interpret her work. So I'm going to get the heck out of here.
Even better.
Hello, June. Welcome.
Hello. Enjoyed all of this. I have only one brief comment. Hi, Rohan. I enjoyed your talk. And that's the question of how do you develop political support for this? And, I have many colleagues who basically say I'm not allowed to talk about the 50s, the period of my youth. And I think it's very important not to romanticize mid-century America. But I do think it is very important to ask the question. That period after World War II is an extraordinary period of a coming together in both Europe and the US with a shared set of ideas. And why did that happen? And right now it's currently also popular to pile on Piketty, but into reading 450 of his 500 plus pages. The most striking thing to me was the comment that it took 2 world wars and a Great Depression to eliminate a large part of the accumulated wealth of the world. And that the striking thing about the post-war era is an era of relative equality in which institutions mattered more than individuals. And I think what we have recreated is the robber baron era, where the individual is bigger than the institution, where power is individualized and the ability to violate the rules and get away with it is huge. And the source of status and prestige and power is how much money you have in a bank account in the Cayman Islands, not the health of the company that produced it. So if you ask the question, I think, Rohan, that you were addressing, how do we get there? That I think we need to think of inequality, not simply in terms of a negative thing, but as a power system. A power system in which the right wins by having government not work. And the more miserable people are, the more they vote for fascists. And that if you think about that, then that question of how do we recreate a stake in institutions seems to me the critical part. And what I love about the job guarantee is, I mean, if you take seriously this idea that we're creating a world that automates everything, and in which there aren't enough jobs to go around, but some people can get very, very rich making this happen, then the response has to be, how do you recreate the center? How do you recreate a center? And job guarantee does that. How do you reset labor markets, raise the floor, create a stake in the systems that produce that? But if you get there, everybody benefits. This is win-win, not, don't see it as negative sum or zero sum, which is how both the left and right present a lot of this, is zero sum. Somebody has to lose for us to win. The truth is, capitalists require demand, increases in productivity and growth, and they have a system designed to defeat all of those kinds of things. If you had more money in the hands of the average person, you also have more demand. And I leave the economics to you. I'm done. But my pitch, my one takeaway is we should not ignore history. We should not romanticize it, but we should not ignore the fact that the mid-century is an extraordinary era because of relative equality and investment in institutions. And we can then denounce it as racist, sexist, and a variety of other things.
Yeah, I don't want to. I apologize if I gave the impression earlier on that I was wholly condemning. I agree. I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that we don't need to reinvent. We just need to bring back, right? And what you were describing before about the individuals, I was thinking, to me, probably there was a lot of striking moments in the Obama administration, but that moment at the very end, we went kite surfing with Richard Branson, and went on the front cover of Wired magazine after defunding NASA's space program.
Yeah.
And now Richard Branson is going to be the first billionaire to fly up to space. And the idea that the president, one guy, can shut down the entire country's crown jewel of yes, we can.
Yeah.
The yes, we can guy said, no, we can't anymore. And then went kite surfing with the billionaire who's now saying, yes, we can. If that's not a baton passing of power, I don't know what symbolism is bigger than that to me. But your other point, I think, June, was a really great one, which is about the wages being an equalizing tool. And I was actually just talking about this with a colleague, Alex Williams, MMT, young scholar. He was a musician, a traveling gig musician. And I wrote my master's on the job guarantee and culture production and arts because I was a music teacher. And he was a gig musician. He said, there's a lot of these UBI folk in the gig musician world, and they always talk about, we just give people money, but there's a whole infrastructure of cultural production there.
Yeah.
And nowadays there's this thing you hear in economics called Baumol's cost disease. And it says, how come certain industries, the wages go up, even though the productivity doesn't go up? In the factories, it's going up and elsewhere, but teachers and other jobs, classical musicians, the wages going up. How is this the case? There's no more productive than 300 years ago. And his answer was, people value these things. And so they value the people that produces them at a relative level. But what we were talking about was, imagine a world in the future where, a lot of the heavy industry is automated, right? And a few hundred years ago, 85% of people were farming. Now it's like 10%, right?
Right.
Manufacturing dropping as well as a fraction of the total population. In a world in which the output is not unproductive, but it's not productive in like a heavy industry sense, right? If I pay someone to make music, it's productive because I like it, right? That's why it's productive. It's not productive because it's necessarily, making electricity or anything. In a world in which more and more work is that stuff, it's stuff we do for each other. It's stuff that we value just intrinsically because it's cultural or social.
Yeah.
That can become a leveling tool for the existing capital because every new generation is giving it to workers as workers, not people who happen to be near factories or who run wherever. So we could have a world where the assumption is most of the new money that's being injected, most of the wealth that's being recycled is through labor. And not valorizing the worker versus the non-worker, but saying valorizing labor versus dead capital that only kind of builds on itself. So I completely agree. But
and if you say what should we want? I mean, it used to be what I wanted was unlimited long distance phone calls. I mean, and now I have that.
It still doesn't work. But
But if you look out there and you say, where is there demand? I mean, look at the AAUP. What are the industries of the future? Healthcare, education, and the arts could be there. These are personal services type activities where there's a lot of demand. And the question is people having the money to be able to afford to purchase what they would ideally like. And the job guarantee addresses some of that mismatch. I mean, you get more purchasing of these kinds of goods if you simply have a way of matching increased purchasing power for those goods with the supply, which you could do through a job guarantee in a variety of ways. But even if you simply were raising the floor, so you reset labor markets, the average person has more money, what would they spend it on? Well, a lot of folks want more education for the kids, private tutoring. If we got rid of tests, maybe simply better teachers. But, a lot of those things, you reset the economy as a whole. And I think that's part of the reason I love the job guarantee discussion, is it thinks in a global way about how all these things fit together.
I come back to Australia recently and they started doing this thing, which apparently been on for a number of years and I just hadn't been there at the right time, called the Lights Festival, where they have these art installations across the city, including on the Opera House. And it's all just colored lights. And they, for like a month, it's just on in the whole city. And it doesn't leave a mark or anything, but it's beautiful. And everyone in Sydney talks about it. It's the whole thing now. And how many cities don't have a light show every year? I mean, all of them, right? Except Sydney. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things like that where my first job when I came to America, my first internship, I should say, was with Americans for the Arts. And it was in 2010, right after Obama passed stimulus. And my job was to look through federal economic development grants and find potential pots of money for artists and arts organizations. Yeah. And it was stuff like highway beautification, arts trails in cities. It wasn't like directly for the National Endowment for the Arts. It was this other stuff where we could put art into all this stuff in a way that we don't normally do. And it just made me go, oh, yeah, every piece of infrastructure in the city is a blank canvas. And we did this in the New Deal.
Yes. Again, the arts could flourish. Well, I'm going to put Bill back on.
Nice to see you, June. Take it easy.
Good to see you.
What I think is interesting is that the way government views the population, they view them as a resource, but as a resource of what can I get out of this population? How can this population serve our agenda, whatever that agenda happens to be at the time? Instead of looking at the population as, okay, so this is our people. How can we make them the most educated, the strongest, emotionally balanced people so that they're able to contribute the most that they can to society? And how do we shift that where their view of the population itself is of an asset that they need to nurture so that they can get the most back from it?
Yeah.
And I think that shift itself would create job guarantee and everything else.
Well, not obviously MMT is only one part of everything, but I will say, I was kind of ripping on my dad earlier, so I'll reconstruct him a little bit. He works mostly representing workers who get injured on the job, mostly federal government employees. And there's a federal government insurance company called ComCare. And they're supposed to pay out, like workers' compensation when you get injured. But the people who run ComCare think of themselves as people whose job it is to protect the pot of money in there. Not to give it out to people when they get sick, but to try to not give out as much as possible, to limit as much as possible. Their assumption is that every person who has a claim is a combatant, is an antagonist, right? They're initially skeptical of them, right? Every claim is a hostile negotiation. And these are public employees who got injured on the job, and they want to treat them like a liability rather than, often they're not people who can't go back to work and things. They just need some support. And the reason for that is because these people look at their budget and they say, look, this year I returned $200 million back to the government. I did a good job. That's a surplus, right? They worked in some private business and that's how they think. So, yeah, I think it is really important to reframe people from being a cost to an asset, but it's very, very hard when money is still the asset.
One of the things that came out in the Australian Royal Commission was that the finance companies have a retention specialist position. And this is when you call up and you realize that you or your children, in the Australian case, with severe developmental problems, have been conned into getting a completely unsuitable financial product. And you're calling to say no. And their job, and they are paid a commission to minimize the number of people that will actually succeed in getting that program stopped. And so the first tactic they have is that they hang up on you 17 times in a row. This is literally the case. And then when this particular father persisted, the idiots kept the tape running after they finally gave in to him. And they, A, made fun of his child who was developmentally delayed, and B, called the father a wanker, an Aussie Brit term for a particularly, Ted Lasso, if anybody watches Ted Lasso, type of thing. And so this is one of the remarkable things in finance. People know that work at these companies that 100% of their messages are being recorded, their IMs and their phone messages, when they're on a trading desk and in a number of other settings. And they still say these things. Now, you can imagine when that tape was played on Australian national television for 3 weeks in a row. There was no one in Australia not desirous of getting their hands around the throat of those people. And you get this, again, you create the political space where at least potentially you can get a really significant change. That's why they can't afford to have a Pecora Commission. That's why that scares them to death. That's why the job guarantee scares them to death. That if we get it in any country and it's a spectacular success, it will be unkillable. And it will blow apart their myths about the lazy workers and shirkers and all those types of things. So they have to win all the time. That's one of the reasons we keep pushing. And in multiple places, the MMT rightly, I think, is criticized, many of us, for overemphasizing the United States in general, and certainly developed countries more generally. But this is one, the job guarantee is not simply for rich places, rich nations.
Yeah.
And so we have a lot of potential places where we could succeed. Now, you can discredit really great programs with immense corruption. And so you do need an element of that, but you can't let the fear of corruption paralyze you from taking bold initiatives. It's just you have to be honest when you take them. Don't roll it all out with one size fits all. Experiment, try different things, have more flexibility, and yes, have a crew of folks who try to root out the most egregious corruption and take serious action. Don't play like the, not to pick on that particular religious thing, but the Roman Catholic Church with the cover-ups, right, of the priest molestation. Then you will devastate and eventually bankrupt the whole church system nationwide.
That would also take a government that's inquisitive, curious, and has care.
Well, the government is us if we make it us.
Yeah. Things change real quick. Macron didn't exist 20 minutes before he did. These systems change faster than we give them credit for. We just have to keep waiting till the right spark and the right wind comes along. Keep pushing for it, I should say, not waiting.
Somebody had a question. What would a reformed MIF look like?
IMF, you mean?
IMF.
Yeah, I think it's IMF.
It would be a form of international aid. It would be a form of redistribution and support. It's not Again, one of those ones I'd probably get rid of before I try and reform. But yeah. Bill?
Yeah, you have to get rid of the existing people because it's really precisely like Rohan was talking about where his dad works. The entire mindset and incentive structure is not just ineffective, it's the problem. It makes the problem worse every time. The IMF does things, and even the World Bank at times, like create economic freedom. And they define economic freedom until people got in an uproar as you don't follow International Labor Organization standards, ILO standards.
At will employment. Yeah.
Yeah. So you cannot start with the IMF, and there's nothing that you lose by blowing it up. So I think most of us would blow it up and start, but Rohan is absolutely right. It would be two things. It would be money. They would infuse liquidity, but then you would have actual experts at helping economies recover, which is the IMF is a group that is that famous cartoon that says the daily floggings will continue until morale improves.
Yeah,
that is the IMF.
Technology transfer, strategic planning, best practices from around the world, experts who can come in and help you set up your institutions, train your people. When the West wants to turn every country into a capitalist country, they do this with the courts and with the governments. They just send in a different kind of person. They know what it looks like to nation build, to state build. They just do it the other way. They do it for that other thing.
Well, I think that is the end of our questions. Thank you so much for joining us.
Macro and Cheese is produced by Andy Kennedy. Descriptive writing by Virginia Cox and promotional artwork by Andy Kennedy. Macro and Cheese is publicly funded by our Real Progressive Patreon account. If you would like to donate to Macro and Cheese, please visit patreon.com/realprogressives.
I want the truth.